Hello everybody and welcome to Donington Park, the Supercar Driver Secret Meet live stream 2023. My name is Amanda Stretton and I am delighted to say that this year on presenting duties I'm joined by you, Paul O'Neill.
I know, thank you for having me.
You look surprised then.
Yeah, very surprised, you know, it's amazing to work with professionals, so we've got a great team though, haven't we?
We've got a great team and a really great event to look forward to as well today. Now this is your first Secret Meet. You're an accomplished driver, commentator as well. What's been catching your eye as we've been going through the paddock this morning?
Lots of things actually. I've heard lots of amazing things about this meeting. But Carrera GT for me, seen so many of them. I've been in one as a passenger, but to see so many was amazing. It's the Motorsport tent for me though. Absolutely love it. Loads of amazing cars, and taking me back to 1997, just one was a British touring car, Renault Laguna. So I am like a kid in a sweet shop.
Well, as I say, we've got an awful lot to look forward to, an action-packed day today, and of course it's not, thank goodness, going to just be Paul and I who are going to be talking to you throughout the day. We've got a very accomplished commentary team. A man familiar to many of you, John T. Wydell, is going to be popping up from time to time. That's when we can prize him out of the cars that are out on track. We've got Chris Dawes in the commentary box, but first let's go and find David Addison, who is lurking somewhere down in the pits.
Morning from the paddock, everybody. We've got our first problem of the day because normally you're told to look at the camera. Well, the problem is down here, I don't know whether to look at the camera or look that way, where there is the most amazing assortment of Lamborghinis. Normally when you see one, you think you're having a good day. Here there are, well, I gave up counting, quite frankly. And then if you look this way, you've got a handful of the cars that we're going to have for the Motorsport demo, like, for example, the Renault Laguna that takes you back to 1997 and the British Touring Car Championship. It was the car to have. By that stage, Williams, the Grand Prix team, had got involved running the Williams, and Alain Menu took 12 wins. It was the car that Jason Plato made his touring car debut in. It then became a very long touring car career for Jason. Keep going, you will have more Nissan Skylines probably than we've seen in one place for a long, long time. All out of the Japanese Touring Car Championship, all out of Rick Wood's stable. We've got Lola T70s, we've got, Lola T160s, I should say, and McLaren M8Fs from Can-Am Racing. All of these are going to be on track during the course of the day from the Motorsport demo. But we've got more recent sports cars as well, nestling over there in between the yellow McLaren and the yellow Lamborghini. You've got cars out of LMP2 from the World Endurance Championship, and keep going, you've got the Muscle Milk HPD, which comes out of the American Le Mans Series. And then at the very far end is the Ferrari 550, the type of car that, again, in the early noughties was doing great things within the FIA GT Championship, and the 550 GTS was a pro-drive built car, and it came along into GT racing in the SRO Championships as well as in the class for GT cars at Le Mans. So all of those are going to be on track during the course of the day. And of course this year as well, we don't just have the Motorsport demos, but we've also got our Shootout, and that's going to come up towards the end of the day. This year, it's going to be officially timed. Last year we had an unofficial stopwatch running on it, and it was fascinating to see what cars would do what time. Well, this year we'll know for definite because TSL, the British Timekeeping Force, is here. There are going to be sector times, and it's a proper competition, a proper shootout to round out the day. If you're here at Donington, then make sure you come to the paddock, because not only are all these cars here and you can drool over them, but everywhere you go there's another head turner, whether it's another supercar, whether it's a plane even, and even this year we have the Supercar driver shop as well, so you can feel like you're part of the gang as well. So there's an awful lot to enjoy during the course of the day. Can't wait, quite frankly, to see all of these cars on track in a little bit later on. Stay with us, it's going to be a great day at Donington.
Same problem of not knowing where I want to look, because I've got obviously the monitor in front of me, you can't quite see that, but I've got the window and I'm able to see everything coming past, and as it comes out of the pit lane, super close to me, super exciting. Talk about a kid in a sweet shop. Absolutely amazing. And yes, you heard about the mention of the SCD closing. Make sure you get to the rear of the paddock behind the McLaren, the big McLaren stand that we've got this year celebrating for the 60 years of McLaren racing. You can buy yourself yourself t-shirts, hoodies, some amazing coats in there, and caps and all sorts, and go and get yourself the merch, as the kids call it, I think, these days, isn't it? But go and get all of that bits and pieces. What have we got ahead of us today? Well, at the moment, you see out on track there, we've got the sponsors session, as it is officially called, and either way, it means it's an incredible mix of road and race cars that are out on circuit at the moment. I just see out my window, we do have one that's stopped at the end of the start-finish straight, but hopefully that one will get going again, because this is what we're going to be enjoying throughout the whole day. Amazing cars out on circuit. 9:40, we've then got the Ignition GP demo. Hey, if it wasn't good enough to have amazing supercars out there, let's get some F1 cars and the like out there as well. Then we've got 10:10, the Motorsport demo. The Ignition GP are back out again at 10:50, and then just before the Hypercar track parade, we've got another sponsor session, the second session for these sponsors cars to get out there. And midday, we've got the Hypercar track parade, which is just going to be absolutely incredible. And it does include, just before they're actually out on circuit, he says, trying to check this hugely detailed timetable, the Carrera GT celebrating 20 years, and so they'll be out as well at the start of that. Then at 12:35, we got a very special grid walk where people are welcome. Anybody that is here are able to come out onto the circuit, the grid walk, wander around, get close to these incredible hypercars, and we'll have the team down grabbing a whole host of interviews as well, which will be great. Then we'll get that cleared, because at 20:02 in the afternoon, we start going through it again. The Ignition GP demo, Motorsport demo at 2:10, Hypercar track session. So we've had the track parade around midday, but at 2:50, it's the Hypercar track session, and we'll be purely salivated. And that is like the amuse-bouche, if you like, because straight after that, 3:15, it is the secret meet shootout that David Addison referred to earlier, and we're going to put the race cars against the road cars. And at 5 p.m, we'll then have the podium to see who has come out on top, just to add that little bit more temptation for everything that we have to look forward to today. So that is the timetable. We'll keep you abreast of everything as the day gets going, whilst if you hear us go quiet, it's basically because we are fans first and foremost, and we're going to be just drooling over these incredible cars that are out on circuit. We'll all be popping up at different places. I shall be down in the pit lane at times. David Addison, Paul O'Neill will be in the commentary box at times doing the commentary. Amanda will be here, there and everywhere, schmoozing with the sponsors and the stars that are around. And it basically just, as always, by Supercar Driver, is just a phenomenal event to be on. And it's great for you guys to be joining us on the stream. And make sure you drop your comments in and whatever else, and we get to enjoy this day together. So as I was just catching up on what we can expect to go on for the next few minutes, because as you can imagine, we're flying by the seat of our pants with cameramen and presenters, and we're a risky breed, let's be honest. Here, there and everywhere, and suddenly darting from one location to another, whilst, as you heard David, trying not to look too much at the cars either side of us, but we will be. But you can see two different eras of Ferraris coming down the start-finish straight. Down past me they come, and look at that absolute beauty. We had, I'm trying to remember how many of the F40s, F50s we've had over the previous years, and I didn't even know there was so many still available in this country, but thankfully they all turned up in mass. But this particular car, going down through the Craner curves, it just doesn't age. I've lost track now. I should know off the top of my head how old that is, but this car just still is poster worthy for as long as we want to. I can't believe actually just watching that one that we've got. That is a 53 plate, and yet that, to me, the way time flies, is that looks like that is a brand new car. But we keep flicking through the years way too quickly. I think we've just about got the number of cars out on circuit that are far enough spread out as it stands at the moment that they're able to stretch their legs and not really worry about the cars around them. And just watching it, it's a wonderfully eclectic mix of cars that we got out on circuit. It's quite a few of the Ferrari, different eras of Ferrari that I've seen out so far. And when you consider that is somebody bringing their pride and joy out onto the circuit, you know, that is a road-going car, and they're actually able to unleash it. And that's one of the key things for the supercar driver, is that it is about these people that own these incredible supercars and hypercars and everything else, and they want to be able to drive them how they're supposed to be driven. You know, we don't want these cars stuck in the in garages, as beautiful as they look in garages. They want to take them out, and they do all sorts of road trips as well across Europe together. So it is always worth having a look at Supercar Driver. If you have yourself a supercar, he says, try not to sound envious, or you're going to get one, have a chat with them, because they've also got lots of partners that get involved with them, whether it's on the financing of acquiring these supercars, whether it's the insurance for it, recovery, protection, you know, whatever it might be. There's all sorts of partnerships deliberately and strategically in place with the team at Supercar Driver. And of course, this, I know it's called the secret meet. It's what it started as. You know, many years ago, was it 2011? It was a static event on an airfield that was get together as many of these supercars and hypercars as possible, and it was great photo opportunities and catching up and speaking. And the desire was to be able to get them moving. Let's see these incredible vehicles in action. And they moved it to Donington Park here sort of 4 or 5 years ago, and they have just grown this event year on year. I've been lucky enough to be here since the start. Yeah, sorry, I was just catching up there. Yeah, they now bring it here, bring it out, bring it bigger, but there's no point renaming it. It's still called the Secret Meet. It's just not so secret. And now we've got Amanda and Paul. I think I've heard that they're down in the pit lane as we're looking down. So let's find out who they've got to speak to. Down to Amanda and Paul.
Thanks very much, Chris. Yes, well, as he was saying, really this is a celebration of motoring like no other. And of course, events like this wouldn't be possible really without many of the sponsors, would they? Now, Secret Meet, which we can talk a little bit more about as well. I've got them on my phone just so I make sure I get everybody's name right. But of course, an event like this wouldn't be possible without the support of people like Pirelli, JBR Capital, Global Telemetrics, The Rock, McLaren, Glen Turret and First Point. And in fact, we're going to be talking to a lot of these people throughout the day as well. I think you're going to be chatting to some, aren't you?
Yeah, we've got a lot of people to chat to, haven't we? Which is fantastic. And just to echo what you said, fantastic to have so many, you know, well-known companies come and support this this meeting. It's amazing. McLaren, we were just on top of their hospitality. They've got some great cars here as well, but some fantastic characters as well. Everyone's waving at us out of cars. It's a good job that we know some of the coloured helmets, because otherwise it's just a pair of eyes coming at you flat out down the paddock, isn't it? Exactly.
I mean, it's great to see so many of the big dealers, engine tuners. Everybody's here. We're going to be catching up with a lot of them throughout the day as well. Tom Hartley Jr.'s got some amazing cars as well. Can't wait to see some of them. And of course, some of the big news, one of the really big news partners that we've got this year is McLaren. Now, they've got a really elevated, do you like the pun?
Nice.
Really elevated involvement this year. And really, it's sort of best exemplified by this. Look at this absolutely incredible suite. Now, that is what we were on top of earlier on today. Have you been up there before, Paul?
I've not, no. I do a little bit of work for McLaren with their road cars. Got a few jobs coming up, but I've never seen that, and I must admit they're spending some good money. They're doing well at the minute. Fantastic to see them in F1, getting that podium.
Oh,
with
I know,
Lando
wasn't
Norris.
that wonderful?
Amazing. So we've come at a good time, and everyone seems happy in the camp at McLaren.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a good time to be riding on the back of McLaren's coattails. That was like the first time in I can't remember how many years that we've had two British drivers on the podium at the British Grand Prix.
12 years or something. David Addison will tell us probably we're wrong on that, because he's the stat master, isn't he? But no, fantastic to see, and great to see McLaren, you know, back up there with all their cars coming out. I think the 750S is just in front of the hospitality, so things looking good for McLaren. The cars are so fast and drivable, which is amazing when you're out on track.
Have you actually, which cars have you driven?
All of them.
All of them?
P1s, 720, 765 LT. I've driven them all for a long time.
I was doing some a track day at Goodwood of all places the other day, and I was doing a little bit of work with somebody in a 720S at Goodwood. I mean,
last corner, you're probably up to 170.
I've never been round Goodwood that fast in my life, and I couldn't believe how well this car stuck to the ground. It was absolutely sublime. Oh, what are you feeling, Paul?
That's the current bun, isn't it? The sun's out.
It is.
I might have to take my jacket off. Oh, the merchandise store where we got my jacket from.
Exactly, and my hat. Now, if you are here and you are watching today, you'll see a lot of us walking around in the fabulous Supercar driver merchandise. There we go, beautifully modelled here by Paul. Now that is at the back of the McLaren hospitality here in Pit 1, in Paddock 1. So if you do want to go and take a look there, they've got a selection of brilliant t-shirts. Some, in fact, underneath all my coats, I've got the F40 t-shirt, which was an amazing celebration of cars that we saw last year. So make your way over there, hats, coats, hoodies and plenty of t-shirts. But I think David is now in the pit lane seeing some of the cars out on track.
Amanda, thanks. Yes, down in the pit lane, it is another chance, 2 days on from the British Grand Prix, to drool over Formula One cars. And we can start with Benetton's. There's the 1990 Benetton. Head this way, Ben. Come towards this garage for me, because McLaren's, for many people, always have to be in Marlborough livery. And there's an ex-James Hunt M26 nestling here, to be driven by Michael Lyons. Michael, step forward. Let's have a quick word. You just said to me this is the first time you've run this for the best part of a year or something.
Yeah, it's first time getting back at it since Monaco last time, so should be a bit of fun with a bit more space around here.
Now look, the Lyons family has a fair old fleet of cars. What makes this one so special?
Well, this is probably the most unique bit of history. We've got, obviously, M26 chassis one. James did a few Grand Prix wins in it, so it's a pretty special day any time I get to have a play with it. So,
how, if this is the right word, crude does it feel against modern cars that you still drive as well?
It's a more raw, natural feel. You know, you've got to heel and toe the downshifts. You've got to be on it. You've got no traction, no ABS, none of that nonsense. You just got to get on and grab it by the scruff of the neck.
Heel and toe and downshift. Lewis Hamilton doesn't know he's born, does he?
Exactly. Someone of my age saying those words is always a bit funny, isn't it?
Now, what's the plan for today? Because, of course, you've got another shootout to do somewhere else later on in the weekend.
Yeah, try and keep out of trouble is probably the right way, isn't it? But obviously there's a couple of us in the pre-77 F1 stuff. Matt Wrigley's down there and a few of the other boys that we normally go wheel to wheel every week, so I'm sure we'll get a bit carried away this afternoon, but it should be fun.
This is a great lap as well. I mean, it's the right place for a shootout, isn't it? Because you can really stretch the car's legs. Yeah,
exactly. The Marlborough McLaren around this circuit, we've seen some guys do some pretty special things here in the past, haven't we? So I'm going to look forward to it.
We're looking forward to it as well. Michael, nice to see you. Have a good day. Ben, walk with me, because if we dodge around these fine gentlemen and keep going, that car takes you to 1977. 76 was when Tyrrell brought the media to the launch of its P34. Nobody really knew what to expect, and it was all very carefully orchestrated with a sheet over the car, and they had to have little fillers, you see, to try and mask the shape. Otherwise, the game would have been given away that it had 6 wheels. And this car that James Hansen and Ben Collins are going to drive is very much of the age, as in, it was before wind tunnels, and you could do remarkable things with some great ingenuity, really. Derek Gardner was the man that designed the car. And it was for Jody Scheckter and Patrick Depailler in the first year in these elf colours. The following season, Patrick was joined by Ronnie Peterson. And Ben Collins is about to drive it for the first time. Now, Ben has driven pretty much everything from V8 Supercars to whatever Top Gear threw at him as the Stig. But this is something new.
This is totally different. But it's amazing. This is the car I had as a kid, a Scalextric. It was actually Polysteel before Scalextric. Was a Tyrrell 6-wheeler versus Lauda's Ferrari. So it's one of one of these things you have as a kid you're obsessed with, and then it's there in full size, so it's pretty amazing.
It was an amazing idea to do. I mean, other people like March, like Williams, had a go with 6 wheels, but Tyrrell made it work.
They did. So I've done a lot of research around it, and it is amazing because the car was quicker in a straight. Well, for its power in the day, it had the straight line advantage. I reckon it was worth about 45-50 horsepower, which is almost enough to catch up with the Ferrari in a straight line. And I haven't driven it yet, so I'll tell you in a minute if it works or not. But apparently, I mean, I'm reading the comments by Jody Scheckter and Jackie Stewart. they're quite cynical about it, but at the same time they are quite complimentary. Jody particularly, but he did buy one, so he must have liked something about it, and he won a race in it. So yeah, it's a remarkable bit of engineering. What's really incredible is looking at the front wheels. They're tiny for a start, they look like the toys, but it's the level of detail, and there's lots of interesting his stagger, even just like as you look straight down on them, they're not symmetrically put in. The turning rate is different. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on, which I can't wait to experience what that'll feel like, because it's going to be totally alien, or maybe it won't be, I don't know.
Two of the drivers, Patrick Depailler, Ronnie Peterson, were always very spectacular. I mean, they always had the cars sideways, so you have a lot to live up to.
Did they? Okay, that's good to know. Well, that sounds fun. I got 20 minutes, so anything could happen.
Good luck. We'll talk to you later. Ben Collins then is going to drive the Tyrrell. Next garage, there's more to drool over. The Penske, that's the PC3, which was the car that came for the start of the 1977 season. It was based a bit on a March, in fairness, and gradually Penske refined it and honed it. There was only John Watson that drove the car, and then a second one was hired for the Dutch Grand Prix. Boy Heyer borrowed one for the Dutch Grand Prix, his home race, but it was the slightly better PC4 that Watty had his first Grand Prix win with later that year. And as a promise to Roger Penske, he said, if I win a Grand Prix, I'll shave off my beard. Well, he won, and he did, but it was in the PC4. That's the PC3, slightly earlier car. And you'll see Matt Wrigley drive that over the course of the shootout. Marlboro McLaren's nestling in the background, taking you to the 1992 season. Again, that year, the McLarens were up against the Williams, the FW14B, with the active ride, with the Renault engine, with Nigel Mansell at the wheel. And although Ayrton Senna did take Grand Prix wins, one of the most famous being the Monaco race, when he fended off Nigel right to the very end, the car was really up against. The other fantastic thing about the demonstrations for the F1 cars isn't just the look of them and the nostalgia, it's the noise as well. Right, let me see if I can encourage Ben to follow me down the pit lane, because the danger is we just start drooling at one car and it's 5:30 and we've got to go home and we've not covered some of the other ones. Because everywhere you look today, and I know it's a fair old point, but everything just makes your jaw drop, like West McLaren's. And if your surname is West, as it is in the case of Alexander West, well, it's the right car for you, isn't it? That chassis from 2000, which is a Coulthard and Hakkinen chassis. Garage 59, Alexander's team running it, with Andrew Kokode overseeing all of this, thinking, is it my turn to get in and drive yet? But maybe later. But Alexander West, who's a key part of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe grid, amongst lots of other categories in which he races, will take that to the track. It's not just Formula 1 cars down in the pit lane as well, because we have the Dallara that James Cottingham is going to drive. Now, this is a car that raced at Le Mans. It has done the shootout at Goodwood, for example. It's been up the hill, and it's been put back into the original Orica colour scheme, the Orica PlayStation livery. It was then bought by Martin Short's Roll Centre team for a time, and it ran in Martin's colours, was damaged, rebuilt, and then it was sold on, and James Cottingham has got hold of it, along with Max Girardeau. And James, who is now one of the best of the AMs in British GT, will drive that car when we get to the shootout later on, and it will be very, very quick indeed. And there's something about that car and that livery that is just fantastic to look at. Let's keep going, because you've got more GT cars in the pit lane, like the 488s, and you've got the Lamborghini Huracan as well. You've got cars out of the One Make Championship. And what else can we find? Formula Renault 3.5 chassis from the old days of the World Series by Renault. It was the ultimate Renault One Make Championship. They had 2-litre Formula Renault and then decided they needed something yet more powerful, so the 3.5-litre engine was put on board, and it was from there that the likes of Kevin Magnussen and Robert Wickens and lots of others excelled, and that will be on track during the course of the demos as well. Aston Martin, go this way for a minute, sneak in. Aston Martin have got lots of lovely things to drool over, like Valkyries, like Vulcans, and Darren Turner's going to be on track as well during the course of the day. So all of this is still to come. We've got the current demos going out on circuit, and the Formula 1 cars, the sports cars, the GT cars split across the paddock and across the pit lane. They'll all be venturing out on track during the course of the morning. I think we're about 15 minutes or so away from getting cars on track. But every garage you walk past, there's something else that attracts attention, like the Rodin, for example, the FZ. Now, we want this to be dry. We want to see this car go out. The New Zealand-built car is a staggering bit of kit, and Ollie Webb is due to drive that a little bit later on. But the creation of David Dicker, the New Zealand businessman, Rodin now, of course, with this allegiance with Carlin. It's a team in itself, as well as being a car constructor. We also have, just heading down the pit lane, cars out of the Ginetta One Mate Championships. Ginetta here with a big presence, so we've got the Ginetta G55, G56s, and what else have we got heading down the pit lane? I tell you, you don't know where to look. Ferraris, 10 a penny almost on a day like this, both road and race cars. Right, so the pit lane starts to get a little bit busier, and very shortly it's going to get noisier as well, because the single-seaters, the Formula One cars, are ready shortly for their first demo, the Ignition GP demonstration, and when they do, trust me, you will need your backside trackside, because a Formula One car anywhere is quite something, and all of these have got so many memories attached. I can't wait. I think it's time I legged it back upstairs and join the commentary team once more up there. But for now, let's head back to Chris and Paul, who are keeping out of the little morning breeze here in the pit lane. Guys, it's all yours.
Wow. I mean, a big old mix of just what incredible cars we've got down there, that we're going to get to see these things out on circuit. We're going to get to hear these things, and we're right by the track.
I know, and it'll be great if we can see those cars leaving pit lane, won't it? And those amazing engines from around that era. It really does take you back. I'm 43, Chris, and it takes me back to being, 10, 11, 12, and watching these cars and just thinking, I want to be somebody like that in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And I mean, let's be honest, is that the noise itself is harking back to the noises that we used to enjoy. I saw a clip the other day of Lewis Hamilton being interviewed on the side of a circuit, and there was a V10 F1 car was suddenly clearly doing demos on the lap. And he just stopped, and his eyes, and this is a guy that lives and breathes F1, and his eyes just lit up hearing that, and he said, why did they take away the V10s? It was just the best engine ever.
Crazy. And it's interesting, I know we've seen a few different cars. I know Ash Sutton has driven one of the Dalaras, I think it was a JJ Leto car, and he was telling me, he's a pretty young lad, the triple champion from British Touring Cars, but he was telling me he just could not believe how analog those cars were, and he doesn't really remember that era, but he said it was just he grew up in the wrong era. That's what he was trying to say to me.
Yeah, he didn't want all the aids and everything else like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we heard it there from Michael Lyons in that interview as well, is that he just gets to grab it by the scruff of the neck and really pile it. I mean, I get the privilege of covering like the Masters historic events as well, where we get those cars, those F1 cars of eras gone by, the 70s, 80s and things like that, racing, and they race them hard.
Yeah, it is. But like you were saying on comms before, I was listening to what you were saying, that we don't want to see the cars just stuck in a garage and looked at. That's amazing. And the great thing is that these cars can be fired up, the tyres can get warm, and people drive them. They don't just drive them, they drive them hard. And I've driven a few old F1 cars, STP sponsored March of Ronnie Peterson's with a DFV with a T-tray front spoiler. I mean, what a opportunity for somebody with my accent from near Liverpool to drive something like Ronnie Peterson's STP March. And when I drove it around Donington Park, actually, I drove it and I just couldn't believe the power of the DFV and how usable the engine was, and it went on for a long time. I think a derivative ended up in the Benetton that maybe we have here today, and the DFZ I think it was called. So a great engine, and it did a lot for Formula One in that time for a long time as well.
Agreed. I've got to be honest and say, I'm falling out with you more and more as this day's progressing. Hearing you talking about all the McLarens that you've got to drive, and now that one, you can fall out with someone, can't you?
I'm very privileged. I was only having this conversation at the British Grand Prix with a few friends of mine, and they were saying, you're always moaning about the length that you have to, drive up and down the country to do your job. And they were like, one, job, you're having a laugh, and two, you just need to wind your neck in and come and work in an office for a few days and see how you like that. So I'm very privileged, Chris, you know that, and we're privileged to be here today to see these fantastic cars that bring back some great memories from being younger.
No, I agree. I mean, looking at the shots of just, off-track everything that is here, many of this will venture onto track in at least parades and speed, and it is just a privilege that we do get to cover these things, the length and breadth of the country and into Europe and wherever else, and I've never stopped being a kid in a sweet shop. The one thing is that we were having the privilege of listening to Addis down there, David Addison, talking about everything in those garages. I'm glad that he's come back now, because when these things come back out on track, what this boy doesn't know, it isn't worth knowing, is it?
And I think David's quite happy as well. David Addison's quite happy as well, because he knows the noise will drown my voice out, so he'll be able to talk over the top of that. But yeah, exactly. But we got the 6-wheel Tyrrell coming out as well, so there's a lot of activity yet to come, and I'm really excited to see this. But I'm really excited to see David Addison, who now on cue is going to get back in the room.
Well, I was just listening to you two talking about noises and cars, and it's just fantastic. I mean, I know we keep banging on about how wonderful it all is and all these cars, and that is right, and we are privileged to see them. And it's one of those days where you've got the past and the present and the future, because you look at that road in coming down the pit lane, and you know, people go, what? And there it is, being built effectively over in New Zealand. But that is the next generation of ultimate single-seater racing car. And you know, like Ben Collins, I had a toy Tyrrell P34 six-wheeler that used to get bashed around the floor and into the skirting board as a barrier. And there is one. It's not a period car, it's what you might call a continuation car. So it's been rebuilt to all the original moulds, all the original sketches, all the original diagrams and measurements, but it's absolutely as it would have been, if you like, the next one that Tyrrell built. There's just been a big gap in between. And those were the days when engineers could be clever. They could think outside the proverbial box and think, okay, how do we make a car now that's going to beat that one? And it wasn't with wind tunnels or simulators, it was with bits of string and a geometry set and a bit of creativity. And the idea of the 6-wheel Tyrrell, for example, was that if you had more tyres, then there'd be a greater contact patch for the rubber, and that would help with the balance and the grip, and if you've got more grip, you'd go faster. Perfect, and it did. It won a Grand Prix. The pit lane is open, so James Hunt's gone out, masquerading as Michael Lyons in the McLaren M26. So this is the car from the year after James won the World Championship, and truth be told, wasn't quite as good, in fact, as the M23. Jochen Maas was his teammate. He didn't get hold of his car until midway through 77, but James won a few Grand Prix, and it won 3 in 1977, but in his World Championship defence it wasn't quite as good. But you know, look how narrow it is compared to today, and how few aero elements there are. And of course there's a roll hoop, never mind a halo, there's a hoop
that just about goes over the top of the driver's head.
Exactly right.
When men were men, is that all right to say?
Oh, I think it is. And let's face it, James Hunt was a man's man. Gordon Koppak designed this car. It came, as I say, after the M23. It was lower, it was lighter, it was better through the air. It had a honeycomb monocoque construction. And James won at Silverstone, he won in Watkins Glen, he won in Fuji, and then the following season it was used, but it had kind of, well, I can't say gone past its best, because what happened in 1978, of course, was that Colin Chapman brought the Lotus 79 with ground effect and skirts, and everybody had to go and have a rethink, so it was a tough season. But it was a race-winning car, and you know, in the right hands, was very quick that year.
It's funny, isn't it, about the ground effects, because we're now back in a ground effects era, and it just shows you how far ahead Colin Chapman and these people were, and unbelievable. And you were talking about the P34 Tyrrell, and you know, the Brabham team battled against that with the fan car, and they tried to get on top of them with different technology, and we did see that up until probably 2008-9. Did we have the double DRS, didn't we, with McLaren bringing some weird things, and it was great to see, wasn't it? Just people having a go with different things.
Yeah, but ground effect was making the cars, as was the intention, stick to the ground and go much faster. So the FIA, or as it then was, FISA, in Jean-Marie Balest's time, decided to introduce this ride height. So every time the car came into the pit lane, it had to be of a given height, and if it was too low, it would fail. So, of course, people like Gordon Murray from Brabham very quickly got round the idea that, well, it's only going to be measured in the pit lane. We do what we want on the track. So you have this ludicrous hydraulic system that everybody knew was a cheat, where the cars would stick to the ground, come into the pit lane and be raised, and then, yep, scrutineers are happy. So in the end, FISA got rid of that, and they introduced these flat bottom cars, as they were called, and moved the regulations on a pace again. But yeah, you're right in saying that we've gone full circle. The University of Bolton has a National Centre for Motorsport Engineering, and they have there a couple of ensigns from 1980, ground effect cars donated by Bob Fernley, who was the ensign chief engineer at the time. Very sadly, Bob died 10 days ago. But the students are working on those cars, which run in historic Grand Prix car events. So they run them as a live race car, but they're learning about ground effect. And yet there's a whole range, whole raft, whole generation of engineers in the F1 pit lane that have never touched it because it was before their time, and as you rightly say, it's now been reintroduced. It's amazing.
Of course, it's unbelievable. And they were talking, weren't they, about the reintroduction of ground effects on the new cars that we see today. And Adrian Newey was the one who got on top of it very quickly because he dealt with ground effects in different championships and series. So, because we had that porpoising problem, didn't we?
That's right.
So, it's interesting, isn't it? All that money, all that tech, but they still had this bouncing along problem. As we look at one of my absolute favourite cars, that Benetton from 1990.
It is, absolutely. Well done.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's a Nelson Piquet Alessandro Nannini car, and then you've also got the later Benetton, I think, further in the entry. There you have it. Which I think by that stage was probably being badged as a Renault, wasn't it? But, Renault powered. Whoops, running off-road coming through Goddard's.
That'll be front tyre tension. No, it's a 10. But that Benetton that you were talking about, Nannini. God, look at the size difference in the two cars.
Absolutely, absolutely. The modernish day, Benetton much narrower.
I was actually recently at Alpine F1. One of my friends works there, and I got a garage tour by one of the young apprentices there, and they were showing me around. I could not get my breath about the size of the 2005 Alonso Renault that was put alongside the Alpine F1 from last year. The size difference is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. And how they get around Monaco, and I know it's been said a few times, I was a bit like, just drive the car. Now seeing it, I honestly couldn't get it. It's big. It's as big as maybe an X5, but the actual footprint of it, I just don't know how they do it, because I've walked around Monaco. I'm sure you have as well.
Now, after it's off, the ex-Fernando Alonso Renault heads up the hill. Now that's one that has sort of crept into the entry, that car, so it's one to go and research as to who's driving it.
Yeah, I thought, I didn't see that one down, I'll be honest. I thought he's probably come for the general test a bit early.
Now there is the Penske that Matt Wrigley is behind the wheel of. He's got quite a few cars on the entry list, but the Penske is one that he's going to go out in at least now. Another one with a Cosworth engine. And do we have a red flag? I think we might either need that. No, it's not that car that's come to grief, but there is a recovery vehicle going out. So Ben Collins has brought the Tyrrell into the pit lane. John Reeks has brought the Benetton in, and therefore there is a car that is out there that needs retrieval. But the Penske didn't really last in Formula 1 for very long, which was a real shame, because they had a win. I think I was saying in the pit lane that John Watson won in Austria, not in that car. This is the slightly earlier chassis. But of course the team was really built around Mark Donoghue, who was then killed or died of his injuries from a crash in Austria. But really it was the fact that it was all being run out of Britain. That's where the engineering hub was for the Grand Prix car. But Penske was very much an American team. And it didn't really work, having it in two different countries. So in the end, Roger Penske decided he'd concentrate on what was back home.
What a name, though. Penske,
and he's still going.
Unbelievable.
And you see him, and he's on the pit wall, and he's got his headset on, and he's just buying circuits, he's running championships, he's just outstanding bloke.
Incredible, and great to see him at the Indy 500, like you say, always there. But I watched the 500 in its entirety this year, and I've not seen it for a while, and just great to see the enthusiasm and just the love of the sport comes through from these people. And as well, you can see there's the love of the sport. And you were talking about the P34, the front wheels as well, because of the contact patch in the tyres, and that's what they were trying to get on top of. It was actually the drag as well was less, wasn't it, to have the four front wheels?
Absolutely.
That must have been such a weird engineering feat. Could you imagine that getting rolled out on media day? What are you doing?
Andrew Marriott, great broadcaster and journalist, tells the story of going, because he was then a motorsport news, motoring news as it was, reporter, and it was somewhere in London. And what they'd done was build little sort of wooden supports, wooden rests, I guess, to go between the wheels. So when they put the sheet over it, it looked like it still had just four wheels, otherwise they'd have given the game away.
Wow.
And Andrew said none of us expected it, and they pulled this sheet off, and everybody's jaws dropped and went, what? It's got got 6 wheels. But the way they'd hidden it, very, very cleverly, made sure that nobody expected that.
That's amazing. A bit like when they rolled that Volvo out and
the estate car.
touring cars in 1994 or whatever it was. One of my absolute favourite cars, Leighton House, 1990 or an 89 car.
We've got one of each, I think. I think I'm right in saying that's the 90 car.
That has got some history. Do you remember? It was always very good at the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard, and didn't Capelli nearly win the race in the 90? I think it was the 1990 car actually.
Capelli did very nearly win a Grand Prix, you're right, and it was at Manicourt for the French Grand Prix that Monsieur Gougelmin had his big accident. Do you remember coming up to the Adelaide hairpin and it rolled?
Oh, that's right.
And it was one of those photographs that, you know, photographer, right place, right time, and it was used everywhere. And they looked and they could see the underneath of the car, and I think Adrian Newey, who designed the car, was just really annoyed about that. Now, Matt Wrigley's waiting at the end of the pit lane. A day like this, of course, inevitably has a certain amount of fluidity, not only in terms of what goes on the track, but also whose car is going to be able to join us, because these are, the modern cars particularly, complicated bits of kit. We come effectively really just 2 days before some of them will be expected to go up the hill at Goodwood. So there are some people that have decided that they want to concentrate on that. There are some people whose cars aren't quite ready. And there are some drivers that are here without a car, and we might be hearing from 1 or 2 of those during the day as well. But what Paul was saying about the Leighton House is absolutely right. We've also just in the background seen the Alexander West McLaren, the car from 2000. We saw that coming round the Melbourne hairpin. It isn't just an ego thing with his name on the side. It was West Tobacco that sponsored it, took over from Marlboro as the cigarette backer, and we had that chrome, that silver livery integrated onto McLaren's just last weekend at the British Grand Prix. Yeah, it did them a favour, didn't it? Were they good or were they good? Wow, they were great. I mean, was that something to do with it being a slippery circuit and is low drag on that McLaren? Maybe. Doesn't matter, does it? Well, they got the result.
Exactly, it doesn't matter.
So, yeah, it was a disappointing weekend for Ferrari, but I mean, the reaction from Zach Brown and the team was outstanding. Now, I mentioned 1 or 2 drivers that sadly aren't with a car. As yet, we might be able to persuade somebody to let him have a go. It's Harry Newey, who was a real star last year here, and if he has got his hands on something to drive, he'll be another star this year as well. But Harry Newey is in the pit lane, ready to talk to Chris Dawes.
Yep, before I catch up with Harrison Newey, I'm just going to quickly update you on a couple of things. Mr. Wrigley in the Penske is the cause of the red flag. That car stopped out there. Now, it did actually come in a lap before it stopped just in front of us. It looked mildly smoky, spoke to the team, and they waved him straight back out again. But it would appear there was an issue. We've also got, it's gone back into the garage now, is that the silver West McLaren, that came in and that was smelling and looking very smoky and burny. So we've got to hope that they get that one sorted. But to take it from the negative to a positive, someone who set, he's taken our word for it, is the unofficial lap record last year. I mean, that was just an incredible experience to watch happening. What was it like behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was fantastic. First time I drove the car, and it's just mind-blowing. I mean, the speed, the revs, yeah, it was just awesome car. And we didn't know if it was going to run. We were pleasantly surprised. First car that had been on track since its last race, and it didn't miss a beat. So yeah, it was.
Which car was it again?
It's an MP419.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, for us, we were there initially just loving the fact that it was out at all, and then to suddenly see the laps, and you just got quicker and quicker as the day went on.
Yeah, it just kept going, and look. Spare parts are small on things like that, so you just want to be careful, make sure that nothing's going to break, and with every lap that goes by and you feel confident nothing's loose and it's doing what it should do, you can push a little bit harder every lap. So yeah, it was a great day, and we had the Leighton House out here as well, so really special to be on track with my dad in 2 cars he designed and follow each other. That was very cool as well.
I was about to ask, I was trying to remember whether it was last year that we had your dad here watching on, and I remembered right that he was. I mean, it just must have been cool, and I can imagine him smiling on the pit wall watching it as well.
Yeah, and I think the really special part was when we were both on track together, and I came past him and we were both massive grins and giggling away. It was, yeah, a good father-son moment.
We were going to see you out today, but we're not this time, are we?
Yeah, we were supposed to have the MC12 GT1 here, but we had a little bit of a customs issue, so a bit gutting with that one. And as it turns out so far, fingers crossed, it's not raining, so it'll be even better.
I know, typical. I mean, outside of this, what are you up to these days?
Just came back from Le Mans Classic, so we had a 250 short wheelbase there and a list in Obley, which was fantastic. So that was very cool. What an event as well. I think they said they had 200,000 people there, 215,000 people, so the atmosphere was amazing. I highly recommend it to anyone. And then, yeah, in my day, I work for Joe Macari, so I'm on Joe Macari duties here, trying to sell old pieces of metal.
There's worse things you can do, isn't it? I mean, this event, you know, last year you were here obviously behind the wheel, but I'm sure you got the chance to wander around, and hopefully you will today. It's incredible, isn't it?
What the whole team have done here at Supercar Driver and Edition Grand Prix, and what Adam's done is just amazing. I mean, we saw the photos of the F40s all on the grid last year, the Hypercar parade, the cars that have been brought. It's just amazing, and also the atmosphere and the passion in the paddock. Everyone's smiling, everyone's happy. People get to bring amazing Formula 1 cars and actually drive them. You know, so often they'll go somewhere, you know, Goodwood's amazing, but they go up a hill and that's that. Whereas here they can go out, they can properly drive their cars, they've got a track to play with, and everyone's very thankful, very happy, and I think the whole car community's very grateful for what everyone's done.
Are you going to be able to sneak behind the wheel of anything today, do you reckon?
I will be out on the Hypercar parade in a CLKLM, so that's a nice race car though.
I didn't think we'd keep you off track all day.
Yeah, no, yeah. And then I think I'm in the safety car there's a parade with the F1 cars or something later, so the driver's safety car.
Excellent. Well, it's so good to catch up with you. Thank you for that. And well done on the unofficial lap record last year.
I think it might be beaten today. Let's see.
It's very possible. Thanks, Harrison. So there you go. Harrison Newey with that incredible lap that we saw last year. And you can see that glint in his eye. It doesn't matter how much he does it, he still absolutely adores it.
And a very accomplished single-seater racer turned sports car racer. Chris, thank you very much. Now, Matt Wrigley's Penske didn't actually cause the drama because it did get to the end of the pit lane. So the car that... it's the McLaren. It is the Michael Lyons McLaren, I can see. Oh, dear. Oh. Now, that doesn't bode well for Michael. He did say they'd not run it for a while, but it's heading to Goodwood. So that's a really... bad at the moment. Now, it could be something as simple as a spin and a stall. They might be able to get it going. Let's not, get too panicky about it. But that's a real shame because normally one of those cars, a Cosworth engine car, rather than a recent one where you need to own PC World to run it, they're normally quite relatively straightforward to run, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. It's just a little bit of squirt in the trumpets, isn't it, on the DFV and fire her up.
What you get up to in your private life is...
Well, we do come from near each other, mate. So, but listen to that. That's what we want to hear.
It is. That's the Penske that we've been talking about. So out on track goes Matt Wrigley, whose father was a very, very quick Formula Ford racer in the 70s, went off to build up businesses and then came back into racing with lots of historic cars. Didn't you drive his STP March?
Yeah, that's whose car it was.
Yeah.
It was the STP March and the Guinness... the Guinness ground effects car.
March 811.
March 811.
That Nick May had.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, the Derek Daly car, hence the Guinness livery. You have to remember that for an MN track test.
It was an MN track day, it was great. Yeah. And Matt James got me in all sorts of weird and wonderful cars. And I remember they were telling me, get on with it, use full throttle. And someone using full throttle in our favourite car at the minute is, that is just stunning, isn't it, from that profile?
You don't see these very often because very few were made. They're difficult to run. One of the problems, Martin Stretton drove one for Simon Bull, the watch expert. Part of the problem is getting tyres because they had to go to Avon and say, can you make some tyres for us because we've got these little tiny things at the front of our car, not normal size wheels. It's
unbelievable when you actually think of it like that, because they're not obviously on the tyres that it was made with.
No, exactly.
But Avon are great, aren't they? They always seem to adapt any kind of tyre for a need. But that is a real wedge shape, isn't it? That Tyrrell. Absolutely.
I was just thinking that. You're absolutely right. Yeah, because the rear wheels look bigger, I suppose, because they dwarf the front ones. But you're right. It does look rather wedge shaped. Ben Collins, having never driven it before.
Really?
Yeah, I was talking to him in the pit lane and he said never sat in it before.
Wow, unbelievable.
Now this is Kevin Mason at the wheel of the 2007 Renault. He had entered his Honda, the RA108, but it's the Renault from 07 that he's going to drive instead. So that, as you can see off the Telefonica backing, is a Fernando Alonso era car. Now we did have two Leighton houses. It's almost an estate, but we've got a 1989 car, which effectively was the March. because although it's now kind of been dubbed the Leighton House, it was still just about a march. The CG891, CG being for Cesare Garibaldi, who was Ivan Capelli's manager, who passed away in the winter just before that season, so the cars carried his initials as the type number. It was very late arriving. This is the car you can see just heading down through the Craner curves now. It was very late arriving into the season because March had been sold in the winter. It had all sorts of financial dramas. And it was a bit of a disappointing car. Ivan Capelli only finished one race in that, which was 12th in Belgium. Had a Judd engine. Now, being returned to the team. Doesn't look damaged, does it?
No, that hasn't even had a spin, that, David. It's not, from the tyres I can see there's no kind of flat spot or grazing of the carcass, is there? So, yeah, I think he's just probably seen a temp come up or a red flashing light, because they probably only had one light in these cars, didn't they?
And James probably thought that was the cigarette lighter pinging. You could light up again. Now that is the Rodin that I was talking about a little earlier. This is a mind-blowing bit of kit. It's the Rodin FZ, 675 horsepower. This will do 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 2.9 seconds. It's got a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Cosworth GP V8, 3.8 litre V8 engine. Wow. That's the word. Yeah, that is the word.
I spoke to Ollie Webber about this car yesterday, and obviously the brainchild coming from New Zealand, isn't it? And what a fantastic setup that sounds like, and reminding me a bit of the Racing Steps Foundation, where the owner's just trying to help out some of the younger generation of drivers in the junior formula. So yeah, great car though, isn't it? It's kind of like bringing an F1 car to normal people to have a go off.
And you have a look at what the company offers. They've got their own circuit in South Island in New Zealand. David Dicker, big enthusiast, and has created this car. But before you're allowed to buy one, you have to go through their sort of driver training program. So you start off in I think it's a GT car, and then you're allowed to sort of get up to a Formula 3 level single seater. And you have to go through the different steps. It's almost like getting a super license. And once you are an accomplished driver, then you're okay to be sold the car. I'm afraid the Leighton House is living up to what it did in period by not being overly reliable. So that car is going to cause another red flag, I rather fear.
Yeah, that's another. Some kind of technical. It's probably not a bad little test day for them, actually, isn't it? Just to make sure they're ironing things out. Good to see there's no smoke, though. That's usually the big problem.
And you're probably right. If a driver does see a light, the easiest thing in these, because of the value, shut it down.
Shut it down. Yeah. I was very surprised how fast some of these people are going. Actually, like literally, they're fully lit. But this car, that just looks crazy. It looks like a micro machine. It's like just doesn't look real, does it?
But again, if you go back to circuits of the time, you know, these being sideways coming through Woodcote Corner at Silverstone, the chicane would have been in by then, but that wouldn't really have slowed Ronnie Peterson particularly, would it? He would have had the car well wound up. And Ken Tyrrell always was able to find really, really good drivers, some in the ascendancy in their careers. Of course, Ronnie Peterson has shopped around a bit for a drive, went to Tyrrell in 77, ended up going to Lotus in 1978. It's sort of, you know, watching him in one of those reminded people just how good and spectacular and brave he was.
They don't make them like they used to.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So, with Patrick Depaille's name on the side, this, in fairness, is dressed up to look like it did in 76 when it was the elf colours. In 77, it was the blue and white First National City Checks bank-sponsored car. And we do have a recovery vehicle poised, ready to go out on track. But for the moment, the cars are still being allowed to press on. That's the reason that we will, I fear, have another interruption. So, Tyrrell, Rodin, Benetton. That's fascinating, just looking at three different eras, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the only thing that's the same is they've got a rear wing on them.
I was going to say they've got four wheels. You can't even say that, can you?
Very true.
The checkered flag is being waved, so that brings to an end this first Ignition GP demo. More to come. The teams will be hard at work making sure that the cars that have had dramas will be able to go back out. And even if they don't go back out, we'll still be able to go and have a look at them in the garages and continue to drool, because there is so much to enjoy at this Supercar Drivers Secret Meet. I think I've heard some of the guys already talking, for the benefit of those of you that are here, that there is the SCD shop. There's a whole new range of merch for the weekend. Paul and I are modelling it for what it is worth. don't breathe out, but we are modelling it. No, and damn fine it is. There then, it comes Nelson Piquet, masquerading as John Reeks, up towards Goddard. The Benetton B190. Nelson won the last 2 Grand Prix of the 1990 season in that.
Yeah, didn't Nannini win the Japanese Grand Prix when Senna got disqualified? Was that the same year?
I think that was 89, because at the end of 90, Alessandro had his helicopter accident and severed his arm, if you remember.
That's right, yes.
And I think Roberto Moreno was brought in as the super sub. But
that's right, Nelson won too, didn't he?
That's right, yeah. I think Nelson won at that race, but it was it the year before when there was that controversial exclusion, yeah. And of course, Alessandro came back after that. He had his hand reattached and with limited mobility, or a reduction in mobility, but he raced in the German Touring Car Championship for Alfa Romeo.
What a fantastic talent he was, though, in Formula One. Yeah. He was super, super quick, wasn't he? And very unfortunate, but good that he got back out racing.
Absolutely.
A bit like Robert Kubica.
Yeah, after his monster accident in the rally car. Yeah. Yes, if the commitment and the will is there, then it's amazing what people will go through, including going off at another tangent, as we will do lots of during the day. Septuagenarian Colin Turner, who lost his legs at Silverstone and was back out racing, barely 2 years on.
Yeah, Colin Turner, great guy. I love
Colin. Yeah. Right, the road in, heading to the pit lane. I mean, Ollie Webb is perhaps one of those rather underrated drivers, because he's not really been able to do full seasons in much for a while, but he was a mega quick driver in his Formula 3 days, for example, and still in sports cars.
Yeah, unbelievable. Formula 3 back in the day as well, and it was good to see. There's a few good people, actually. Ross Hockenhull I was talking to the other day.
Really?
He was telling me some great stories about Leighton House, and he nearly got that F1 deal, but they went bust.
There's a name from the past, gosh.
Yeah,
was he a turkey farmer?
No, he was a labourer.
Was he? Oh, I thought there was a turkey element to the Hockenhulls at some point.
Maybe.
In Champion Vulton days.
Yeah. Oh, it could have been, yeah. What a guy. Love him to bits.
Gosh, Ross.
Well, I'm going to love you and leave you, because I'm going to get set up for my next little bit.
Enjoy. So we'll let Paul go and drool. The danger also, just as a warning, when you go in the paddock, you keep bumping into people. There's another member of the ITV touring car commentary team here doing laps in a Porsche and looking for cake, for example, one T Harvey. And just about everywhere you go, there's another face that you recognise, and you keep stopping and chatting to people. It's a great atmosphere at Supercar Driver Secret Meet, and we'll bring you some of those personalities over the course of the day, as well as the cars. We'll be talking Praga very shortly, but for now, the Ignition GP demo comes to an end. One or two of the teams with a little bit of work to do. Coming up shortly, we're going to enjoy the other race cars, the Motorsport demo on track, so not the single-seaters, but a touring car, sports car demonstration, which will be, I'll say demonstration, they'll still be very quick laps, but it'll be well worth watching, because there's great variety within that, and all building up towards the track shootout that is going to be getting underway round about 15:30 this afternoon. 15:30 this afternoon, that should be when we are in business. So for now, the March 891 is going to be retrieved. Let's go and talk about something else then. Praga is our next topic of conversation. Let's rejoin Amanda Stretton.
Thanks very much, David. Yes, I'm down here at the Lichfield stand, and I am going to be talking all things Praga. First of all, Mark Harrison, who many of you will know. I've spoken to Mark before. We actually talked when you debuted the car just a few days before at the Winter Ball. And Ian Litchfield from Lichfield, who is responsible for all the engines. Mark, first of all, starting with you, obviously, when we last spoke, it was the Supercar Winter Ball, and the car had debuted just a few days before. How have the last 6 months been?
A bit of a roller coaster in the right way. So yeah, that was the sort of private debut of the car, was the Winter Ball, and what is it, Tuesday today? We've just debuted the car publicly Saturday and Sunday at Heveningham Concourse, and we came straight from there on Sunday night to set up here. And it's just amazing to have the car on public display finally, because it's been, well, over a year actually since we've been showing it privately, and the response is phenomenal. So it's worth all the hard yards of the private displays and all the coolness that comes with that. And it's great to be on the stand with Ian as well, because Ian and Lichfield is just integral to the whole essence of the car. So and it's a real partnership. So I like doing it. It's much better to work with your partners and tell the story together. So it's great to be with Ian and the team here as well.
And Ian, Are you feeling that love as well? Obviously, I mean, they love you.
Yeah, well, we've worked with Praga for a long time now. We actually sold the first Praga race car probably 2014 to 15, something like that. So we've been with the brand for a long time, and we've been quietly helping them in behind the scenes with the engine and the setup. So it's been a really good system.
Right, tell me a little bit about it. You've got a static display there. We can go down there, or we can point at...
This is the original home for the engine, and then it's been heavily modified to Praga's exact specs. So, yeah, we started out as a Nissan GTR engine, but now it's got our own twist and Praga's specs to it. So it's got different internals, it's stripped, changed. It's now got a dry sump. It's 140 millimetres shorter, it's lighter, and it's significantly more powerful.
How long did that take you?
It's probably been two years, I say, 2.5 years worth of development work, quietly working with the team. Obviously, there's a lot that goes in back at the factory in order to make these things fit and work properly, and to utilise the fact it's so lightweight as well. So, yeah, it's been a lot of work.
Now, I always wonder, when you start a project like this, obviously you have to start making decisions and you start going down a line of production, but is there ever a point that you think, oh, I'd just like to have another 6 months and I could do this?
Well, we're lucky we've been working with the engine for a long time. So the engine spec was the easy bit. It was more about integrating it into the chassis, which the Praga team back at the factory had done such an amazing job on. And then, of course, there's all the calibration, because it's very different in a car that weighs, a significant amount less, to make it drive smoothly, everything perform nicely, because it's got to be user-friendly and reliable, which it's proving extremely good.
And of course, this is the car that you drive to the track day, do your track day, and then you can drive home again as well.
It's a very, very practical 700 horsepower, below 1,000 kilo race-bred hypercar. Yes. But in all seriousness, it's whether it's the engine, we've got these side pods on the car that have 50 litres of storage space. Whether it's the suspension systems, the braking systems, the whole packaging of the car. When you're working on a car that's below 1,000 kilos and 700 horsepower, if you don't get the packaging right, then you just can't even hit anywhere near those targets. So the genius really of the whole car, I think, is the engineering, and whether it's the powertrain, whether it's the suspension systems, the interior itself, the packaging on the interior is just phenomenal. So the engineering team working with Litchfield has done an amazing job just to make what seems a very simple concept reality. So I've just got the easy job of selling the things now, but it's the interest is phenomenal, mainly because of the way the car looks. I mean, that draws people over, but then when you actually say yes, it is road legal, okay.
I do remember as well Ben talking lovingly about the cubby holes.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're probably completely ripped off from McLaren F1 or whatever but it's about making use of every single millimetre of space, and it is a road car, so it just proves the fact it's a road car. If you've got storage space for your trunks and your T-shirts for an overnight, or it fits race helmet, boots, suit, and with space for two people, and there's a cup holder in there, and so yeah, I mean the ride compliance of the car on road as well is great. So it does work as a road car. You can actually chat away to each other in the car, unlike one or two other cars that are around at the moment.
Well, I know it's going to be out on track later. You've been having it out and about plenty over the last few months, and much more to come as well. Guys, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing it actually moving. Paul, whereabouts are you?
Thanks, Amanda. Jeff Page, that was the longest standby I think I've ever had. Really? It's like I was waiting for a red flag to clear. Amanda just talking down in the pit lane, and it's great, isn't it, here, because everybody wants to talk about their cars. Your car probably got me about 1,000 followers on Twitter last night when I took a reel of it. 1997 Renault Laguna. Yep. This is the car that dominated with Alain Menu, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. Alain won the championship with this car. A number of wins that year. Really good season for Renault. Obviously, the car was run by Williams Grand Prix, so they couldn't get a better pedigree than that. And talking to an old friend of ours at Brands Hatch last weekend, it turns out that they had a massive budget for this, per car, massive, like 3 times what you would think it would need, but they spent it because it's Williams. Wow. But Menu benefited, Renault benefited, happy days. I'm sure it sold cars in the showroom as well. Well,
That's what it's all about.
They used to say, didn't they, race on Sunday, sell on Monday. And yeah, the money that went into it, I think it kind of put an end to Super Tourist in the end, didn't it? But a lot of activity here. Your car in particular, I cannot believe how low the Super Touring cars were. We can stand over the top of these cars. They're not very tall, are they? Because they were on the floor.
Absolutely, and it's got an active front end as well, which I'm not sure was legal back then. It wouldn't be legal now, where it's pivots on the front splitter, so you can go over the curbs and it doesn't damage the splitter.
Unbelievable. There was another teammate though, wasn't there, that was making his debut on the first weekend in Donington, and he kind of rattled Alan Menu, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Alan's a pro driver, and you know, you say you rattled him, probably did, but you know, took it in his stride. Still won the championship. Still won a lot of races. What can be better than that?
Yeah. And we were talking about another colleague of mine, Tim Harvey. You've got some great stories you can't really tell us about on the camera, because we've got to go to another demo in a minute. But good to see that we're still about the old touring car boys.
Absolutely, yeah. From back in the day, yeah, I was running the Peugeots back then, so yeah, happy days. Yeah. And then obviously I went on to the Proton with David Leslie and Phil Bennett.
Absolute legends. Love David Leslie. One of the first people to congratulate me on my emotional win at Alton Park, which David Addison hates me talking about. But we're going to leave now. I'll leave you to crack on, get yourself strapped in. Thanks for talking to us.
Problem.
But it's now the Motorsport demo, so enjoy.
Cheers.
Right, we're back in business then for our next Motorsport demo. We've turned our attention to touring cars, sports cars, GT cars, some of which nestle in the paddock here, some of which are in garages. And again, find a car and rule is basically the answer. The Aston Martin Valkyrie with Darren Turner at the wheel of it. All 1,000 horsepower V12, the Adrian Newey design car with input from Red Bull Advanced Technologies. This lateral acceleration of more than 3G. Quite the most breathtaking bit of kit Darren will talk to during the course of the day as well. He doesn't do quite as much racing as he did, but he's been a loyal servant to Aston Martin. Class winner at Le Mans, of course, in the in the GBR9 Aston Martins, and British GT race winner in class in GT4 of late as well. We've got the Ginetta LMP3 car out, I notice, as well, which is another one that's sneaked onto the entry. It's one of the beauties of a day like this. Cars just keep on arriving, you keep finding. So we'll come to the Ginetta in due course as well. The Valkyrie, in the meantime, comes now down to the Foggers Yeses. Got the GT3 Vantage, I think, further up the road as well. Some of these cars, of course, in private hands, some still active race cars. Some are purely for a day like this. The Valkyrie, for example, doesn't have anywhere to race, but it is always worth seeing on track, and perhaps even more so worth hearing. That's the LMP3 Ginetta. Now, who is driving that, we've not been told. A fair bet would be Mike Simpson, who tends to do the bulk of Ginetta's activity, although factory driver Charlie Robertson may well be behind the wheel, trying to do some helmet spotting here, but Mike would be a fair bet. I've also noticed that the Ferrari 550 GTS has crept out onto the circuit as well. That's another car from FIA GT era. A driver for that will try and trace. The Ginetta coming onto the pit straight now. And also going out is number 76, the IMSA Matlock Porsche, the Minshaw's car, Jack Minshaw at the wheel. So there's great variety in all of this, and a chance you can see from some of the early Can-Am sports cars, like that, for example, the M8F of Dean Forward. Now, that car that's come back into racing of late, a car that was initially an M8D, upgraded to M8F spec, went to America, came back. John Fulston drove that car very successfully in historic racing in the mid-80s, but back as an M8D, and then it was hidden away for a little while. And depending on who you talk to about the history of that McLaren, there's one school of thought that says that one of the owners for a time was Lawrence Stroll, who then sold it on because it wasn't interesting enough for him. But he's linked to the previous ownership of that car as well.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Like all of these things, you know, cars are damaged, cars are rebuilt, and the history becomes slightly distorted. Ginetta and Paul, I mean, it's been a tremendous part of national motor racing for the last decade also, with Lawrence Tomlinson's ownership. It's given us some great racing in the One Mate Championships, but as this car proves, there is more to Ginetta than just the juniors.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what people think about, isn't it, about the Ginetta Championships. But yeah, they had the Ginetta Festival at Silverstone, didn't they? They had the LMP1 car there, I think. But like you rightly said, Matt Simpson and Charlie Robertson, they've done all right out of Ginetta, haven't they? They've done quite a lot of factory driving, and it's always good to see those cars out on track. But yeah, all sorts of wonderful cars. This motorsport demo is fantastic.
So we have the Lola T160 a moment ago, heading down towards the Fogarty S's, and the Lola. Oh, there it is, coming down rather slowly, coming down towards the hairpin. It's the car of David Keir's Trafford, 1968 car, built for Group 7 sports car regulations, which said that the car had to accommodate 2 seats. So there is just about the width for 2 seats, although of course for the aero, one was always covered over. This car followed the T70. It follows on track the Rally, the 911 SCRS, which is the car that Seb Perez is driving, ProDrive built car, and that was really brought into rallying by Porsche because Rothmans, that was sponsoring Group C, wanted to go into rallying as well, and Porsche thought, okay, well, we've got, that's the closest, let's run that. So they quickly made an RS version of it and threw that onto the special stages, and inevitably, because it was coming up against four-wheel drive machinery, it was better on tarmac than anything else.
And Seb was a fantastic driver in the junior formula, but also going forwards, when I speak to him, he's as enthusiastic about rallying as he was circuit racing. So yeah, great to see Seb out there and giving it in the big one in that Porsche. And I just didn't really think that that would be a car that you would go rallying in a Porsche. It's very successful. Nick Whale tells me some good stories about Porsche rally cars.
Yeah. I mean, they did very well, oddly, in the Middle East, partly because of, you know, you might think that's strange because of all the sand, but Saeed Al-Hajri was multiple Middle East rally champion. Mohammed bin Sulayem, FIA president, was another very successful Porsche rallyman.
This is a bit of you, innit?
The trouble is, I can remember watching this car when it was new, you know, a bit like the Renault touring car. This is Jack Minshaw, in the Minshaw family, the Dima Twings family owned car. It was the IMSA Matmut performance entry of Patrick Pilet, Raymond Narak and Patrick Long from memory. That was a class winner at Le Mans.
That's ridiculous that you've just... I thought you were going to have the only ever wrong bit of information that you've ever given in like 50 years.
Paul, you're very good for my ego, I tell you. But it's in Period colour scheme, the correct number from Le Mans, the 911 GT3 RSR. It got to 997 by this. RSR for Rennsport Rennwagen, in other words, racing sport, racing car. 450 horsepower, 3.8 litre, 6-cylinder water-cooled engine, and as I say, it won its class at Le Mans.
Another Le Mans car. This is fantastic. I was going to speak to these guys. The Morgan Oak Racing LMP 2 car from 2013, isn't it? I think that is.
Yes, indeed.
Oliver Pla on the side of that car from back in the day.
Second in its class at Le Mans, and it was the runner-up to its teammate. And part of the reason that it was second was that it was, as you rightly say, Olivier Pla, who put it on class pole position for the race, Alex Brundle and David Heinemeier Hansen, and he tangled with one of the LMP1 cars in the night, and they lost a chunk of time. So in the end, it was a lap down in its class, but it was still second in class.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I tell you, Le Mans is just... do you know, I've never been.
Have you not?
I've never been. I know you've been, obviously, for work, but you've been with not work-related stuff. Which is better?
For me, it was working, because I didn't know... I make a lousy spectator these days. I have to be doing something. So sitting in the campsite, not being able to have access to timing screens and all of that was really alien to me. I could probably go back and have another go at it. Probably. But it always amazes me how often you would go to Le Mans and come back having, you know, followed qualifying and practice and the race and pit stops and all of this, and you talk to people on the ferry on the way back. Oh, you've been to Le Mans? Yeah. Who won? Well, I thought you said you'd been. Well, yeah, but, you know, we had a few beers. And, well, I can remember one conversation, it was the year Johnny Herbert won it. Oh, right, OK, what car was he driving? You know, you've been there for the best part of a week. No, it is a party with a race going on, isn't it?
Love that. Do you know, that what you've just said is like me being at the British Grand Prix with James Thompson, double British Touring Car winner, who, if he catches you watching a race car, you have to down pints of whiskey and pints of vodka. Yeah. So if he catches you at the fence watching a car, that's you done. Talking of British Touring Cars and James Thompson, he was up against this car in a Honda, wasn't he? So Honda Accord, it was never the best car in the world, the Honda Accord, but this is just absolutely stunning. And what a great little link we've got to this menu car. Jeff Page has got some right dirt on Tim Harvey, by the way.
Good.
I didn't want to throw him under the bus.
Slip him a fiver. Get it all on tape. This car was again one of many through the Super Touring era that just moved the goalposts that little bit further. Jeff were talking about the fact earlier. Williams had become involved by this stage. It was Didier Dubai who was the team manager, and on the outside it was a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine car like all of the others. And you know what was so special about that? But what they did was move the engine back. They put the driver rather closer to the centre line just to help with the weight distribution. There was a team of 40 people running each car, and now it looks quite ordinary, doesn't it, compared to a modern day or a different generation of touring car. Wow. But that moved the goalposts on.
Yeah, and this was, they started to sprout wings, didn't they? Was it 95 they started to put wings on and things like this? So 6 and 7, oh, that's not good, is it? Or is that a lock-up? Oh, that's not good, that's coming to,
That's one of Rick Wood's fleet of Skylines, possibly Jake Hill at the wheel of it.
Oh, Jake will know better to keep going in that. That could be a turbo.
That's heading for the pits, absolutely. Yeah, that's having a shakedown and has been shaken down. Yeah, you're right. 95 for the majority. Seb Perez is going to prove it's a rally car.
Go on, lad.
This, the Muscle Milk HPX, you can see, run by Aaron Scott's team.
Scott Sport.
Exactly. So it's either Aaron or Jonathan Kennard or Mike Canton on the wheel. The HPD, that's... We've lost the car for the moment, but it has the oh, hello, that's another one that's crept in that we weren't expecting, the March in the background. That's probably out of Scott's stable as well. The HPD ARX 03A LMP1.
Yeah, easy for you to say,
it's
mate.
A horrible name.
Imagine having to say that, like, for 24 hours.
Go by the number, I think, wouldn't you? Oh, it's not a March. It is, I think I'm right in saying that's the Courage.
Oh, it's got a French flag on the side.
Right. Sold in that case. Yeah. Which therefore means...
Look at that. That's stunning. The flames again. The flames coming out the exhaust on the downshift. Absolutely love it. People slowing down here. What's going on? They're still going at some rate of knots. I'm very impressed. But I think at the minute my winner for freestyler of the day is the Porsche rally car.
Yes.
And Seb giving it the big one.
Yeah. And he's a circuit racer and rally driver, so he knows what he's doing. Right, that's the HPD in the Muscle Milk colours then from ALMS. There was another of these that was run by Starworks that won its class at Le Mans, but they had great success in American sports car racing. The Muscle Milk team, I want to say Greg Pickett was responsible for that. Honda's 3.4-litre V8 engine behind the wheel, behind the driver. Right, Ferrari's ancient and modern there, 550 in the 488.
Wow.
I think I'm right in saying it's Harvey Stanley in the 488. He works with and drives cars with James Cottingham.
That 550's got some waft, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, round the outside, mate. Go on, son. Have some of that.
You can see, though, in that, because the 550 was a Pro-Drive inspired car. You can see where the Aston Martin DBR9 came from. You can see the lines, can't you? Yes. Frederick Dorr funded that project. And then lots of the lessons learned were put into practice for the Aston Martin that then became its big rival.
Unbelievable. Such a cool car, actually, the 550 still looks.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And there's the Vantage GT3, current day GT car.
Interesting. What's your take on GT3 and GTE and what's happening at Le Mans?
I suppose I'm slightly biased in this, given that I do lots of things for SRO that created GT3. It'll be good to have GT cars back at Le Mans. At the moment, GT3 racing has been fantastically strong.
Yeah.
I would hate to see teams dropping away from the SRO championships purely with the carrot of Le Mans, but I don't think you can really stop that. There are so many GT3 compliant categories around, whether it's SRO, whether it's the Le Mans Cup, whether it's Asian Le Mans, whether it's GT Cup in the UK. You know, if you have a GT3 car, you can still go and race it somewhere. So one would hope that there are enough drivers interested and teams wanting to run them to plug the gap of any that do drop out and go that way.
Money-wise, though, it's
going to get more expensive because the carrot will be Le Mans. And, a 24-hour race is expensive. You've got to do the World Championship to do that, and there are more flyaways. So, but that's down to the teams to worry about. And if they can't do that, at least there's a home to go and race the cars in back in Europe or Asia or America or Australia. It's not quite like a hypercar where you've only got like one championship.
Very
so
true.
We'll see.
The drivers, though, they did like the situation of no ABS and no traction control, didn't they? But
they did.
Yeah, the money side of things. But look, I think I remember this racing.
So that's from the early days of the Super Trofeo.
Yeah.
Which I think was that in the days of was that a Diablo in that era?
Ooh.
The early Diablo.
That is a Diablo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Look at the rear of it sliding around.
So that links, that type of car, here's fascinating fact 37 of the day, right? That type of car links the British Touring Car Championship and SRO.
I know.
How?
Right. Lease plan?
Keep going.
Is it the owner of lease plan?
Keep going. I want to see how far you can dig here.
No, I just remember lease plan being on. There's a link there. That lease plan name. There's a link somewhere. And
okay, that might be the link. It wasn't the one I was going for. In 2000, in the non-Alan Gow era, at Brands Hatch for the August British Touring Car Championship meeting, there was a race, the support race, outside the TOCA package was for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo on the Indy circuit, the grid of those. One of which was raced by Stefan Rattel.
Wow.
So he raced at a TOCA meeting,
Is that right?
There you go.
Wow, well, I didn't know that.
You didn't care either, did you?
No, well, my first year in touring cars was 2001, and that was the that wasn't an Alan Gow era either.
No.
Wow. Super Trofeo, lovely.
Now, McLaren M1B, I want to say, Marcus Black's car with the Oldsmobile engine from 1965.
That's not much colour on that, is there?
No.
It doesn't like it's got a driver in it.
But that is your early Can-Am car, and we'd seen, in fact, it's just gone back out on track, the M8F, the proper McLaren Papaya Orange. If you get a chance to compare and contrast on track, the M8F is just at the top of the Craner curves, but you'll see within the space of only 4 or 5 years, really, how Can-Am had become so outlandish. These were meant to be big engine, 2-seater sports racing cars, and the likes of Lola came along and McLaren thinking there's a market, and then, as you'll see with the M8F, the game changed. You've got Ross Wiley's Carrera Cup car just up the road further there.
There's a lot of ground clearance on the front of that car, so it'll be all right over the curbs.
Right, there's your M8F. So that's how Can-Am evolved, okay?
That's great. That is that's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah. I bet if Ian Flux is watching this, he'll be absolutely loving these pictures today. He's got a few Can-Am stories. Unbelievable.
Well, he raced them in Thundersports in the cars from the early 80s that then Can-Am had sort of had its third effort at surviving by that stage, and the cars were coming over here to be raced in Thundersports. But yeah, you're right, he drove the Lola T530.
T530, yeah.
Right, that takes you back to the Oak Racing team. Jacques Nicolet was Oak Racing, which had bought Saulnier Racing, which was Prometechnic. Serge Saulnier.
Jensen Button.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, when it was there was sort of Prometechnic UK, which was Serge Saulnier, but Chris Weller.
Yes.
Ran it. Chris is still around in F4.
Lovely guy.
Absolutely.
Know his son really well.
Yeah,
good guys.
Yeah, no, they
really
are
good people.
But Serge Saulnier then renamed it Saulnier Racing, and Jacques Nicolet bought Saulnier Racing, and he'd also we've moved on again, I know, but Jacques Nicolet also bought Pescarolo as a company, because Henri's team was struggling for money. And so that car, because it was badged a Morgan, it was effectively based on an earlier Pescarolo chassis. Right, you cannot look at a Lamborghini Huracan and not go, wow, because of the noise. That to me is just like a symphony at work.
It's just the best sounding and one of the best looking GT cars. And Mark Lemmer's sick of the sight of it. If I'm ever at a GT round and I see you there as well, and I just head for Lemmer, because I know Lemmer will let me have a look around. And I mean, I've drove British GT cars, but not in GT3 spec, but not proper GT3 spec. Mine was a dirty old RPM Dodge Viper, nothing like this. I mean, it would never have turned round a corner like that.
I was going to say they were a bit agricultural. I mean, they were of their time, but compared to this.
This is a fact for you. So around Croft Circuit, when I first ever drove the car, it was a H-pattern GT3 Dodge Viper, and I only used third and fourth gear around the whole circuit. Third gear for the hairpin, had that much torque, and it was they were that geared so long, you just used fourth gear. It was just like, awesome. There was no rev change. It was like driving a Scania. They were unbelievable.
Whereas this car has things called aero and wings
and suspension.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, Lamborghini, to be fair to the brand, has also come on in massive strides from the Diablo that we were looking at earlier. You know, in those days, the one-make championship in any motorsport was sort of run by the last bloke in the office on Friday, but about 10 years or so ago, if not more, Lamborghini Squadra Corsa was established. Giorgio Sana, who'd raced for Lamborghini, was put in charge of that. You now have a European, an American, and an Asian one-make championship. You have the World Finals, and they're coming into Hypercar, and they're big in GT racing, and they've got lots of private customers, and the brand has just moved on.
Yeah, they've done such a great job, haven't they? It's stunning. This kind of car reminds me of Matt Griffin.
Correct.
Yeah. He's a great guy. Love Matt a bit.
So that's, I think I'm right in saying, a 458 from the World Endurance Championship. I need to go research this one, because this is another one that's crept into the mix. But you can see off the livery, it's one of the Japanese entries from Le Mans. But
this is like the Matrix has glitched in a Toka 2 game. I'm just waiting for the tank to come down the track as well. It's like bring what you've got.
Yeah, I mean, Ferrari for GT racing, you're right. Matt Griffin with Duncan Cameron, very successful in the British Championship. The late Alan Simonson with Hector Lester. And you know, so many of the cars in different championships. And a bit like we just said with Lamborghini, of course, they ran a detuned version of a GT3 car as the one-make car. 458s, then 488s,
with no wings on the rear and things like that.
That's right.
They were pretty quick, weren't they, in a straight line?
We've got Darren Turner going back out in the Valkyrie just to terrorise everybody.
This is just going out to wind a few people up, isn't he?
Absolutely. That's the McLaren M1B again that we were looking at a little earlier, the early Can-Am car. Marcus Black at the wheel of it.
Oh my word, David. That was some speed he's come down there in. He must be on tyre warmers. Listen to that.
It's a tough life being Darren Turner, isn't it?
I absolutely, do you know what, I want to hate Darren, but he's such a nice fella.
Absolutely.
It really annoys me. Talk about professional motorsport people, which we aren't. Darren Turner is one of the most professional racing drivers I have ever met. He's such a likeable and brilliant person. Time for everyone, time to chat, great stories. He's been and done everything, hasn't he?
But it all started by accident.
Yeah, so he was telling me about that because he wasn't really interested, was he?
No, he was a mechanic for a team because it was a job in one of the units around the back of Silverstone. And one day, all the people with these units said, "Why don't we all get together and go karting?" And so Darren said, "Yeah, go on. Yeah, all right." And he absolutely wiped the floor with people. And they said, "You're quite good at this. You didn't tell us you'd race." He said, "No, I haven't."
That is crazy.
And that's sort of where the career was kick-started from.
Wow. I remembered that story, I didn't know the karting bit, and it was unbelievable. Yeah. He's done ever so well, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Director of the BRDC.
What a guy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you can't, if you ever watch this back, Darren, we're just both bowing down to you.
I'll settle for a ride in the Valkyrie.
Ride in the Valkyrie, and this time not to get my car towed away from the car park. That'd be nice.
Honestly, you can take the boy out of witness, but... So the Valkyrie heads up the hill. I mean, we'll talk to Darren during the day, but something like this, he's got to be ever so mindful of the closing speed, hasn't he? Because that is a totally unique design of car, and you know, a GT3 Lamborghini is not slow.
It's not slow.
But you know, up against 1960s sports cars, you're arriving on top of them very, very rapidly.
Of course, yeah. And it's in the middle of the corners, isn't it? Sometimes, you know, if somebody comes out that throttle. But I've got to admit, I am very surprised at how fast these cars are being driven. There's kind of no holds barred here, but it would be rubbish if we were just talking about a track day and this is like a general test and like they'll think the qualifying for something these lot.
Now, we've been talking about the GT3 Huracan, we've been talking about the Super Trofeo Diablo, and in the paddock there are yet more Lamborghinis, and you can either drool over these or go and drool over those. And in terms of being in the paddock, Amanda has decided that the road-going versions, and there are so many different types of Lamborghini there, are well worth a look. I could not disagree. Amanda, time to talk Lamborghini.
It certainly is. I'd love to know what the collective of Lamborghini is. Is it a load? Is it a load? Anyway.
It's a pen of raging bulls.
A pen of raging bulls. Well, I am here in the Lamborghini paddock. Of course, Lamborghini is celebrating 60 years this year, so it's a big mark. And Ciro from Petrol Hedonism is here with me, and we're going to talk all things Lambo. And we're starting with this. This is my favourite, and I'm going to fess up something to you now, which I hadn't told you before we went on air. I've got an Alfa Romeo Montreal. I don't know if you know what it is, but it's Bertone designed as well, and it's got a lot of very, very similar features to this, which is why I like this so much. But I can't afford one of these.
Wow, we're here to talk about Lamborghini, but you've got one of those. Wow. So yeah, absolutely. The Bertone design from the Alfa to the Miura is very similar. I'm just blown away that you have one. What an amazing car. But let's talk about this Lamborghini Miura. So 1963, Ferruccio Lamborghini started Automobili Lamborghini. The 350 GTV landed at Geneva and blew away the world and blew away Enzo Ferrari, of course. But we're here with a Miura S. This is absolutely stunning in its red with the eyelashes. And when you look back at the 60s and to see one of these on the road, Rod Stewart owned 3 of these. It was absolutely phenomenal and changed the whole era. However, people say this was the beginning of the supercar era. It was a definite change in the supercar times and cars, everything, but it was the Countach that literally was the revolution. So we take a walk down here as you go past this amazing run of skittle-coloured Lamborghinis, from the Huracans to the Gallardos. You have the Murcielagos. Everything is represented here. Supercar driver done an amazing feat of bringing everybody together, and we have Diablo SE30s. Every Lamborghini is represented, but I want to talk about the Lamborghini Countach. We have this Gumball 3000, 5000S Countach. This one here is what changed the world when it comes to supercars, and the design is very edgy compared to the Miura, the beautiful curvy lines to the jagged edges of the Countach. What are your thoughts about this one?
Well, I like it. I mean, I do like it, but I would always, if I was buying one of them, I would be going for the Miura. I mean, I think this is a chalk and cheese, a sort of, what's the saying? You either love Marmite. It's a Marmite car. Would you agree with that?
It is a Marmite car. There's a lot of people have had really bad experiences of driving them, and I've had an absolutely amazing experience of driving them. I find them really comfortable. I find them amazing, and it was the car that was on my poster wall when I was a kid, and really just takes me back to when I'm walking around this paddock. I get goosebumps.
Than me, that's why.
For me, the Miura is my favourite, but completely unobtainable. The Countach is the one that was in the Cannonball Run movie, and for so many people of my era, it just resonates with what made us become petrol heads. But as you look around this paddock of bulls everywhere, as I say, they're all represented. The V12 engine from Bizzarini, you've got the Bertone design. These from the Miura to the Countach to the Diablo to the Murcielago and to the Aventadors, they're all here at Supercar Driver. What an amazing feat to have them here and to celebrate 60 years of Lamborghini. Well done.
Well, it has been amazing, and my goodness, aren't you enthusiastic? I think if anybody wants to come down here, you need to find this man, and he's going to, he'll get you driving away in one before the day is out.
Yeah, mine's for sale. So if anybody wants a Gallardo manual coupe, it's for sale.
But let's just talk very quickly about this as well, because these have really revolutionised, I think, the world for Lamborghini, haven't they?
So let's talk a few stats. Up to the Gallardo, there were 16,000 ever made Lamborghinis up to the Gallardo, this one here. With the Gallardo, literally, Audi VAG doubled the run of cars ever made by 16,000, literally doubled it, 32,000 cars. Then obviously with the Aventador, now with the Urus, it's gone astronomical. The sales are phenomenal, the profits are phenomenal, and they've really absolutely hit the ball out of the park with the Urus. It's the first super SUV. They literally did what they did with the Miura and with the Countach, changed the game across the world, and they're selling for over list price. There's a waiting list for them. They built a £1 billion factory just for the Urus. It's V8 twin-powered, twin-turboed. It's phenomenal, and it's a family wagon, but they're so sought after, and they just look amazing on the road as well. People will say they're the Audi RSQ8. They all share the same platform. A lot of cars nowadays do, but if you're going to choose a super SUV, you're going to go for the Lamborghini Urus.
Brilliant. Well, listen, thanks very much. And from one supercar, Hypercar, I'm actually going to be heading over there right now. And yeah, I'll be catching up with you in just a second. Right, thank you. Lovely to see you. Right, come with me and we're going to go for a little walk. I hope cameraman is going to, you're going to manage to get through, through this pen of raging bulls now. So much to see down here in paddock number 2. We've got the motorsport cars over there, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on them as well throughout the course of the day. But this now is the Hypercar paddock, and I mean, we're just going to have a little look through here. I want to head up this way. Oh goodness, I haven't even seen what this is. But I'm going to be heading up here, and we're going to be looking at some of the real standout cars that I've been very much looking forward. I'm actually heading towards the AMG 1, which is a car that I am really excited to see. Heard so much about it. We've got another beautiful Miura here. This is an SV version, which doesn't have the same eyelashes, if you want to get really geeky. But yeah, my Alfa Romeo is orange as well. I think all 70s cars should be orange. You can hate me, you can agree with me. Right, here we go. James.
How are you?
Right, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Right, we finally made it up here into the Hypercar paddock.
Yeah.
And there are just so many incredible cars. This is James from Supercar Driver. First car I want to talk about though is the Mercedes Project One. So let's go and take a look at this. We're going to have to sort of find our way through. Now, the guy that owns it was here. He seems to have disappeared. And it was open as well, which is a bit of a shame. But anyway, let's just talk about this. Now, I mean, this really is a very special car. This is proper F1 technology sort of packaged into a road car for today.
It is, yeah. It's been in the works for sort of over 10 years now, the Mercedes AMG Project One. Lewis Hamilton's been driving one round recently, and this car's only just been delivered. It's his first outing for the owner, so exciting times, really.
And he was saying that he hasn't even had a chance to drive it yet.
No, I think it's been in the works for a while. They've been trying to sort a few teething issues, but it's here now, and hopefully it'll be on the parade later today.
Now, this is one of the things that I love about these new cars. I don't know if you can see this, but in order to sort of keep aero at its absolute best, the badges that would normally sort of stand proud, if you like, on the front of the car are all flush.
Yes, like weight saving, I think
Well,
they call it, yeah.
Exactly, weight saving. It is absolutely phenomenal. Definitely looking forward. And there's just so many nods to the Formula One car and Formula One racing as well in this.
And perfectly stood next to the Valkyrie. Yeah.
Now this is a car, I mean, this took so long for us to actually get these out on the road.
Yeah.
We'd seen it, it was trailed, it's an interesting looking car.
It is, yeah, no, it's just incredible, and compared to that, that's a V6, this is a V12, so they sound quite different, and I'm sure they perform slightly different, but technically they're rivals, and it's quite cool to, after all these years of development, to have them together here at the Secret Meet. It's pretty special.
There's a funny thing about the windscreen wiper on this as well that I remember. I think, well, I seem to remember, I'm reading somewhere these sort of quirky bits of randomness that stick in my head. There was something to do with the fact that the way the windscreen was actually designed, the curve on it, means that when the car is driving, the rain will actually roll off it.
Wow.
So it doesn't need a windscreen wiper. However, in order to make it road legal, it does need a windscreen wiper.
Yes, you've got to drive it quick enough, I guess, and then you won't see any rain.
Well, that was what Aston Martin were thinking originally, but then of course they realised that when the car actually comes to a stop at traffic lights, you might get
a bit of a problem.
Get a bit of a problem.
And then over there we've got the AMR Pro, which is the track focus version, as if that's not track focus enough. But yeah, that'll be running as well, hopefully.
So this is going to be out on track?
Hopefully, yes, for the Hypercar parade.
That is going to be very exciting.
Should be quite a sight.
Very exciting.
Together.
The other thing that's fun about this car, about the Valkyrie, are the tail lights. I don't know if you can get round there and see them, but they really are quite phenomenal. And it's something like the smallest bulbs in the whole world. Sorry, guys. Oh, correct. Oh, do you know about them? No, okay.
I only know the reason it's the size it is because they had to get an EU stamp on it.
Yes, so there we go. Well, that's it. We both know the same random stuff.
And that rear diffuser, the way it's sculpted like that, it's just incredible, isn't it?
It is. It's actually very beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful.
But I wouldn't want to be hitting. You definitely don't want to be bumping into anything or curbing it, do you?
The cars next to us either. This is this Ferrari Daytona SP3 next to it as well. Again, only recently been delivered. 312 development from the LaFerrari, and it's part of their Icona series. So there's a Monza SP1 and SP2, the ones with no roof, and then this is the next in line, SP3.
This is much nicer looking. Again, the Monza, I was just talking about Lamborghinis. And the Countach saying it's quite a sort of Marmite car. You either love it or you hate it. This is so much prettier though than the Monza.
Yeah.
I think. I didn't really like it.
No. So this takes inspiration from some of the '60s Ferrari racing cars, like the 330 P4. So the back, all those lines at the back, the way it's sculpted is that's why it's more beautiful, I guess. It takes from history.
Exactly. Now, one of the other cars which I've heard so much about, I've sort of seen it trailed and all the rest of it, is the T50. Now this is, hello! This is just sensational, isn't it? I mean, well, you talk about it.
It's incredible to see one in the flesh. Obviously Gordon Murray, famous for designing that McLaren F1 next to it, and this is sort of inspired on it, is Dario Franchitti jumping in. He's their chief test driver, and hopefully he'll be starting up for us to hear it. But yeah, no, it's this really special car. V12 sounds incredible, and manual gearbox, which is quite rare these days, isn't it?
Manual gearbox, central seat as well. Dario's standing here looking, or sitting here.
Here we go.
There we go. I wonder if we can have a quick chat. Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
I'm good.
Sorry.
Morning. Get out, Dario. Well, I might as well just hijack him now.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going?
It's good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm glad I brought a jacket.
I know, it's a bit nippy, isn't it?
It's just a wee bit.
Now, listen, I've been so excited to see this. I have never actually seen one in the flesh before.
It's a good colour, isn't it?
It's a good colour, but it's a bloody great car.
It is mega. It's absolutely delightful. I just drove it up the M1, and that was such an interesting drive coming up the M1. Which
yeah,
is
well, you really? You drove it down, did you?
Yeah, exactly. Pulled rank and said, yeah, I want to drive it.
Do you remember when I saw you on the M40?
Yeah.
That was a bit random.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's fantastic.
But look, what is this like to drive? I mean, are you aware of the fan when you're driving it regularly, or does that only, because of course the phenomenal thing about this car, for those that don't know, is that it's got this fan sort of rear diffuser setup, which really helps create the most amazing downforce. But yeah, what's it like?
We did testing with it on and off, and trust me, you notice when it's not there. So it's that's one of the parts of the car. It's a modern car that drives and gives you the experience of driving an old car. It gives you that interaction with the driver, manual shift, the way it steers, the way you've got to drive the car. It doesn't do it for you, and it's bloody quick too.
Is it? So you're going to be going out in the parade, in the Hypercar parade. Do you want a passenger?
I would love to, but unfortunately I've got a couple. That's a great thing. Got two passenger seats. I took it home last night, and my girls were looking at it, deciding which seat they were going to sit in when I took them to school.
Would you like my dogs to get in?
we had an incident.
We did have an incident. Yeah. Unfortunately, we can both still laugh about it now.
Yeah, it's the back seat of the Integrale's all fixed.
Yeah.
It's yeah, got it all clean. But no,
you took that well. You took that well.
Yeah, it was. You can fix these things.
Yeah.
This is an amazing event, is it not?
Oh, fantastic.
I have never. I mean, I came up a couple of years ago, but it just gets better, and it's just everywhere you look, there's people you know, people you like, just amazing cars. It's phenomenal.
No, it is fantastic. Well, listen, I'm going to let you get on with this. Andy's over there. Nice to see you, Andy. I saw him the other day as well. Right, James, come back here. Yes, it's really rather lovely, isn't it?
Lovely, isn't it? I love that colour on it as well.
And it's nice because it still does look quite old school.
It does, yeah. You can see the inspiration from the F1s next to it. Be interesting to see how these do value-wise compared to the F1, considering where that's at now.
Yes.
But yeah.
So, what else is really tickling your fancy here?
This is pretty special. The brand new Koenigsegg CC850. I think this might be one of the first times anyone in the UK has seen this car. It was unveiled at Pebble Beach last year. Again, this is a very special gearbox. It's 9-speed and it's sort of a dual between automatic and manual. So the way you shift, there's no clutch, but it feels like it's almost like the M3 CSL, you know, like 20 years on. But they've brought this into it, and it's got something like 1,000 horsepower, and it's very special.
Actually, a very pretty car as well.
Yeah, very pretty. And then next to it, we've got the Bugatti Divo, a member of ours who's been a member for a long time. He's also got that Daytona SP3 that we were looking at earlier. And this will hopefully be joining us on the parade as well.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Well, James, thank you very much. I think anyone that's a little bit lost for a wonder should make their way down here. I'm actually desperate to go and find out more about the aeroplane as well. I love the fact there's a plane in the middle of the Hypercar paddock. Have you seen in there yet?
I haven't had a proper look. No, I actually was lucky enough to fly up with Cirrus a few months ago in one of their SR series, but I've not been able to take a look at the jet, so that's a little bit step up. We'll enjoy it.
It is a bit of a step up. Right, well, I'll catch you a bit later on.
Thank you.
Lovely. So, welcome back, and we're at the Donington GP circuit, and I'm having a fantastic day actually. This is absolutely beautiful. As we can see, the road in single seater coming down absolutely flat out. It's actually stunning watching these cars come flying past the comms box, as into the comms box, flying in. That was a quick out and in, that, David Addison.
Didn't work according to plan, that. The intention was to find a Darren Turner to talk to, and I was clearly at the back of the queue because he's vamoosed. So, anyway. So, yes, you're quite right. Ignition GP demo is back underway. You apparently are now able to go off and head to McMurtry, which is your next point. This is the message I have to relay.
Super.
So,
well, I will do that right away.
Do as you're told.
And I'll catch you in a bit.
I shall look forward to it. Paul O'Neill, thank you for the moment. We'll hear more from Paul in Electric Avenue, in a sense, with the McMurtry, which is an amazing bit of kit. Back on track. Actually, we saw them not that many minutes ago, or it feels as though it wasn't that long, but time flies here. The Formula One and other single-seaters are back on track for their second ignition demo of the day. And this Supercar driver secret meet. What is encouraging is to see that the Leighton House, the March CG891, has gone back out despite its earlier travails. And there also John Reeks with the Benetton. Let's focus on that for a minute if we can, because that car debuted back in 1990 San Marino Grand Prix. Alessandro Nannini was third, Nelson Piquet was fifth. And from the previous year's cars, it had a new monocoque, it had new front suspension, more powerful Ford HB engine, 650 horsepower. That was a wow, but we're now talking of cars with 900 plus in some cases. So it was of its time, as we've been saying about other cars. Nelson Piquet won the last couple of races of 1990 in that car, and it comes then over the timing line, which will be in use, of course, later on in the day when we get to our shootout, the one-lap blast for single-seaters and sports cars that have entered for the end of the day. The Leighton House has gone by again. Kevin Mason's Renault, we were discussing earlier on, the 2006 R26 chassis that he's using. There it is, Fernando Alonso's World Championship winning car, coming then down into the Melbourne hairpin. Kevin's got a very nice collection of Grand Prix cars, which he doesn't race, because really there's nowhere to race them, but these days ideal for him. A bit of a lock-up, as he had before, in fact, at that corner. But it's just great to see the cars being driven, and of course in period colours. So over the line heads the Renault, the team, of course, that had sort of grown out of being Benetton that we've just been looking at. The car designed by Bob Bell, by James Allison, Tim Densham and Dino Toso. Pat Simmons was overseeing the car. It was Fernando Alonso and Giancarlo Fisichella who were the drivers that year, and Fernando Alonso very much the star. It took him to his second World Championship, and 13 points ahead of Michael Schumacher it was. It was Mild 7 Tobacco that was the sponsor. If you're wondering where Team Spirit comes from, that was what was used to cover up the cigarette livery for broadcasters when the car was in one of the countries where that was not permissible. The Tyrrell P34, six-wheel Tyrrell, is going back out again. You're looking at the Leighton House, however, heading towards the left-hander of Goddard's. Dean Forward is with the 89 chassis. Not sure that one made it. The Rodin in the background hustles on. Ollie Webb getting that well wound up. I hope it is dry for the shootout this afternoon, because that car is going to be absolutely mighty. Closes right up onto the marsh. Of course, when we get to the shootout, it's one at a time, so you get an out lap, a flying lap and an in lap. Don't have to worry about traffic. And Ollie Webb, oh so cautious, going down through the craners, understandably, just making sure he knows which way that slower car is going to go, and then he's back on the power. Lots of the cars looking slightly incongruous because they've got their own little GoPros fitted, so there'll be plenty more footage from the weekend, from the day rather, on YouTube, no doubt, in the next few hours. So the Rodin up the hill. Michael Lyons' McLaren I haven't spotted again after its problems earlier on. But hopefully that car is being worked on, ready to go out again. Now there is Ben Collins once more at the wheel of the Tyrrell P34, so getting a little bit more confident in the car now, having been out in it once already. Because of the from 1976 goes then over the timing line, heads to Redgate Corner, and then in this car that James Hansen has, and hopefully will also drive at some point during the course of the day, but the Tyrrell, the Derek Gardner design car with the tiny little front wheels, the aim of all that was for better aerodynamic penetration if you increase the tyre contact, and therefore helped ordering the braking. And it did work up to a point until Colin Chapman rather rewrote the rule book on traction with the ground effect cars of 1978. It was the surprise to just about everybody, because in the long forgotten pre-social media days there was no whisper on the street that a six-wheel car was coming. March and Williams subsequently had a look at it with rear extra wheels rather than as Tyrrell did at the front, but the March never raced. It has raced in historic racing but never as a period car, and the Williams was only ever tested. But with that slightly bulky front, but very wedge-shaped, as we were discussing earlier on in the day, the car was a winner for Jody Scheckter. It was only one win, in fact, the car had. It was always there or thereabouts, but just the one race win, and that was in Sweden in 1976. That in this colour scheme, Jody Scheckter took a win. The teammate, as you can see from the name on the side of the car, was Patrick Depailler, the very charismatic, very brave French driver, and he was joined by Ronnie Peterson for 1977, which was in some ways the dream team for Tyrrell. Two really good, hard-charging drivers, but the car wasn't really as compliant the year after. It was being left behind a little bit. So down through the craners goes the Tyrrell towards the Renault, goes to the outside, gets safely through, and Ben Collins accelerates then in a car from a totally different era where you had to have a manual gearbox, and as we heard Michael Lyons say earlier on, you had to toe and heel, not like all the paddle shifts that would be on the Renault. The Renault also from that era where lots of aerodynamic appendages were being added to the cars, so they weren't as clean in the lines. Dean Ford, I think, is having a pretty torrid time with the Leighton House. It stopped in the first session, it's going to stop again. It's just gone past the exit of the pit lane slowly and brought out a yellow flag. I think that car is going to park. Oh dear, oh dear. So this time it's on the runoff tarmac, but still in problems. That's the Dallara T08, the car for David McDonald to drive. The third generation of the car that fitted into Formula Renault 3.5, part of the World Series by Renault. This chassis ran from 2008 to 2011, and a bit of a lock-up there, I think, coming towards Goddard. Gets past the Tyrrell. It had a Renault V6 485 horsepower engine. Renault rather generously rounded that up to say it was a 500 horsepower car, but it was about 485, and designed to use either bioethanol or petrol. The car had a carbon, or does still have, a carbon body shell, new shaped front wing over the existing car, hollowed side pods, multiple side deflectors, and from 08, the first year the car was used, it was Guido van der Garde who was the champion, but the season that year had people like Robert Wickens in it. It had the likes also of Bertrand Baguette, Miguel Molina, that went on to be good sports car and GT stars. We've got another red flag because of the Leighton House having stopped on the way through Redgate, and there it is. So again, the recovery vehicle heads in that direction, and that car will be retrieved, and then we can be back in business as soon as. So all of these little interruptions, just testing the patience of the organising team, who are trying to juggle everything and keep as much track time available to everybody as they possibly can. So there is the John Reeps Benetton. Quite like the way, I think we talked about this last year, that John has also taken Nelson Piquet's crash helmet design. He's corrupted the colours, but he's kept the basic design and the shapes within the makeup of the crash helmet, which is quite nice, and the very colourful Benetton making its way up towards the pit lane. Benetton came into Formula One as a sponsor initially with Tyrrell, then with Alfa Romeo, and then bought the Tolman team, and then became a very successful constructor. We were touching on McMurtry earlier on. Thomas Yates of McMurtry can tell us a bit more about this remarkable company, and he is in the company of, down in the paddock, Paul O'Neill.
And that's exactly what it is. It's an amazing company, McMurtry. Thomas, wow, the MD of this company, you've come so far in quite a short space of time and set some records already.
Thank you, yes. I guess quietly behind the scenes, we've been working on, as a brand, we've been working on this for a long time. So 7 years now, nearly, we've existed for. But yeah, certainly 2022, when we took the Spearling to Goodwood and made a bit of a splash. That was the point for us becoming quite well known. That's for sure.
A bit of a splash. I was at Goodwood that day, and I know a lot of the guys and girls who drive up the hill. But it wasn't till I got home and seeing what was going on the internet, and it was every celebrity and every racing driver that you can imagine saying, oh my word, you've got to see this. And it was the video. I mean, putting to words what it meant to you in your position, and obviously the company for what Max did in the car that day.
Yeah, oh, crikey, put it into words. That's a difficult thing. It was a real turning point for us, and it was such a nice. There are so many people back at the factory that worked tirelessly on this car, and there's times when we felt like absolute lunatics, because I mean, who starts a project where you go, we'll just try and create a vacuum underneath the car at 200 miles an hour? That would be a thing. So yeah, there was a huge amount of effort that went in it, and it meant a huge amount to us to get the record. I mean, crikey, it stood for 23 years officially. So yeah, I think we were all a bit speechless. There was a lot of tears. There was, I think the crazy thing about the modern world as well is on the Sunday night, we all just sat there and we, a bit like you, looked at social media and just went like, oh my God, what is happening? But yeah, and it's been great because it's translated on the wall over there. You can see the Spearling Pure. That is the first customer version. We're unveiling that car in a couple of days, and they're selling really well. It's just the testament to the power of Goodwood. I mean, it's been such a transformational sort of experience and a transformational event for us to get that done. So yeah, we're really, really pleased.
Well, absolutely love it. It's a great story. And the new car you just touched on, can you tell us any more about it? There's a lot of people interested, people asking me about it, and I thought I'll find out. We'll speak to Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, aesthetically, obviously, it's very similar to the car that you can see in front of us, the actual Goodwood record holder. But the car is actually under the skin. It's all new. There's new powertrain, new fan system. We're on 60mm wider rubber, so this car will do about 2.8 to 3G lateral. That one will do more like 3.5. So it's a really good performance step. The run time's longer. It's just better in every way. We sort of refer to that one as the first validation prototype. We're going to do pre-production prototypes before customer deliveries in 2025. So yeah, we're just trying to make sure we get lots and lots of miles on the cars, and we're so excited to see what customers are going to do with them as well. I mean, I think doing track days is probably going to be a bit like bringing a rocket to a gun show, but you know, it's. Do
you think you'll end up getting banned from track days?
I really hope not, but there's lots of things people can do with them. So SRO have been kind enough to make the cars eligible for a GT1 series, which is an international series, and we're talking to lots and lots of event providers in loads of spaces, time attack, hill climb, all of those sorts of areas. So I think the exciting thing is we'll see these cars in competition as well as being just used for fun. And yeah, it's a really exciting future, to be honest.
Unbelievable. And to watch that, honestly, the people that were involved in pushing that video forward and just saying, watch this, can I be really honest with you, Thomas, it actually didn't look real. In a world of fake news, I thought, is this really happening? I mean, what were people saying to you? You know, were they saying, what have you done to this car? It can't just be sucked to the floor. It's got to be something else.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a step change technology. I mean, there's a phrase that we like to use, which is we've sort of become the custodians of this era-defining advantage that was created in the 1970s, and it's been dormant for so long. I mean, so Jim Hall, Chaparral 2J, 1970, they created that car, and I think it was supported by General Motors, and it was a bit of it didn't get enough development time. It was sort of dead before it even started, but the concept was sort of realised. And then Gordon Murray, working for Bernie Ecclestone at the Brabham Formula 1 team, 1978, Brabham BT46B. That was the first proper fan car. Nicky Lauda at Sweden obviously decimated the opposition in the first race, but then obviously put Bernie in a really tricky position because he was head of the Formula 1 Constructors Association. So immediately that car had to be withdrawn, and sort of politically it didn't ever really come to light. And then so 45 years later, here we are. Finally, we have a proper fan car, and we're really seeing what fan technology can deliver for us, and it's so exciting. I mean, you're right, people. They sort of look at it and it doesn't look real, but no one's seen since 1978, no one's seen what's possible with fan car that's not purely sort of wing based or underfloor based. This is actively driven downforce. We've got 2 tons of downforce from stationary. It's 0 to 60 at 1.4 on cold tyres. It's exciting.
That's actually what I was going to ask you. Did you ever think in your wildest dreams that you would beat a McLaren that I think was on tyre warmers that day,
yeah.
Which was Nick Heidfeld? I remember watching it thinking, that will never be beaten.
It's stuff of legend, isn't it? There's all sorts of rumours about the tyre warmers and how they get thrown out of the back of the van hot and all taking it quite seriously. But yeah, I mean, in fairness, that was a long time ago, so we should all hope that record was going to get broken because, I mean, progress has got to be made, hasn't it? But yeah, going into that weekend, we'd seen the simulation. We knew it was technically just about possible, but all testament to Max, because the simulation said there's a very, very small margin, but that if Max can drive it like he stole it, it might just about happen. And my goodness, did he drive it like he stole it? He did us so proud, and Alex Summers as well, obviously on the Saturday, keeping Max honest. So yeah, all testament to the drivers for delivering that time. But exciting to see what happens in the future. I mean, obviously that one does even more G, so we'll see.
Breathless. And that car couldn't quite make it, could it? The new car that's on the picture there couldn't quite make it to Goodwood as a shootout. Is that right?
Yeah. So the car will be on display, and this car will be doing lovely demonstration things. So it'll be opening up the shootout and the qualifying and I think the festival as a whole. So it'll be really, really nice.
Unbelievable. I'm there with BMW, so I don't think I'll be beating anything that you guys can throw at it. But Max Chilton, though, just a quick word on Max. Why did you pick Max?
Oh, goodness, he's just so good, isn't he? I mean, the stars just aligned. 2021, we were there at Festival of Speed, and one of our guys, Dave Turton, saw him in the distance and just grabbed him and dragged him to the stand. Because it's like, how many wonderful British Formula One drivers do you know that could potentially be sort of willing to work with the team? So we did everything we could to get Max. He's an unbelievable driver, and I mean, just all credit to him. I think it's so nice. I mean, in his Formula One career, he never really had a fast car. No one really got to see his potential. It was so good at Goodwood to be able to give him a fast car and to show what the boy can do, because he's very competent, such a safe pair of hands.
Amazing. Love it. Thank you for spending the time with us. Got a bit of a crowd now, which is amazing. But thank you, Thomas. Really appreciate it. Fantastic things happening down here. Amanda, I think you're with Jonty.
Well, I've now finally managed to find the man, the myth, the legend, Jonty Rydell from Supercar Driver. Very kind of you, Jonty, to join me this time, not stand me up like you did last year.
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Do you want me to remind you?
No, you're all right.
But last time you stood me up, it was because you got a ride in the F40 parade drive
yeah.
last year. So it seems rather appropriate that we are here with the 288 Evo on Tom Hartley Jr.'s stand, does it not?
I suppose you're right, yeah. I mean, this is pretty much the predecessor to the F40 LM that
I'm going to give you a different mic.
Oh,
there you go.
That helps. That I stood you up for, because this is the development car. It was destined to be a Group B car just before the whole Group B
thing,
got shelved,
yeah.
which is such a shame because it looks quite a bonkers car.
It does. Now let's talk about it, because aesthetically, it's all right from the side. From the front, I wouldn't say it's particularly my favourite.
I mean, it's got typical Italian build quality. You can sort of see, like, I mean, if you look at the seals around the windows here, it's definitely not what you expect for a multi-million-pound classic car, but that's called patina.
That is called patina.
It's very period. But yeah, so this was based on the Ferrari 288 GTO, and this was the car that homologated to go racing. This is one of 5 built cars. There was a prototype as well, which I believe then got changed and turned into an F40, because as you can tell from the design, especially of these doors, it's very much an F40 sort of shape, and this is kind of where they got the F40 idea from.
Yeah, I mean, you can, and you know, things like this as well. These are all very F40. And then the back windscreen, I don't call it a windscreen, what do you call it? Engine cover.
Yeah, engine cover, yeah. Yeah, you can see a lot of the design cues. Is obviously still a little bit of 288 GTO in it here, and around the back the rear lights are still very 288-ish. But yeah, I mean, this was designed to be more about racing.
Hello, boys and girls.
Hello. So we've just managed to lure Tom away from them. I don't know, were you selling a car? Clients.
Trying to sell a car, but you were giving me the eye.
So. Listen, if you want me to go and have a word
to close the
afterwards,
deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I need to brush up.
Yeah. We were just talking about your car.
The awesome 288 Evo. Yeah.
Yeah. You've driven it, haven't you? I mean, I remember.
Driven it. So, a little bit of background on this car. They only built 5 of them. Yeah. Some people think they built 6, but it was actually 5. This is the first of the 5 that was built. This is the car that was used for all the motor test reports in period. They only built 3 of the 5 with competition engines, and this is one of the 3. The other one is in Brunei, and the other one it belongs to another client. This is the only one that's road registered, which means I'm probably the only guy that's driven one on the road of recent times. And yes, they are shit hot. Sorry, they're good.
Hey, listen, don't worry about it. It's fine. So you've driven it on the road?
Yes.
Nice?
You know, it was much more usable than what I expected. I actually thought it was going to be too hardcore. Reminded me a little bit of a McLaren F1 GTR on the road, where you first think a long-tail car, you think, shit, that's a race car. Sorry. It shouldn't be on the road, but actually it's been... When the engine was rebuilt, it was knocking out 800 horsepower on the dyno, and they've brought that down a little bit to about 670, and it's very usable. You know, it's a car that Would I want to drive to the south of France? Probably not, because it's the only one as well that was born with the seats that it was designed with. All the other cars didn't have those seats in it. And
can we have a look inside?
Yeah. So this is the only one. This is the only Evo, because it was the first one. It was born. Here we go. I've got a microphone.
You got a mic now.
It was born with these seats, which it still has today, and they are racing seats, but the car's very usable.
It does look like the seating position actually is a little awkward.
Why didn't you sit in there and have a go?
Go on then. All right, John T, you're going to hold my mic. I'm going to sit in the car and have a. So you chat.
I'm going to try and brush up on my sales skills now. see if I can close the deal.
Yeah, you won't fit in with that.
So it really is the bridge between the 288 GTO and the F40. You know, it's the car that bridges that gap. It's just
It's not very comfy, is it?
Well, that doesn't help.
No. But what I mean is, it's not built for comfort.
No, they're racing seats.
Yeah.
They are, but it's a very usable car to drive.
Yeah. Is it going out on track today?
It's going out on track. I'm not going to take it, but somebody else is going to.
Who?
John T, who works for us, he's going to take it out.
Not you, John T. Oh, bad luck,
I
mate.
don't trust him enough. I've heard about his driving skills.
Wow.
So if you think of all those, this is what turns me on about the car. You think of all those Ferrari supercar collectors who have got the big five, the 288 GTO, the F40, the F50, the Enzo and the LaFerrari. And there's lots of people who have got those now. Like we've assembled 11 different collections for different clients of the five cars. Yeah, so there's loads of people who've got them. If you want to own the full Ferrari supercar collection, you need the unicorn.
Yeah.
If you don't have the unicorn, you don't have the full set.
I don't think you need sales advice from me.
Oh.
I think you've got it nailed.
I'm still waiting to be able to class you as a client, actually.
Oh, well, yeah, I need to win the lottery.
And I'm still waiting for you to shake down the F1 car.
Well, I know, we keep talking about that.
You never came back to me. She was invited to take the Williams out.
Right, John T, you need to hold this.
She was supposed to be testing the Williams for me, and she never came back to me.
How can you turn an opportunity like that down, Amanda?
And everyone said to me that I was mad to let her in the car, and I was like, no, she's more than capable. She's more than.
I've not actually seen her drive yet.
I'm actually off to Spa tomorrow to race in the 25-hour Fun Cup, which I think is my. That'll be me shaking myself.
That's about your power limit.
Shaking myself down, ready for an F1 test afterwards.
Well, good luck with it.
Thank you very much. But Tom, thank you so much. It is not the prettiest car that Ferrari have ever turned out, but I can certainly see it's possibly the most interesting.
I think from the rear, it's phenomenal.
I think the front is what lets it down.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Oh no, listen, it doesn't have to be beautiful to be amazing and to be a unicorn.
If we all like brunettes, I feel sorry for those poor blondes.
I'm going to end this conversation now.
I think the term is nice arse, shame about the face.
Yes. Oh my goodness. On that note, I'm definitely leaving this conversation
anyway,
now. Tom,
good
Johnson,
to see you both.
Thank you.
Well, goodness me, I'm not really sure what to say after all of that. The political correctness goes right out the window, and I think that's what happens when you get this excited with this automotive delights that we're seeing out on track through the course of the day. This one, we're back to a sponsor session, so if you heard my tones in the commentary box last time this morning, it was for the sponsor session again, and another beautifully eclectic mix. I've been down in the pit lane enjoying getting up close and personal to whether it was the F1 cars, the GT cars of all shapes and sizes. They'll be back out again shortly. Well, actually, no, not till this afternoon for those guys, because after this sponsors session, we will be having the Hypercar track parade and then the grid walk opening up for everyone. So again, reiterating the point, because I know Adam from Supercar Driver really wanted me to push this point, is that you are able to get on the grid for the grid walk, and I'm pretty sure you need to get up at what is normally my commentary box when I'm here commentating on race meets, at the far end below race control, the tallest tower that you've got here on this whole complex, the pit complex, a pit in end, if you will. And normally we'll go out through that part, and then they'll safely get you onto the circuit. Normally what will happen though is that you'll need to wait until all the cars have got themselves out into positions, everything's static. The grid area will be nice and safe for people to make their way out, get up close and personal, and even better photographs where you have them in position on the start-finish straight. With the whole Donington Park start-finish straight as the surround to the hypercars. And of course you were just hearing about the Carrera GTs, and with it being another big celebration, the Carrera GT 20th birthday. We've got a few actually for this, because we got Lamborghini's 60th and the 60 years of McLaren racing, so plenty going on over the course of today to give us celebration, as if we needed an excuse with these cars out there. I said eclectic, didn't I? You saw that with eclectic, with even a small pocket rocket, and you see although there's no number plate on it, a road-going Porsche out there, and taking their passengers out for rides as well. Why not? Look, going down through the Craner curves, one of those grip it and rip it famous parts of a circuit. Of course, we've got Ayrton Senna's old McLaren here, and that's the site of quite a famous race when it was chucking it down with rain, and he just had the most belter of a opening, couple of laps, certainly the first lap, when he made up a ridiculous number of spaces going down through the Craner curves into Old Hairpin. Of course, it's called Old Hairpin, and yet it's not actually a hairpin, for those that may not be fully familiar with the circuit. Just seeing the background there as the little Toyota goes down the start-finish straight. Out of the pits comes the Enzo Ferrari. There it is, just coming out of the pits. And it looks like one of our sponsors' cars in the background, the Glen Turret, beautiful whiskey. We'll be catching up with Ross Wiley a little bit later about his season so far, out in a Porsche and a Porsche Carrera GB Cup, and he's also out in the GT Cup with Paul Bailey. I saw Paul Bailey wandering around earlier as well. I haven't spotted what he's taken onto the circuit this time round. We heard the guys talking about Ginettas earlier, where we also had the LMP version of the Ginettas, but look, you've got the road-going versions of what we see racing. We don't see enough of those out on the circuit, and yet the irony is, I know when I forget where I was commentating, but someone made a comment to the bosses of Ginetta going, "Oh, we don't see many on the road," and they were able to quote a statistic that was really surprisingly high, and I'd love to see more of them out there, because they're just beautiful cars. And we know that they've got the race pedigree all the way from junior racing up to GT racing. It would certainly turn heads, in my opinion, as they make their way through there. I'm hoping that I'm going to be joined in the commentary box at some point, although it may not have been informed where our commentary box is at the moment. But I was hoping to be joined by one of our sponsors, the founder of JBR Capital, Darren Selig. If he's been sent up to the commentary box, we're not there. We're at Suite 22 in the Goddard's Suites, and that is where the commentary box is set up for us. So hopefully we'll be able to have Darren joining us in a little while, but we'll keep half an eye on that. What are we at? 24 minutes past 11. Still plenty of time. The sponsor session, this one goes through till 11:50. Young and old, look at that, the more modern McLaren. Don't look quite so exposed in that car, do you, compared to the classic racing car? But obviously, as I say, we've got the McLaren hospitality set up, 60 years of McLaren racing. More and more cars just edging their way out onto the circuit. It looks like a Pagani, is it not, heading out there at the moment? Forgive me if I'm getting this wrong. Occasionally I just go quiet because I mentioned at the start that we're right by pit exit and right up against the circuit, And so the noise of the cars is just glorious to stop and listen to every now and again. The Enzo just in front of a Ginetta there, with the McLaren closing in on the pair of them at the moment. And remember, at the end of the day, this is a track day, so they are taking it steady enough here. They're not going to put any of the cars under undue risks. Quite surprised how many of the Ginettas I'm actually seeing coming out of the pit lane. There's a good old chunk of them. Sensibly keeping over to their left-hand side. More classic. Is that Jaguar? It's a little bit difficult. I got trying to make it out on the monitor in here occasionally. The good thing is that they're really able to unleash the power of their cars in a safe environment, and that's you know, one of the key things. Instead of, you know, how much of its power can you release on the road safely and legally, of course. Whereas here, they've got the ability to just, you know, open it up somewhat, but it will be into the realms that they're comfortable with, and they're never going to put their pride and joy at risk, but they're still going to want to feel and hear it going a little bit more. So, for example, we've got the Porsche making its way past, the GT3 sensibly being given the space against the Pagani. We've then got another one of the Porsche Carrera GTs that was out there. I think that may have been the one that was parked outside my hotel room last night. I was down at the East Midlands Airport Hilton, and it was out there, and it was certainly drawing an awful lot of attention with the famous livery on that one that it's got as well. It really makes it stand out beautifully. But again, you've got the more road-going looking car that was just closing in there. Hence my comment, they're going at the pace that they're comfortable with. I have had stories about, or heard stories of that some of the people that come on these days, they spend a bob or two on tyres by the end of the day, because they do put through their paces somewhat there. That almost seemed weird. See the indicator then on that? It just didn't look right to have an indicator on, but of course it's going to. It looks more like a race car, but there you go. There's the Martini livery. Other drinks are available. The Carrera GT that GT3's obviously backed off now, because that had got past several of the other cars, but these two making their way around the hairpin. Again, just nicely indicating, letting them know. We've then got BMW just heading up ahead of an Escort rally car. In reality, that one earlier, I'm glad to see it's back out again, because it stopped, although I think it was only fleetingly stopped at the end of the pit exit onto the start-finish straight earlier, but thankfully got it going again, and whatever the issue was clearly hasn't resurfaced. They've got that back out there again. It's got to be worth a bob or two. My brother-in-law's got an Escort Cosworth, and I think he was offered the same amount of money for that would then enable him to go and buy a Lamborghini. Such is the passion for it. The old Fords. I don't know the story behind that one, whether that is fully, you know, is actually a rally car, or whether it's just lovingly made to look like one of the old rally cars. But either way, it goes rather well, to say the least. I've got the amazing rumble behind my commentary box now as well of the Hypercars, because they're going to leave our area here and join the circuit, and so they're just sort of rumbling away just out the door behind me here. And I know that David Addison's gone wandering around to try and find a few of the cars that are out there. I believe that Amanda is down with James Cottingham, so I'm going to throw down to Amanda now.
Amanda is definitely down here with James Cottingham. I'm here in the collecting area with a plethora of Porsche Carrera GTs, and I'm joined by James Cottingham from DK Engineering, and you're going to talk to me a little bit about them and explain to me again why everybody loves them so much.
Yeah, so it's a big year for Carrera GTs, super celebration since they were first revealed 20 years ago. I think the reason they're loved is because they're a stillborn race car.
Yeah.
So a little bit like the F40, the 288 GTO was a stillborn race car, the F40 came from that. They follow the same track. It's an analog supercar. It's a manual gearbox, it's a carbon tub, V10 engine.
And am I right thinking that when it was first launched to the press all those years ago, it was never actually meant to go into full production?
No, I think it was a bit of an idea of theirs. They had this V10 engine which had been developed for Formula One, which was again shelved and never used. They were thinking about going racing, and it was a bit of a concept, and it was again stillborn. So a year later, they thought, well, let's make a concept road car. Let's drag it out and see what people think. And probably a little bit like the Boxster, they just hit the nail on the head, and it was what people wanted. And the recipe, as a result, is something that hasn't been repeated since. And again, going back to the F40, which we all know is one of the most iconic supercars and a must-have for any collector, the Carrera GT has sort of slipped into the bracket behind it, and they seem to track each other. So when F40 values go up, Carrera GT values go up. When they stabilise, and there's a great following for them.
Well, there is. And so whereabouts are the values today? I mean, obviously we've got a selection of cars here, and some different to others.
So there's a huge spread. There are 1,300 cars built approximately, and a lot of them were silver or grey. So if you've got a GT silver car and it's done circa 10,000 miles, I think today it's probably around about £1.25 million. If you bought a much higher mileage car, maybe a car that's had a bit of accident history but has been properly repaired by Porsche, it could be under £1 million. But if you've got one of the 20 to 30 or so paint to sample cars, which is of the 1,300 cars, people were visionary enough to order a special colour and convince Porsche to let them do it. If you could find one of those cars, they could be over £2 million today, or at least £2 million.
And we got a couple of those behind us here.
We've got one there, yeah. So we've got a midnight blue with Ascot, which is absolutely one of one. And this car was a UK supply car. It's super late, so all the paint sample cars tended to be really late. And this car was supplied new to the UK. And has pretty much always been here. It had a brief trip to Europe for a few years, but it's back here now, and it lives here, so that's really cool to see. But the car behind it is a car that was delivered new to the USA and was originally GT Silver, but has recently been back to Porsche Great Britain, and they have repainted it Vesuvio, which we've actually done at DK because as a PTS colour, it's a great colour that was available at the time, but no one actually did.
It's actually a beautiful colour, isn't it?
I like to call it a lilac.
Yes.
And then in front of these two cars, we've got this Carrera GT Zagato. So in 2013, a very prominent Swiss collector sent his Carrera GT to Zagato because he didn't like the shape of the rear engine cover and the roll hoops, and he asked them to improve the design. So they did this. Now this isn't that actual car, because then such was the demand that a few prominent owners persuaded Zagato in 2018 to convert some cars for them. So they promised to only do 5, and they only did 5, and it's in the contract. It cost €400,000 at the time to convert it, and they did just those 5 cars. On top of what at the time a Carrera GT was approximately €400,000. So it was double bubble, if you like. And it's a new rear engine cover, it's a new rear bumper, new exhaust, new front splitter, and this particular car also had the interior completely reworked by Zagato with the Zs on the headrest. So the biggest difference really is this area over the back here, and it creates this sort of false rear quarter, which, as from a side profile, it makes the car look so much sleeker and lower.
I was just about to say, it's actually a much more attractive shape.
I like to think so, yeah. And definitely this car has actually just been launched for sale, and the reaction overnight, because it was launched yesterday, has been incredible, especially from the Middle East, from America. There's just so much interest, because people want to buy a Carrera GT, and the reason the paint sample cars have become so sought after is because there's only 20 to 30 cars. It's that way of differentiating yourself from the other 1,280 or 70 cars. So this is another opportunity to have a Carrera GT that's just a bit different, and as you say, and I agree, it's a better looking car.
Prettier.
Better looking car.
Is that on Kahuna?
It is. We're not allowed to talk about that today.
I just saw the thing. And these are was this a standard colour?
Yeah, so yellow. So the standard colours for the cars were GT Silver, Seal Grey, Faience Yellow, red and black. Those were the standard colours. So this is I think that's fancy. Actually, it could be a paint sample special yellow, but
yeah,
yellow was an option. And then there were all the other colours that people chose, and there were some really cool paint sample colours like topaz green and a few other bits and pieces. So yeah, it's good.
Well, 20 years down the line, I have to say, I think they've aged pretty well.
I think so too. And I think because everything went after this to sort of paddle shift and lots of traction control and all that sort of stuff, this is the last sort of edgy supercar that's still got a manual gearbox, and forever they'll hold that place of being, the best of the early noughties.
Sounds fantastic. Well, listen, I know which one are you driving?
I'll be in the blue car.
In the blue car. Right, well, have fun.
Thank you,
enjoy. And thanks very much for talking to me.
See you later on.
David, I think, are you in the pit lane at the moment?
They're going to throw to you. They'll be on a wide...
So we've got the Supercar Drivers' Secret Meet Showdown to look forward to later on in the day. It is a mouth-watering entry, not only in terms of car, but also some star drivers. You've got Johnny Cocker, for example, in the Porsche GT4 RS. You've got Ollie Webb with the Ford Escort, which is a mighty bit of kit. We'll come to that. There's Seb Perez with the Porsche 911 SC RS rally car. I don't think that's going to be the quickest, but it's sure as eggs are going to be the most sideways. Ross Wiley with his 911 GT3 Cup, fresh from being in the Porsche Super Cup race at the Grand Prix. There's going to be David McDonald in the Lamborghini, Jake Hill in one of, I think I've counted 4 Nissan Skylines that we've got down in Rick Wood's part of the paddock. Harvey Stanley in the ex-Le Mans Ferrari 488. There's Dean Forward with his Morgan LMP2 car. James Cottingham with the Dallara that's been a bit reluctant to go so far today, but hopefully it'll be out. And Mike Cantillon in the HPD, the Honda. So that's, if you like, the first batch of the cars that are going to be in the Showdown later on. And then after they have gone through, the last handful will include the car of Matt Wrigley, his Ford. You've got Michael Lyons with the McLaren, Dean McDonald with the World Series Renault, and Ollie Webb with the Rodin. Now that all rather assumes that it stays dry, Paul O'Neill, because if it's wet, I'm not entirely sure that Rodin are overly pleased or overly keen to run it. It's a mighty bit of kit, like we've been saying, but in the wet, it's not ideal.
No, I think there are some teams that may not have wet tyres, so that may be the problem.
What, you come to an English circuit in July and you don't bring wets? I mean, what's the matter with these people?
Actually, I would have more wets than I would have dry tyres, to be fair. But hopefully the Michael Lyons car gets out, the McLaren that's behind us. I think they had sheared wheel pins, apparently, so when you were in comms on the open wheel session, come to a grinding halt, so they fixed, or they're hoping to fix that, so that car will be in the shootout later on, so hopefully that can go well as well.
Now, it's going to be one lap out, it's going to be a flying lap, and then a lap in. Pressure is on. I mean, I know, in a sense, you're not going for a Grand Prix pole position here, but they all want to win, and you don't have a lot of time to get warmth in tyres, and actually it's not the warmest of days either.
No, it's quite, well, we've both got jackets on. It's quite cool. The problem they'll have is, the rear-wheel drive cars, which they mostly are, they're going to struggle with the front tyre temperatures, trying to get temperature in those front tyres, so they will have a lot of understeer across that front axle, so it will be a bit cold. It will be a bit cold, but that might bring Jake Hill into play in Nissans with the four-wheel drive, so... Yeah, no, he's a specialist in this kind of field.
It's true. A quick word about the circuit as well, because people always talk about Donington as being quite a slippery or a strange surface because it's near the airport, and the story used to be that the planes would junk the kerosene and that made it a slippy road. Is that apocryphal or is that true?
That's an urban myth.
Right,
As a driver, that is an urban legend, in my opinion.
It's just an excuse you trot out when it doesn't go your way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's the honest truth. That is actually a fact when I go in the gravel and compass, but it's strictly speaking, it isn't that, and it's been resurfaced. Donington's been resurfaced. It's about 3 seconds quicker in the dry on the GP circuit. In whatever car you're in, but also in the wet. There's no big wet line, so you can actually stay on the dry line part of the circuit. So you'll be surprised how fast it is if it is wet, David.
We've got the Grand Prix circuit in use. It's 2.5 miles. There's a lot in it. Fast bits, Craner curves, slow bits. You've got the tight 2 hairpins really, one behind us, one just over your shoulder. It's always a bit of a compromise, I guess.
It is, David, and I think what you'll find is that the shootout will probably be won in the last sector, because you're in there for a large amount of time. So first chicane as you enter the Grand Prix part, and then into the hairpin, slow it down, get great traction if you can. And then the last corner, Goddard's, I don't know any driver that likes that corner. I don't think I've ever seen a car that looks like it's going round it properly, to be honest. It's a late apex and it's a difficult corner, but the rest of the circuit is fast and flowing. 1993, I think, was it? Did that come in, the GP loop?
The Grand Prix was 93, the Loop was put on in 85.
Is that
yeah.
right?
So there was a Formula 3000 race, that was the first year of Formula 3000. And Robert Fernell, who ran Donington, applied for a round of the championship and was told, yeah, you can have it. And then somebody checked the FIA's yellow book, as it was called, their sort of rule book, and noticed that the track length had to be 2.5 miles. So the only thing they could do was quickly bolt on a bit at the back of the paddock, and that's how you got the 2 hairpins, because it was a way of making the track length hit the regulations in a relatively limited amount of space.
Wow, well, I never knew that. It's every day's a school day. Should we have a quick walk down? Because there are some cars that are in the shootout. So I know the drivers, David, have been called for the drivers' briefing to tell them what they're going to be doing and where they need to be in the cars. But like you say, there's different classes, and I don't know. This is hype, so who are you thinking is going to be good for this?
I think they're all going to be good for it, because everybody you've got in there is a charger. It doesn't matter if they've not got the fastest car, they're going to put their watts on the line and they're going to go for it. Whether it is Seb Perez getting sideways, whether it's Matt Wrigley in the Penske, they've all got something to go for. You can find a touring car class battle, for example. Can the Skyline beat the Laguna? You've got the Formula 1 cars. Who's going to come out on top of those historic F1 cars, for example? Yes, they all want to be the quickest, but where will they feed in? All it takes, as you know, on one qualifying lap, effectively, which is what it is one mistake, and it's going to change the order. So, I think the Rodin is the favourite. I can feel a spot of rain. Who's brought wet tyres? Come on, ask me again just before 3 o'clock, I reckon.
Well, Ollie Webb I spoke to Ollie on the way down, Ollie driving the road, and he was saying that the Dallara World Series by Renault car, if it's the later version of it with DRS, which I don't think it is.
Don't think it is. It's the 08-211 version.
God, you're such a nerd. I love that. But he was saying if it is the car with the DRS, which it isn't, he said they haven't got a chance. So, interesting, eh?
If I get Ben to spin round, you can see the Formula Renault 3.5, the Dallara T08, of which we speak. And I've been saying during the day, this was, if you like, Renault's ultimate one-make category. They'd done 1.6-litre Formula Renault, they'd done 2-litre Formula Renault, and then they thought, right, let's put a 3.5-litre engine in the back of the car. And lots of star people came out of this into Formula 1.
Kubica.
Indeed. Robert Wickens came out of it, Kevin Magnussen came out of it. There were people that went on to win in sports cars. But 08, when that car was introduced, Guido van der Garde was the champion, but that year you had people like Miguel Molina, you had Bertrand Baguette as examples that went into sports car racing. And some of the teams, like Jonathan Lewis running them, they had pit stops in the races that GP2, then F2 took on board as well. It was a really competitive training ground.
Stephen Kane, a good friend of ours, he was telling me, I think they had side skirts on these cars early, and they ended up taking them off later in the series future. But he was telling me that the ground effects and the downforce was phenomenal on the cars. And I remember when it was the Nissan, I think they were were they Nissan? It was Nissan World Series.
It was initially. It was Open Telefonica by Nissan.
That's right.
Because it was a Spanish created championship. Yeah. And they were here. Now let me get my years right, whichever year it was anyway, with one very fresh-faced Fernando Alonso winning, because he came through that, because it was a Spanish single-seater category, effectively. And then the engines changed, and they went to Renault, and Renault took it over. So, yeah, one-make racing, whether it's been saloon cars, single-seaters, has been a huge part of the landscape for many, many years. Spots of rain falling. I'm not enjoying this now. This is slightly disconcerting for big, powerful cars to come later on.
It is, but honestly, it takes a long time for this circuit to be that wet that it's a big problem. I think you'll be running on slicks. If it stays like this, it will not be a problem, but they need to get those tyres warmed up.
It's true. You're asking about cars that I'm looking forward to. Can I wave Ben back this way? Head over here, because DK Engineering's garage has got the Ferrari 488 that James Cossingham and Harvey Stanley were driving earlier on. And then you've also got the Dallara in the next garage, which has got a little bit of a gremlin with something electrical that means that the this isn't talking to the that, or the steering wheel with all the buttons on it isn't doing what it's meant to be doing, and Glenn Woodbridge is leaning in, hoping to make it better. But if that car does go out, that's going to be awesome, because James drives anything, modern or historic, very, very hard, doesn't he?
Flat out, yeah. DK Engineering as well. What great history they have.
Yeah, you're right. Ferrari engineering company, but they run all sorts. Well, okay, there's a Ferrari in the garage, there's a Dallara. James races a Mercedes in British GT. He was in the Spa 24 Hours. He's got an E-Type that he wins with. I wonder if we can inquire as to what this Dallara is or isn't doing. Sorry, Ben. When he's not racing his Mini. Glenn, why is it not going out? I mean, it looks lovely and all of that, and you're pretending to do some work, but what's going on?
I think it was a wiring issue, wasn't it, Tom?
Just a communication issue with the dash, and we didn't want to risk not having any info for the driver for water temp, revs, gear position, so we've sorted that now, and we'll be back out for the second session today.
Excellent. Good. There you go. I knew you'd know. Well, you knew a man that you could ask. So there you go. Paul, worth making the point, everything in these era of cars was controlled by the driver, all these lights, all these alarms, and yeah, without the information, you're at risk, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you see a light come on the dashboard, you just want to shut that down.
Yeah.
Which is a big problem. I mean, imagine this secret meet in 20 years' time when it's a hybrid Formula One car. No. Leave it on that note. But the other thing I was going to ask you about, the Escort Cosworth that's going to be in the shootout as well, that's going to be pretty special. 1,000 horsepower.
It is about 1,000 horsepower. It looks like an Escort Cosworth rally car, but it's been built to the owner's specification, really. It doesn't fit into a championship, so it's not constrained by any rules. So it's got bits of this and bits of that, and it's got sort of rallycross transmission in it, and you know that they can do 0 to 60 before you can sneeze. You know, it's a mighty bit of kit. 4-wheel drive, everything's adjustable from in the cockpit. Yeah, that's going to be a mighty bit of machinery, and around here. Yeah, it'll be up there.
I think is it Ollie Webb that's driving it?
He's listed. Jamie Clark is the other driver who I think has done a lot of the preparation on that car. Right. Toss a coin for the shootout. I think it is going to be Ollie Webb that drives it.
And I think when I spoke to Ollie, he was saying the one thing it will be is fun.
Yes.
And I think that's what we can say about Seb Perez in his Porsche as well today that we've seen. Like Scandi flicking in at Redgate. What's all that about? Get a grip, mate.
I think every car has a story. That's one of the beautiful things about a day like this. You know, there's so much history of the cars. There's so much you can get excited about in terms of the noise of them or the future technology. You know, in that last single-seater session, we were looking at the 6-wheel Tyrrell and the Rodin, with decades apart, but all fitting into single-seaters.
It is unbelievable, isn't it, when you think about what is actually here and, you know, what is happening in automotive at the minute. And a lot of people who are here today, we still don't know what is going to happen with automotive. There's a big step change towards electricity, and is hydrogen the future? You know, what is it? These questions are not being asked by the government, are they?
I mean, you've got emissions-free fuel, and it's a sort of secret, as in it's not promoted very well, that the Porsche Championships are running on this almost emissions-free fuel, and it's a test, it's a development, but yeah, there is more to the future than just going electric, and I think government have said they want emission-free cars on the road by a given date. They've not said electric, so there is an option, and hopefully people are looking at that, because I cannot imagine a world in which all of these cars have to disappear. You know, you go and talk to some collector who's got a fleet worth millions and say, right, they're all got to be scrapped. Pardon? What?
It's not going to happen, is it, that? No. But there is people, Damon Hill, I did see something on Twitter that he was commenting about the fuels and maybe bringing back the V engine. I don't know if we'll see that again in F1 or V10, but if these sustainable fuels are good enough, then we're all winners, aren't we?
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, part of the beauty of the sport is that the cars look and sound different, and sound is important. That's where, for me, the electrification of the sport doesn't win, because it doesn't have that same draw, that same selling point. You know, you can be at an event and cars go out, and it's the sound that drags you in. You know, whether it's a Formula One engine, whether it's a GT engine. I think of that distinctive engine a Rally Subaru used to have. You know, the noise of a car is part of the appeal for me. It drags you back to the side of the stage or the circuit, depending on where you are to watch it, in a way that electrification just doesn't. So yeah, if you can put an emissions-free fuel in the car and keep the noise, winner.
Yeah, we've definitely got a long way to go, haven't we? Yeah. And be interesting to see what kind of direction we go in. Speaking of which, I don't know what the wind or the rain is doing, there's now an umbrella on the top of the World Series by Renault car, which tells us that it's raining a bit more.
It does, but it's also a very British thing. I think that was always part and parcel of an event at Donington, wasn't it? Bear in mind that you talked about the Grand Prix 1993. That was a pretty wet Sunday. And I can remember being in the pit lane for it. That was long before they introduced all the regulations and restrictions for the pit lane. So I was in the pits for the Grand Prix, stood on the wall when Ayrton Senna did his in-lap that came straight past, because he committed to pitting and then changed his mind about a pit stop, so just flashed through the pit lane. And I can remember standing on the wall going, wow, that was quick.
It was actually, there was no limit, was there? I remember seeing that. I mean, that is, you look at that now and you think, that was never right in a million years, was it?
No.
Good fun, though.
Oh, absolutely. And that weekend, it wasn't the biggest crowd for a Grand Prix, but there was so much goodwill for Tom Wheatcroft, because he obviously reopened this place in 1977. He put so much effort into it, and finally Bernie was good to his word. He'd always promised Tom a Grand Prix, and it came. And in a very short space of time, something like 3 months, they had to put this together, if that. And it was Easter, and it was wet, and it was cold, and it was all of that. And Tom went out and did some demonstration laps, and he appeared on the podium in his top hat to present Ayrton Senna with his trophy, and he was grinning from ear to ear. He didn't dare count the cost, but it had been a mega weekend. I could reminisce about things at Donington all day long, couldn't I?
Glory days.
Glory days.
Glory days.
Took me a while to dry out from that weekend. Thinking of being dry, in the delightful commentary box overlooking Pit Out, looking at the next tranche of cars, I think, that we're heading onto the track shortly. Let's rejoin Chris Dawes.
Thanks, gents, for that one. Yes, well spotted. I guess it was given away by that umbrella. Is that I've equally had the little alert come up on my my smartwatch. See, I didn't give any names away there. That yes, it's light rain for 25 minutes. So fingers crossed that is the maximum it will be, and we'll get that passed and out of the way. Thing is at the moment it's probably just within those realms of psychological rain, that they're just going to sort of start wondering, is it any good? Now, the good news is that the next thing is a steadier pace, because it will be, once we get to the right stage, is that it will be releasing for the Hypercar parade. The Carrera GTs will have one lap on their own first, and then the rest of the Hypercars will be joining them. And that's the rumble I've got behind me. That is just, you can not just hear it behind me, but you can actually feel it. I will be bringing in a special guest that's going to be joining me for this, and possibly, well, for as long of it as possible. But I know that they're going to be doing some technical Control-Alt-Deletes in my commentary box in a moment. We've got cables ready to be unplugged and replugged. But as soon as that is the case, then I shall have a new voice that should be joining us for this. And the Carrera GTs are just making their way out onto circuit. I know Amanda's trying to hot-foot it down towards this session, but this lot have thrown us by going 7 minutes early onto the circuit, but may well be. So I'm going to throw down. She's made her way down there. Let's go down to Amanda and check out the cars that she can see.
Well, thank you very much for coming to me now. The rain is starting, unfortunately, to fall. So hopefully by the time the cars are on track and I hand back to you guys, the rain will be coming down and I can run under cover. But yes, so the cars are now starting to move out. I can see ahead of me all the Carrera GTs. They are just leaving. And as the guys said, they're going to have a lap on their own first of all. And meanwhile, all these cars that go all the way here around behind me, they're all going to start bunching up. So we can talk about a few of them and see who we can spot in the cars as they come by. But this is rather nice. This is a Ford GT in those famous Gulf colours. Probably one of the most famous liveries. Oh my gosh, that LFA! Wow, that is piercing. I actually drove one of those for Lexus once before. Amazing car, absolutely amazing car. But yeah, it's quite noisy when you're on the outside, isn't it? So yeah, lots of a P1. This not ideal to be going out in these cars now in the rain. It's a bit of a shame that the rain has started to come down, but you looking forward to it? How do you feel about the rain? You don't mind the rain? No, he doesn't mind the rain. Well, that's good. Lovely, lovely car. Right, I'm trying to see who we can actually lean in and chat to, but of course nobody really wants to open their windows now that it's going to be raining. This is lovely. I love the finish on this, actually, where you can see all the carbon fibre underneath. Very pretty. Right, this is one of my, in fact, underneath my coat and everything else that I've got on, I've actually got my F40 t-shirt. One of my favourite cars. I'm not quite sure what that's actually going to do. Hello, that's a pretty rubbish horn they're going.
That horn costs £2 million.
The horn costs £2 million. You don't mind the rain?
Yes, I do.
You do?
It doesn't like the dry, leave alone the rain.
But just take it steady.
Yeah, without doubt. Oh.
You know, this is one of my favourite cars.
Well, this one is 600 horsepower.
Oh.
So it's a little bit of a handful.
A little bit of a handful, particularly when the track starts to get a little bit slippy. One of the things about Donington is because we've got East Midlands Airport over there, you get a lot of really sticky stuff on the circuit. It's the aviation fuel that the aeroplanes comes out of their exhausts, I guess. But when it mixes with rain, Donington is notoriously slippy. So I can understand these guys getting a little bit nervous. Perhaps don't drive their cars as often. Spiker looking absolutely resplendent. I've always thought if you can have a look at the interior of this and the gear linkage, do you mind if we just stick a camera in your car? It is absolutely stunning, the detail. That is quilting like never seen before. And I've always thought, how is the gear linkage? Does it actually feel okay when you're driving? Because it's a work of art.
Yes, it's a proper sort of 6-speed gearbox. So yeah, no, it clips into it nicely, really nicely.
It looks so beautiful. Thank you very much. So yeah, very pretty. I remember when that first came out, actually. Now this is another fabulous car, the Daytona Competition. Definitely lusting.
Nice.
I'm rather jealous of this.
Thank you. It's a 1971 Ferrari Daytona Competition. It's actually a car that was converted in later in period in 1983, done by the Sauer themselves of Ferrari service using factory spares. And it's not quiet. It certainly stands out from the pack, being an older car as well. But it's a lot of fun, and it's great car to have on the stand, and we're really proud to bring it here to have on display.
I'm having to straddle the exhaust because it's going to wreck my nice white trainers otherwise.
Yeah, this is just an idle. It's when it's up near 7,000 RPM, it's certainly no quieter.
And do you compete in this as well?
You could if you wanted to, not personally, but this has raced in period and some races in France, and if you wanted to take it racing, then by all means you could.
Wow, absolutely, one of my favourite cars. Had a Plexi road car for some time, which was rather lovely as well, but I think the race cars, they just look like race cars actually. Yeah, really nice. This is Carl Hartley. Do you want to have a quick chat, Carl? Quickly.
Okay.
You're very summery. Did you not look at the weather forecast?
I just landed in from Swadlincote, which is about 10 miles away.
But you're going to be taking this out?
Yeah, I'm taking my Pagani out on the track. I actually didn't check the fuel. I've got absolutely no fuel. So the wonderful guys at Donington are fueling me up as we speak.
Oh God, aren't they lovely?
Yeah, they are. Done a really good job. So I'm happy. It's like a pit stop. I feel like I'm Lewis Hamilton.
But you use this car quite a lot on the road anyway.
Yeah,
You're not. This isn't a car that's sort of tucked away.
This is my baby, but it's not a garage queen. I put the miles on this. I use it. I'm using it all week actually. I'll do probably 600 miles in this week.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite impressive.
Yeah.
Well, listen, have fun out there.
Thank you.
Don't go too hard. It's a little bit wet.
No, I like to not break any track limits.
I think actually you're probably the coolest looking person here.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be the fastest, so I may as well look the best.
I love the fact that you're helping out by holding the fuel cap.
Well, yeah, because if this gets damaged or lost, it's made from titanium, so someone needs to pay for it. That's my.
So you're not doing it out of the goodness of your heart.
Have that. You fill it up.
Great stuff. See you later, Carl. Right, let's see who else we can find.
put diesel in it by mistake.
Are you hoping, or?
That would be funny though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just giggling about what fuel is going into Carl's car there. Let's hope it's not diesel. Now, I did see, I can't see, he seems to have disappeared. But I did see Carl Cavers, who was standing here a little while ago. He races in the Ferrari Challenge. But anyway, look, these cars are going out now, so I think I'm going to stay out of the way because I don't particularly want to get run over. And meanwhile, the rain looks like it will be coming down, so it's going to be an interesting session. I hope everybody stays safe and well out there.
Thank you for that, Amanda. What a place to be. I can hear them rumbling behind me, but Amanda getting down into the heart of it. And there's another car. That Mercedes was outside my hotel room last night. It was incredible. Just holding that one there. So here we go, the Hypercar parade. This is what we're been looking forward to. They're just going to go around on I think it's probably a couple of parade laps before they'll then stop on the start-finish grid, and that's when we'll open up ready for people to be able to get up close and personal with them. And we'll have a couple of presenters either end of the grid to bring us interviews with various interesting characters down there. I'm delighted to say that I'm being joined now by Tom Giaconelli from Romans International. Hi, Tom.
Hello.
You all right?
Yeah, great to be here.
It is, isn't it? I mean, that's the overriding thing these days, is the cars. Speak to me, first of all, for people who don't know, what's Romans International?
So Romans International is one of the UK's leading supercar and hypercar dealers. So we are here on the stand, as we have been for the last couple of years. Haven't got any cars on the parade today. Thought it was a little bit greasy, and all the cars we've got are actually delivery mileage cars, so we didn't want to rack up any miles.
Okay, good idea. And probably even more so now that unfortunately the rain just started a little bit. You don't want to be doing that.
Greasy roads today.
I mean, the not only incredible, but the eclectic mix of cars that are out there is quite staggering. It never ceases to amaze me year on year here at the Secret Meet.
I think they've managed to outdo last year, which I didn't think was possible. Just walking down, I was like just jaw-dropping. They do it. It's the only place I know where you can come and see all these cars. I mean, the amount of value in one place, there's nowhere else like it.
I agree. I mean, we've got obviously at the front of the field was the Porsches, because of course as I mentioned earlier, we're celebrating, what was it, the 20 years of the Carrera GT.
Yeah,
20 years? That doesn't seem possible.
Such an iconic car, and it's great to see a huge collection of them all in one place. I mean, they've all got their roofs on today, unfortunately, but yeah, good to keep those at low speeds.
Yeah, because that on down at the hairpin there, that doesn't look like the light rain that my smartwatch told me, so it's not a very smart watch at the moment. I mean, I've got a list here of the cars that are due to be coming out there, and we've got things like Aston Martin, a variety of those, the 177, Valkyrie, Vulcan.
I mean, you never get to see one of them in one place, let alone all together. I mean, the 177, there's only 77 of those worldwide, and
wow.
I think there's one here. I might have spotted two, but yeah, you've got the Aston Martin Valkyrie there, the AMR. So that's a track-only car, so you're not going to see one of those on the road anyway.
Yeah, isn't that one of the ones where they kind of deliver it to the track and you go and meet them at the track and then go out in it, even though you own it?
I think, like there's Ferrari. I think the Aston Martin actually might let you take them home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Ferraris are the ones you're not allowed to take them. You can only have them on the track.
Which I guess for some people that's ideal, but I don't know. I'd want it, be able to see it at home as well.
That's it. If you own a £3 million car, you'd like to have it at least near you.
Absolutely. I don't like the responsibility I'll be taking on if it was someone else's as well. We've got a few Bugattis, a couple of Veyrons and a Veyron Vitesse WRC.
Okay. Yeah. So we've got a couple of those in the showroom, or the Vitesses. So yeah, nice to see a couple of those around. But yeah, was the world's fastest convertible for a long time, that car. So.
Of course. Something's popping and banging there out on circuit. Whole load of Ferraris. Now I'm going to take a run up to this because we've got a whole raft of them. An F430, 250 short wheelbase, 288 Evo, 599 GTO, 599 Nibio Spider, 8112 comps, 3 of those, Daytona SP3, a whole clutch of Enzos, F12 TDF, a handful of F40s. Now it does say a Ferrari F50 brackets no rain, so I'm suspecting we may have lost that one.
Yeah, that might not make it.
What's this that we're seeing on screen now?
I wish I knew. That's certainly some sort of, looks like a Daytona race car, followed by the Pagani Huayra. But yeah, I mean, that Ferrari list is just insane. I think you might be better off with the list of Ferraris that aren't here.
Yes, good point. We then go on to a couple of Ford GTs. I haven't spotted those cars just yet. A GMA T50.
GMA T50, that is the new Gordon Murray T50 manual, naturally aspirated V8. That is, I think, a prototype. I'm not sure if customer deliveries have started just yet, but that car is going to be one for the ages.
Absolutely. Jaguar D-Type. A couple of those. An XJ220. I haven't seen that out here.
Right, that would be a brave man that gets in that around this track.
A few Koenigseggs, so the Agera RST, CC850, CCR, CCXR, and a couple of Regaras.
Yeah, there's a lot of Koenigsegg's here. Yeah, it's hard to know which one's which, but there's one there. I think that is the CCX just going by, which is the original, followed by that seriously rare colour Enzo. But yeah, lots of Koenigseggs. I think it's the Agera RST that is the new one that's just been customized for the new owners, just taken delivery of it a couple of months ago.
Oh, wow.
It'll be the blue one that will be coming across soon. But yeah, that's a sort of one-of-one custom one.
That's a bit special then.
Yeah.
That is seriously cool. Lamborghinis, we got Diablo SE30, SE30 Jota, Diablo SVR, Mertz CRGT, a couple of LP670 SVs, a Miura S and a Miura SV.
Yeah, so quite a few of the older Lamborghinis there.
Ow, we're getting a big buzz in our ear there. That woke us up. I hope you were suitably awake there, Tom.
Oh, I'm all right. But yeah, no, so nice mix of Lambos, but quite a few, yeah, across the various decades there. Miuras and Murcielagos, and actually not many of the newer ones.
That's true. I was just thinking that as I was looking through the list. Yeah, and so there might be the odd one that will sneak out. We always like it when we get extra. In fact, there's a couple of.
Yeah, that's the Diablo. I think that might be the ex-Jamiroquai one that was in the Cosmic Girl video.
Possibly. I thought I recognised the colour for sure. For me, I know that the poster car back in my youth was the Countach, but for me that is just more sleek and beautiful. That one.
Yeah, the Diablo is knocks your eyes out.
We had the Motorsport version out earlier as well, which was really impressive to see.
That sounds something.
Yeah.
Sounds phenomenal. Oh, there you've got the F50. You made it.
Oh, it did. Yeah, good spot. The GT, the Ford GT is out there as well. I love the fact that we've got the mix of old and new as well.
2 918s, Martini livery.
Yeah, apologies. I referred to that Porsche as the GT. Carrera GT, but obviously it's not. It's the 918. The problem is we're trying to multitask and we're men. So.
I mean, yeah, when I was called upon to commentate for this, I was like, okay, I know most of these cars, but certainly not all of them. I mean, these cars you don't see, let alone have for sale on our showroom. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean,
that's
a lot of them we've sold, but there's definitely some here I've never even seen or heard of. I think I spoke to one of the owners of the Nibia, one of 6 Ferrari Zagatos, which I literally did not even know existed.
Wow. But doesn't that sort of, as a Senna, that's a car that divides the world, basically, doesn't it? The McLaren Senna.
It's growing on people, I think. That when it first came out, it definitely split people. But I think people are starting to actually warm to it more now than when it first came out.
For me, if I was going to sum it up, and I'm going to be controversial now, is that it falls into that so ugly it's beautiful type thing.
Yeah.
But
it's
especially when you...
thing.
Yeah, it isn't it just? And you then know that the things are there for a reason. Everything that is standing out is there for a reason.
Everything is functional. And
exactly.
Yeah, it's a serious weapon, and even better in the flesh. Like when you walk around that car, you just just can't take your eyes off it.
And there lies for me an interesting point. As I say, it's quite divisive, and there was opinions, and even with remain unnamed was a previous designer of other McLaren cars, spoke openly at one of these meets saying he hated it and it was a different direction to where he had taken all the others. However, I would say when I'm commentating at race meets and one of those happens to be in a paddock, it's probably one of the most photographed cars out of everything across the whole circuit.
That's the thing. Yeah, you could.
What does that tell you?
It, but it's always going to draw attention, and it is an incredible thing to drive as well. So, you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Tell you what, this is definitely not light rain, as you can see there. But equally, as we look out our window, you can see the standing water is significant now. This was not supposed to happen. This wasn't in the playbook, was it?
No, this is not planned. But what can we do? They still look pretty good in the rain.
Oh, they do. And it was always designed to be parade laps at this stage. They're back out later for those that want to for a Hypercar track session at 10 to 3. Hopefully it'll be dry. That Mercedes, look at that. They're going to be getting wet though.
Yeah, hopefully he's got a raincoat on because he will be getting pretty drenched. But
I mean,
CLK GTR Roadster, I mean, that is a true unicorn, one of the rarest cars you'll find, and one of the most valuable.
Well, because you just straight away look at that and you think Le Mans 24 Hour. And yet it's a road car.
And you can drive it on the road. It should not be allowed.
It's just incredible. And it's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, that thing is so long.
Yeah.
And it's just blows your eyes out. It's an amazing thing.
I mean, even there, look, you've got all sorts of cars all around in that picture for a moment, and it's still, your eyes were drawn to it. I mean, and it's just silver, and yet your eyes were still drawn to it. Absolutely incredible. What's that behind it?
Do you know what? I was just trying to work that out. It looks like some sort of F40 with a huge body kit. I think
I'm glad that I'm not the only one.
I've never seen one. That must be a seriously one of one, or
yeah. It was a Tom Hartley car that was covered earlier, I'm told, in my ear, but he can't remember either, so that's all right, we're out of trouble there. So the checkered flag has gone out, 288 Evo, okay.
Yeah.
Which, there you go, so I didn't...
See, that's
oh yeah, I did. It was on the list.
No, it's on the list.
And we got, just sneaking out there...
That is an Aston Martin Vulcan.
That is just a beauty.
One of 24 worldwide, but that was one of the track only. So,
yes.
But again, you can keep it.
Okay, you can,
house,
you?
That one, yeah.
Well, I remember when I saw that one, the first time is that I was covering what used to be called the Blancpain GT series, but is now called GT World Challenge. And I was at Brands Hatch on the commentary team there, and during the lunchtime of, I think it was both days, they had a number of hypercars, like the Concept one, yada yada, all those sort of things, and that was out there, and it was the year that it was brand new, I think, from memory. And they took out, even Stefan Rattel got taken out in the passenger seat, as did a few other, even instructors were taken out in the passenger seat, and they could not believe how late it could brake, the grip it had through the corners, how quickly they could pick up the throttle again. And what I loved most, though, stood in the pit lane, you could hear, it was on the GP circuit of Brands Hatch, out into the trees, you could tell exactly where it was from the noise that was just F1 car scream.
Yeah. Well, I can understand why they don't allow people to take them home, because if they probably don't trust people. They're like, no, we need to be overseeing you if you're going to take this car out, because it's just an unbelievable thing.
Yeah, the temptation would be too great. Don't forget, once the cars are stationary, we'll be able to get as many people as want to get out onto the grid walk. Just quickly carrying through the list, a couple of Lexus LFA and LFA or a Singer 911.
Yeah, saw the Singer a minute ago just there. Haven't seen the LFA, but it must be there. You've got AMG 1 there coming through. They've only just sort of come through. That's the Ferrari Nibbia, the 1 of 6, and the owner was just telling us that's the only one with a manual gearbox, which is based on the Ferrari 599.
Is that an LFA in the background there?
That is the LFA behind it, yeah.
Yeah, okay, the white car just ahead of the Ferrari F40. Interesting, the car just behind that as well.
That's a Spiker.
Yeah.
Spiker La Violette. Yeah, you don't see those very often.
I did like the look of that. I saw that when it was behind us. I mean, it's a lot smaller, but it's just unique with everything around it, isn't it?
If you haven't seen the interior on those, like, it's just a crazy interior.
Really?
Yeah. You like the gear stick. You need to go and see it. Honestly, I can't even explain it.
Well, where did I get to? So Maserati MC12. Haven't seen that one out there yet.
I think I saw it. I think that's the blue one, because they were all actually built in white, like a white with blue colour scheme. But this one got, I think, repainted in a dark blue.
Okay.
Which is a very special car. I've seen that a few times.
Oh, there's a Pagani.
Pagani Huayra. That's Carl's car.
Yeah, we've got 2 Pagani Huayras, 1 Huayra Roadster, and a Zonda S as well.
I haven't seen the Zonda. I've seen the other Huayra, which I think is like the Captain America car. It's nicknamed by a few people. So it's got like a American sort of blue and red and white sort of colour scheme going on.
McLaren F1, MSO HS, MSO SLR, P1, P1 GTR, 3 Sennas. So there's a good old number of the McLarens out there, which you'd expect, because what are they doing? They're celebrating 60 years of McLaren racing.
Okay. Well, it's good to see an F1. I think it's that red one just sat there in the middle.
Ah, yes, okay, good spot. They've now got to try and get everything into a good enough space to be able to take the photographs and get all of them in. Mercedes 300 SL Roadster, the AMG ones we saw there, there's a couple of those, a GT Black Series one, they're just monstrous. Of course, is it that they're using for the F1 safety car these days? Looks very much like it.
I'm not 100% sure. I think it might be a newer car. The SLS Black Series is, I would be surprised if they used that as the safety car, but I'd imagine they'd use something slightly newer, because that car's probably almost 10 years old.
Oh, fair enough. They're just monsters, though, aren't they? I just love the noise on those. They're the noise that stand out to me the most. CLK GTR Roadster, CLK LM, CLK 63 Black Series, SLK 55 Pace car.
Okay.
Is out there as well, so I've probably preempted it being somewhere. And another couple of SLS Black Series. An MSL 500.
Know what that is.
No.
MSL 500.
The Paganis we've covered, Porsche 918s, and we're into the Carrera GTs then as well. Praga Bohema.
I did not see that. I mean, that is one of the most like crazy looking cars we've ever seen. I mean, that is a proper wild hypercar, but I did not see that going around.
I've got a feeling I've seen it today, though.
Yeah,
it's
on the stand somewhere, because I think this is one of the first events that's actually been sort of properly on display, because I think the first deliveries are sort of this summer.
Okay. I noticed we've got CGT Zagato Porsche out there as well.
That's a Carrera GT that's been taken to Zagato, I think, a few years ago, and sort of rebuilt, resprayed in green. Looks amazing if you see it in the flesh.
Singer DLS and Singer Sheffield, and a TVR Cerbera Speed 12 as well.
Yeah, the TVR Speed 12, I think, is a one-of-one car that sold at auction a few months ago and set a new world record for a TVR sale price, £600,000 or just over.
Wow.
But again, I haven't seen it yet on the screen. I guess there's some cars that, with the rain, they probably thought, maybe we shouldn't take this out.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, even though it's steady, and there was a couple, I think, just snuck out right at the end, so that they just were doing the formation lap. And again, we've just seen a couple of classic Ferraris there. It is that whole notion of new and old.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the term hypercar only came in, probably in the last decade or so, but, you can't not have a 250 GTO in your sort of most iconic car parade. So
they do just look absolutely stunning, don't they?
Yeah, timeless.
There's a car that we're looking at now, the Ford GT. Is always brave to try and remake a classic. And I personally, I'm interested, I'm going to throw this out and get your opinion. I think they have achieved it.
I think they've definitely achieved it.
You would know it's a Ford GT, wouldn't you?
That's it. They've kept the sort of some of the design language from old, but made it modern, and it kind of, it's like a modern classic, even though it's like a very new car. And I think they've just stopped production on them, so you can no longer order one. So whether they make another Ford GT in another 10, 20 years, maybe, but for now, that sounds like it could be the last one.
Wow, that which they'd say anyway, just to increase its value list.
It will help, yeah. All the owners are begging them not to.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it, that'll do. Well, the good news is that the rain seems to be backing off somewhat, if not stopping, and hence it's a lot clearer even looking at the cars now, just steadily, and it'll look like it's taken a long time, but it's an awful lot of cars to try and get into one photo, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we need to increase the umbrella capacity as the owners step out.
I think you're right. Yeah, we've got obviously the Porsche clan at the front there are sort of standing out on their own because, as I say, we're celebrating the 20 years of the Carrera GT. And so they've got a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the hypercars. But you see how the SCD team are just sort of then setting it up sort of like a bit of a curve with the first row behind those Carrera GTs just to get it really picturesque. And this takes us back, I don't know if you were involved back in the early days of the Secret Meet when it used to be a static event.
Yeah, no, we weren't actually. I think we got first involved 3 years ago. So,
okay, already here by then, of course.
Yeah, so I think just as COVID was on, we saw the event and we were like, oh my god, we have to be there. Yes. It was more because we're based down in Surrey. You know, it felt like it was quite far, but it's now we've realised it's very much worth the trip.
Isn't it just? I mean, so. And like you said, is the team just make it bigger and bigger year after year. I was very fortunate to be here the first year that they did this event, and I've lost track of it now. What are we on to, about the fourth or fifth of it being like this?
The picture was always pretty cool, and when it was on an airfield where they just had and always that picture was always.
Which is why this now is still an integral part of this meet. They still have to stick to that element because that was what they did, was the big picture, but it never nobody got to actually
drive them around. Yeah. And it makes as a sort of, there it is.
There's the Praga. And now I was referring to that earlier. I made an idiot of myself earlier. I was referring to that as Pagani. I think you can see why. It's Pagani-esque, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a similar sort of vibe going on. Even more crazy, possibly.
That is incredible.
Yeah, that's a car from the Czech Republic. I think they're making 89 of them. 1.3 million euros each, plus taxes. So yeah, exclusive club if you own one of those.
That is staggering. I noticed. We'll talk about it in a minute, I'm sure. But just behind, there we go, the Metro 6R4, and they're remaking those again, aren't they? Apparently.
Do you know what? I don't know what
that
is.
I mean, that was like probably one of the most famous rally or rallycross cars, the Metro 6R4.
That's pretty cool.
It's you know, a wolf in sheep's clothing, I should imagine is the right phrase, isn't it?
It's kind of, doesn't seem like it really blends in, but
no.
If it's on it, it must be cool.
It's it is, and I believe they're looking to make them again. There's an F1 safety car in the background I just spotted as well. Yeah, I'm not sure that it sort of sits perfectly next to the
Praga.
The Praga, does it? But it's definitely got a place out here, and I'm glad that the guys did manage to grab. I think the Praga may have been one that just sort of waited to bring itself through. So the Praga Bohema, and you say it's not even started being delivered to
I think they've been starting this summer, and this is one of the first events that's actually been on display, especially I think driving as well.
And then in the background there we've got the Aston Martin. We were just talking about the Vulcan
with his door open. Is that, I mean, the window? Is that the window or the door?
They're all part of, I don't know, because possibly that side looks like it might open. It's difficult to know, isn't it? Oh, look at the reds as well, the Bohema.
Yeah.
BO11 EMA, that is really, really cool. And I think they're probably the latter ones that are going to be making their way onto the grid. So if you are going to be going onto the grid for the grid walk, get yourselves ready. You still can't go on yet because everything has to be static and in place so that everybody's safe, but I'm pretty certain that those are the last few cars just getting themselves into place. I mean, that is the stuff of dreams on that start-finish straight right now.
It is. For any petrol head, it is literally dreamland. Walking through those cars, you just never see them. So, you know, it's mind-boggling.
I remember the first time that I jumped on the mic with the Secret Car Driver Secret Meet, and I made the mistake of attempting to pick my favourite.
It's like picking your favourite children.
Yeah, I bottled out of using that analogy, but you're absolutely right. I mean, you just can't. And I kept making a mistake and suddenly going, oh, it's that one. No, actually, it's that one. No, actually, it's that one. And you just give up.
It's hard. I'm trying to do it now, and I'm like, do love that CLK GTR Roadster.
Yes.
And and I guess you're a little bit influenced by the value. If you know what's the most expensive, you're like, yeah, I think that one.
What's the most expensive car on that grid?
I'm pretty sure it would be the McLaren F1.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, actually, there was a 250 GTO on there, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, so between those two, I'm sure, I don't know, I'd love to say the McLaren F1, but the GTO, I'm sure, is probably the most expensive car I ever sold at auction, so I assume that is the most valuable.
And there's the interesting thing with car values, and I've done the air quotes there, is that a car is worth whatever anyone's prepared to pay for it.
On that particular day, yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes they go up, sometimes they go down. Most of these are probably on a one-way path upwards.
Yes. Out goes an SLK F1 safety car out of the pit lane, is just going around. I think they're probably just also trying to make sure that the circuit is okay, where we've got standing water. The resurfacing work that we've had, you heard David Addison and Paul O'Neill talking about it earlier, that we've had the track redone, right, and people are being released to the grid walk now. So if you are doing it, get yourself down. Now I can see people coming out of the grandstands ready to get themselves up close and personal. The rain, in all honesty, Tom, stopping just the right time for the people, at least.
Perfect timing. And hopefully it doesn't come back for the actual Hypercar track session, when you'll see a few of these cars actually go taking it up a notch. So yeah, we really don't want the rain for that.
And they genuinely do, don't they? I remember from last year thinking, oh, are they still going to sort of like pootle around? Nope.
Oh no, no. They go full hell for leather.
They really do. So the crew have released everybody on to go and have a look at this, and the photographs will be done whilst people are on the grid as well, I'm sure, this time. I think we got, is that the Aston Martin Valkyrie there?
Yeah, you've got a Valkyrie there, and I think there's the Valkyrie AMR Pro, just one behind it.
Okay.
And we now know that is the, what is it, the 288 Turismo?
The
one next
Evo.
to the Valkyrie Evo.
That was it, the 288
That must
Evo.
be a real unicorn. I've never seen one of those.
Yeah, it looks race prep, doesn't it? The sort of bodywork on it as well. So the cars now get themselves a little bit hidden amongst the hordes that are understandably getting out there taking countless photographs. As well they might. I mean, I always wonder as well, we've got the classic Ferraris out there and things like that. We've got this sort of migration towards maybe electric, maybe hybrid, maybe synthetic fuels, or whatever else it could be in the future. Even on that grid, we've got a mix, haven't we, in reality?
There's a real mix, and you know, there'll always be these kind of events for where, you know, even the newer electric cars that come in the future, they'll still have their place amongst these, and you know, and they kind of, you know, they can all live together.
Well, at the same event where we had the Aston Martin Vulcan impressed me with its noise and what have you, I had it impress me in completely the opposite way, was the Rimac Concept 1. Stupid speeds.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But if you weren't watching it, you get hit by it coming down the pit lane because you had no idea it was coming. It was silent.
Yeah, I think a lot of these electric cars they're generating a sort of, they're trying to put a fake sound in for partly that reason, so that you can actually see them coming and hear them coming. But yeah, they've got their own sort of unique character, which, you know, I know not everyone loves. People want to hear those V12s, and, you know, V10s and all sorts, but you know, there's a place for it, and they keep pushing the boundaries in terms of acceleration and top speed. So, you know, I'm all for it.
Yeah, but I've heard the acceleration in these cars with the electric ink motors is just like mind blowing.
It's roller coaster territory. When you sit in one of those, it's, you know, you just get absolutely blown backwards. And yeah, I imagine then that Rimac thing is verging on terrifying.
I think that was another one that Richard Hammond crashed, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
I think he did. Well, I think it was still Top Gear or whichever one, in Grand Tour or whatever he was on at the time, but I think he did. But yeah, just super impressive. I know that at some point we're going to be getting interviews happening up and down the length and breadth. And I think, just so you know how that's going to work, is that we will have, I think, Paul O'Neill at one end, Amanda Stretton at the other end, and they're sort of going to be working their way towards the middle. I believe that was the master plan, and they'll sort of throw from one to the other as they one finishes, the other one will start. Because, and I'm completely wrong apparently. They're going to do it together. Fair enough. They're going to do it together, then split up. Although every time I hear that, I think of that. We're going to be together. But they're going to catch up, because the beauty of this event as well is it's not just about the cars. The cars are the stars, but there's some amazing racing driver royalty out there and other such.
Yeah,
celebs.
yeah, it'd be great to hear from some of the owners for sure. And that's, you know, one of the beauty of this event is, you know, you've obviously got all the members. But you've got, race car drivers and you know, owners of these cars who you don't normally get to meet. So
some of them like to stay hidden, though, don't they? Well, instead of us second guessing who's going to speak, let's hand down to Paul O'Neill, who I believe is braving the hopefully drying conditions down there, and he's going to catch up with a few of the people that own the cars.
Wowzers. Well, you said I'm braving it, mate. It's actually lovely down here. Sun's kind of trying to get out. David Addison was boring me to death about the UK weather. As soon as these cars left the pit lane and come onto the grid, sun come out, kind of, and the rain stopped, which was lovely. I've had a quick look around. There's a lot of fantastic, obviously, Carrera GTs, and I'm hoping I've got this right, but I think this is a good friend of mine, Paul Bailey, I think.
Buongiorno.
Now then, Captain, how the devil are you? You're on my list to interview, and
yeah, we're doing it with Jim later, aren't we? So we're going to have a chat with Jim later, yeah.
How are you finding it? Always good to be here, isn't it?
Yeah, I absolutely love it here. Yesterday was amazing because although we had a mixed day in terms of weather, we still had loads and loads of track time, so it was really good. Took out some customers, took out some members of staff from Smart Track, and it was just an amazing day. Really, really cool. The Senna, which is what I brought yesterday, is so good on the track. So yeah, I really enjoyed yesterday. It was fantastic. And today, I don't know how Adam does it. How do you get some of these cars that never ever come out? So not just come out, but go around the track as well. You know, some of these cars have never moved for like a decade. It's amazing. Great to see.
It is great to see, isn't it? And you said yesterday it was a bit windy, wasn't it? And I was a bit worried about today. Obviously, we've got a bit of rain now, but as soon as you fired up these cars, it just seemed to get rid of all the bad weather, and the sun is trying to come out now.
Yeah, and hopefully it will be like this for the rest of the day. I think that we've now only got rain at sort of late afternoon, so we should have a really good session this afternoon. I hope so.
What about the Carrera GT? I've been out with Mike Wiles in a car, not this car, but one like this. Stunning thing. What's it like round here?
Well, the car's amazing, but of course all these supercars are on summer tyres. So they're all on Cup 2s and special Pirelli tyres, and none of them are really designed for heavy rain. So as long as you warm your tyres up, you're going to be you're going to find it fairly simple out there. You will be able to feel if the car's moving around, when you can accelerate, when you can't. For me, the golden rule is don't floor the throttle until the steering wheel is straight. That is just the easiest thing to do.
I love that. You sound like a driver coach, Paul. Love it. Listen, you have a great rest of the day. Good to see you, and hopefully catch you in a bit.
Yeah, look forward to it. Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Top man. Excellent. Right, Amanda, who have you got?
Well, I'm just going to say, Paul and I had this really great plan to tag and keep eyes on one another. But just look how busy the grid is. There is absolutely no way we can stick to plan. So instead, we are just going to wing it, and we're going to wander down here and just see who we can grab. Now, this is a car that's getting an awful lot of attention, and rightly so. It's the Valkyrie, and I think Alex West, I'm going to doorstop you here. You brought this car, didn't you?
Yes, I did. No, it's a cool car.
It is a cool car. Now, how long have you had it?
3 or 4 months now.
And is this the first time you've brought it here to Donington?
First time on the track, yes. Yeah.
And what was it like?
Well, I mean, this was just a parade lap, but I mean, it is a fantastic car. I've driven it on the public roads, and there's nothing like it really out there. So it's a really cool car.
Now, I heard, and I was talking about this earlier when I was looking at the car when it was static, that when the car was developed, the windscreen was curved in such a way that it didn't actually need windscreen wipers. Did you find that when it was going around the track?
No, I mean, recently they made a big deal out of how much money they spent on developing a windshield wiper that will work at the speeds that it does, and it works really well, so...
It does work. So what is it like when it's out on the road? Do you get lots of looks? I mean, it must be, I'm guessing visibility and stuff, it's a bit of a challenge to drive.
No, actually, I mean, it's easy to drive from that point of view. You have really good visibility. Obviously, public attention is pretty significant because it shouldn't be road legal. but it is. So.
It definitely should. Well, listen, Alex, thank you so much. Sorry for door stopping you. And just, I've actually spotted another Aston Martin driver who I just want to quickly grab word with. So sorry to interrupt. Hello, Darren Turner.
Hello, how are you? All good?
I'm very good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Really, so amazing to be here with all these cars, be on this grid. I haven't had a look round yet. I've only seen the 8 cars that are right next to me here. But even these 8, you've got some classics here. We've got obviously the new Valkyrie, the T50 from Gordon Murray, and obviously one of the most iconic cars out there, the McLaren. So, yeah, really nice to see all these cars.
Did you? Were you just driving one of the cars now?
Yeah, I've just pulled up in the Valkyrie AMR Pro. Yes, so yeah, it's a great. I mean, I had a great time out on the circuit earlier on when it was obviously drier, no rain. Really enjoyed it. It's on slick tyres, so I was very conscious just now with all these cars around me, just to sort of make sure no mistakes, don't lose it. I know we were only doing 60 miles an hour, but on slick tyres, you just don't know what might happen. But yeah, hopefully get out again this afternoon.
Great stuff. Well, it looks fantastic. Lovely to see you. Thank you very much, Darren. Over to you, Paul.
Lovely. Well, that was very nice. Darren Turner's a very busy man, isn't he? And Dario Franchitti today, they're flat out. All those people getting interviewed. You and Thomas, what an absolute pleasure to interview you. It's usually the other way around, mate, isn't it? Usually working for some kind of big channel.
Well, I don't know about that. It's lovely to catch up with you. I'm not even meant to be here. I was working around the corner and I was looking at my watch thinking, blag it, get out of work as quickly as I can because I knew this was on today. And I've just come to catch up with some good mates here, and it's amazing. So much money here right now.
You've always loved your cars, don't you?
Oh, massive petrol head. I'm really proud. I've got the new RS6, and I've pulled up here, and I thought, oh, I'm going to park around the corner and walk. I'm a bit embarrassed because there's any supercar you can think of is here, and they put on a great event. And first time I've been here, not to Donington, but to this event, and it's mind blowing.
Did you get pictured on the way in? I thought everyone was going to take pictures of me in my X5, but they didn't. Didn't even batter an eyelid, mate.
I did. So you know, it's like to blip it down a couple of gears, so I sounded cool with the kids. But yeah, I did get pictured on the way in. But it's actually quite nice to be here because I used to live just literally over there in Melbourne for a few years. So this is kind of like a second home for me to be here.
Amazing. Are you getting out on track today, or are you just driving in your RS6?
No, I'm literally. Remember, I'm meant to be at work, so I've just popped here, and I'm going to go home. I'm not going to get on track. No.
Yeah. Well, that I reckon is he'll be on track later on. I know
you can drive. If you drive, I'll be passenger. There you go.
I know how you operate. Listen, come with me because you know this guy as well as me, and I think there's not many leirier looking things than a load of Carrera GTs. Because Supercar Nigel, that is a super T. That looks like Tim Harvey's T-shirt that I know.
Tim Harvey's. He needs an exercise up, that one. He's been having too many chips and burgers and pies. He's been living up north too much, hasn't he? That's for certain. Not like these southern softies like you, and kidding.
You've brought a lot of colour to Instagram, but also to the grid today.
Thank you very much.
What brings you here, actually, except for fast cars? Anything in particular?
Yes, there's a number of different cafes and burger places spread out about the road. Obviously, I've not been to the Mr. Whippy ice cream van yet, because I'm thinking, will he serve me a Mr. Whippy? I'm hoping he will. But yes, Mr. Whippy ice cream is the main reason.
There's other brands available. Cornetto, there's also... You've actually got everything. Reminds me of when, like, 1991, when I used to...
Would you like to feel this one? This is my favourite. Have a lick.
I've only just got this job, so I don't want to. Yeah. I don't want to lose. I love how you and Thomas is laughing.
That camera's off. He's going to be taking. Oh, I'll have one of them and one of them. We'll have them all, won't you? Full selection. So yes.
What have you been seeing today? Any good stuff? Any open wheel stuff?
Any good stuff? I think anybody who's been here today, as you might know this, people might not know this. I've got a Porsche GT2 RS. That's my dream car, and I love it. I did have a GT3 RS, but I've been in trouble about that. We won't mention that one. So the GT2 RS, I love. When you come here today, that car's in a normal car park. It's just in the standard car park. Why? Because I think unless you've got something £1 million plus, that's what you need to be in here. Just look at these cars here, the Carrera GTs, 918s. That cars you just never see. So Aston Martin. Look at me knowing even brands. I'm not using that. I normally only know the Porsche brand, but yeah, there's a Ferrari here, which is Surges, and I've never seen anything so. You know, it makes me think maybe I do have to go to work still. I wanted to retire, but I might have to do a little bit more work now. But yes.
Well, I absolutely love it. I know that Ewan is getting chased by HMRC. That's why I didn't want to be on camera. You might laugh at that. No, I'm only joking. He's not. But yeah, we're looking forward to. Are you going to stay for the shootout?
you're asking the wrong person. A shootout? Well, I didn't know there was guns involved in this place.
We've got everything here. No, we've got all some of the cars we're going to have here are going to be up against each other. So
They might be using me as the as the target of the shootout. It's easy to spot. We'll have him. Yeah, that's what they might be doing.
the Cornetto challenge.
Yeah,
well, we will leave it at that. Thank you for letting me not lick your top, and Nigel, I'm going to keep following on Instagram, mate.
Cheers, Paul.
Top man, nice one. Amanda, who are you with?
So I had Dario Franchitti lined up to talk to me, who has actually just nipped back to his car to get his jacket because it is so cold. But here he comes. He may be an Indy 500 winner. You may be a man of steel. You may be a racing driver extraordinaire, commentator, Gordon Murray ambassador. But you're still a man. You feel the cold.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't do mild discomfort very well.
That rain. But you're Scottish as well. My goodness, man.
I know. It's not looking good, sorry.
Are you Scottish or Italian? I don't know. What do we call you?
I'm a Scotsman with a bit of Italian heritage.
But yeah, what was it like out there?
It was fun. It was good. We had pretty good traction there. Donington's notoriously slippy in the wet, but we were able to get good traction. Got up to about 11.5 on the straight, in third gear, I think. So that wasn't bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is it? It revs to like ridiculous.
12.1.
Oh.
But Tom Hartley's 288 Evolution was coming up in the windscreen quite quickly, and I didn't really want to. It would be an expensive accident, wouldn't it? So I didn't feel the need to bang off the limiter, because then I would be banging up into the back of Tom's 288. But yeah, it was great fun though.
What do you think of that? Where is that car? I can't see. There's so many people. Yeah.
It's over the back.
Is it? Okay, I'll go over there in a second. There are so many people here. I mean, the idea is we're grid walking, trying to find people. I can't find anybody because it's just so packed. What do you make of that car, the Evo?
It's special, and I think it might be my age, but that's a car that I sort of dreamt of growing up, and it's a bit of a unicorn, isn't it? It's such a cool thing, and I've had my F40 for decades now, and that was in that whole lineup, 288, 288 Evo, F40, all that sort of stuff. So it's a special thing.
Tom and I were talking about it earlier on. We were having a look, and you can see a lot of pointers that have come, if you like, from that onto the F40. But it's nowhere near as pretty, I don't think.
No, it's not, and I think it's the reason it's so special is because we know what it is, right? And we know how rare it is. But it's the F40 is a pretty car, and I think it's prettier with age. But I am a little biased.
The other thing I wanted to tell you is that after you told me that you had driven here from home this morning in the T50, I've had lots of people commenting saying they saw you on the motorway.
Uh-oh. I was very well behaved. I put it in, it's got the long 6 gear in it. I sat about 3,000 RPM and was listening to podcasts on the way up. So it was a lovely drive up.
Brilliant stuff. Well, listen, Dario, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Paul, I gather you managed to find somebody in the melee.
Wowzers, thank you, Amanda. Listen, this is going swimmingly well, kind of. I have just caught up with the most famous person in the world, and he's trying to look at him. He doesn't want to speak to me. Hello, mate.
Hello.
How are you? Oh, he's there. How are you?
I'm good. Just looking at this. I mean, there's cars here. I don't know what they are.
Don't you worry, mate. We've made a great living out of this.
Yeah, I'm trying. But have you seen this thing? What is this? This 288. This pre F40. It's amazing.
Some of the cars here are they're like prototypes, don't they?
That is apparently a prototype, and I've never seen one of these in the flesh. CLK, it's just a proper unicorn. It's just incredible.
You ever race against anything like that?
I was in that era, so I was racing a GT2 Porsche or GT1 Porsche when the boys were flipping those over. So it was, they're pretty mighty. And obviously they've fine-tuned that for the road, so that doesn't happen. So they put a bit safer on the Autobahn. But I think what's amazing with this place is just you've got the mix of the new and old, and just hypercars and the shapes and sizes, the engineering solutions. It's pretty remarkable, isn't it? You go around, you're just jaws on the floor.
Absolutely crazy. You've been out and about today. You've been driving that P34 Tyrrell, haven't you?
I did, yeah. That's wild. 6 wheels. Who would have thought? So my small brain has enough to process with just 4 tyres, but having 6 contact patches at the same time, but it was surprisingly easy. So there's a few little funky things it does. The axles have a little bit of chatter with each other. You're sort of medium speed corner, sort of tracking on the way out. You can feel things happening, but it isn't a big deal. They're having their own conversation. But generally speaking, it drives completely normally, and you can just stamp on the brakes. You've got phenomenal stopping power, and it's really. I always wondered until I did my research on why did it have 6 wheels. And it was all about the aero and hiding the wheels behind the shroud. It had a smaller front wing area, and it worked. So they gained, they reckon, equivalent of 45 horsepower, and so it's super slippery. And so in period, with that engine, it was pretty much able to keep up with the Ferrari, but the cornering grip actually worked as well. So it created more contact patch with the tarmac, but yeah, I loved it. I mean, digging for glory with the gears, the DFE engine just like screaming, sort of 9,500 revs, absolutely deafening. So they shoved those earplugs right in there. Just had an absolute ball. I think I got no audio for my film. I was trying to talk while I was driving around and just loads of loud noises. So
I did laugh actually because your car had about 16 GoPros on it, and I was like, "Is that in period?" Probably doesn't do much for the aero, does it?
No. So what's amazing, we're going to get rained on, but that's actually, so it's a continuation car. So it's actually chassis 10 of 10 total, but it was built in the last 2 years. So they literally down to every single rivet. I asked why are those rivets painted pink. So that's how they were in periods. They used exactly the same materials, exactly the same positioning. They had the CAD drawings, and they basically, completely reimagined it. So it's identical to what they raced in the 70s, but with it, I would say that you can feel a couple of things that are better. One of those being there's less flex in the chassis, so it doesn't tip over. So I read a remark by Jody Scheckter that when you brake and turn, it would lift one of those little wheels off the ground, it would lock up. And actually, when I was hammering into Redgate, it's just lit. It's just really cool.
I've got to say, Ben, you were absolutely fully lit, and it was amazing to see that. And I think now Amanda is going to interview somebody very special, hopefully. Awesome. Let's see, but thank you.
Tuning in. Thank you.
Well, I've now managed to fight my way through the rain to find Steve Mucklow and his AMG 1. Now, Steve, when we spoke a little bit earlier on in the Hypercar paddock, we were just talking about the car quickly. You hadn't driven it yet, so this was your first time.
First time I've driven it today. Yeah, very exciting.
And what was it like?
Bit nerve-wracking, a lot of technology, a lot of things going on here today, so I was trying to just concentrate and enjoy the moment, but yeah, very nice.
Now, tell me, how long had this car been on order for before you managed to get your hands on it?
So I had a relationship with Mercedes, and when they announced the car in 2016, I wrote to Mercedes and asked them whether I would be eligible, and I was put on a waiting list, and in 2017 I got an acknowledgement that I'd been accepted for the programme. So they invited a deposit, which I had to pay, so 6 years.
So it has been a long time waiting. And what was the sort of motivation? Why did you decide this is the car that you wanted to buy? I mean, because that's a long wait.
Yeah, to be honest, a lot of these things are about availability or whether or not the dealers want you to have the cars. I've tried to buy high-end cars before and I've not been eligible for whatever reason. So when I spoke to Mercedes and they offered me this, I had a long-term relationship with them, and they let me have the car, so I was very pleased.
I bet you were. And I mean, what do you make of this event? I know you just said to me before, being able to bring it and just show it off.
It's a fantastic event. I know the boys that founded Supercar Driver. We do a lot of events with them, and they were pretty keen for me to bring the car, and they're a nice bunch of lads, so I wanted to make it available for them and the rest of the supercar community.
And just tell me, are you going to be driving it home?
No, it will go home on a trailer.
Probably very wise not taking it on the motorway. It will definitely turn some heads. So what are you going to do with it from now on? Have you got plans the rest of the summer to do more events or anything?
I will use it. I do a few car events. I'm not taking it to Goodwood this time because Mercedes have not got anything going on there. But we do a few private events in Essex and things where I live. So, yeah, we'll use it a little bit. I won't let it out of my sight, that's for sure.
Well, hopefully the weather's going to improve this summer and then you can actually enjoy it a bit.
I would hope so.
Brilliant. OK, well, listen, thank you so much, Steve. Great to talk to you and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
And yourself. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Paul, have you found someone?
Yes, I have found someone. He's actually a good mate of mine. What I'm going to do is, I was going to brave the rain, but I'm not because my fringe will get melted and fall off. So what I'll do is I'll lean down here, and actually this is a stunner, an MSO HS McLaren. What's that? I know MSO is Special Operations, isn't it?
McLaren Special Operations High Sport. So there's 25 of these.
25?
This is number 2. 7 right-hand drives. I think there's only 4 in the country now. And this is the only right-hand drive fully exposed carbon fibre.
Well, listen, I've always had you down as a bit of a lad, but I honestly did not realise you had one. If I knew you had one of these, I'd talk to you a lot more. Where do I know you from? Where do I know you from?
Racing, British Endurance. Yep, you do a lot of instructing for a few of the drivers for my competition.
I know, which is a weird one, isn't it? Yeah, so a bit of coaching against your competition in your TCR car, which is stunning, but TCR car is something else, a tin top touring car. This is a proper car, isn't it?
Oh, this is amazing. It's absolutely, it's stunning. We had it at Silverstone, and you know what it's like coming off church, going hang a straight. The race car will do about 140 at the top if you're really on it, if you come off there properly, just about. Standing start from church, standing start, 150 at the end. Can you imagine what it would do coming off church?
I actually don't want to know. It's probably, you might end up in church, to be fair, mate.
Probably.
Plans for today? Have you had a drive around the circuit?
Not really. Just basically parade laps. You know what I'm like? If I'm going to take it around the circuit, I'm going to push it hard, and I don't do that in this.
That's probably a very good thing to do. I'm going to leave you to it. Ash, thanks for talking to us, mate. You go steady in the MSO HS McLaren, and I think it is back to Amanda. Who have you got?
Well, I've managed to persuade somebody to open their window in amongst this rain, and it's Seamus Taff, who's the brand manager for Singer. Seamus, this is sensationally beautiful, as all Singers are, but I'm definitely keeping my umbrella over your leather.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, this is one of 450 cars that we are commissioned to create for owners. So, yeah, we're glad to have it here. Sadly, the weather's not doing what we wanted to do, but we're on PS4Ss, so it's no problem driving around the track.
But I'm keeping, I say, talking about the leather, I'm keeping this nice and dry. It's like a handbag.
It is. It's like a handbag, yes, only a little bit more expensive. It's a basket weave of Sweden leather. It's hand woven in Italy, hand dyed as well. So you can see some changes. It bamboos as you look across it. It's very soft and subtle. It hasn't been treated in any way whatsoever. And yes, I've seen some people admire this more than their handbags.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, when Singers first came onto the scene, nobody had ever done anything like it before. It really was a vision, and just to see the sort of popularity and the way that they've taken off. Oh my gosh, it really is pouring now. You've not seen any let up in that, and you're expanding what you're doing as well.
Yeah, we've been lucky enough that people love what Rob does. Rob is our designer. He's an ex-lead singer with Catch and Wheel, so he's an Englishman that saw the need for this. He loves Porsche cars, and we want to honour them by creating something more beautiful.
Right, the rain is coming into the car now, so I'm going to let you shut your window. Thanks very much, Seamus. In actual fact, I think I might get off the grid because it is pouring.
Well, understandably, the guys have bailed from the grid, seeing that they didn't bring their armbands with them or their snorkel masks. So Amanda and Paul have gone for sanctuary of somewhere dry, and there's still quite a few brave souls out on the grid, and the owners of these wonderful cars are hopefully going to splash round, albeit at reduced pace, once we are able to get the circuit live again. We don't particularly, for myriad reasons, want this to continue, but it does rather look as though we've got more on the way. Lots of people are here with their motorsport cars, but without wet tyres, so we want obviously a dry road for it to run later on. The cars then leave the grid. This is where you just suddenly discover how much your car mists up, doesn't it, and whether your wipers work. But the pace car leads them away, and the Porsches at the head of the queue in this 75th anniversary year of Porsche accelerate tentatively down towards Redgate, and then on instruction the rest of the field slots in behind. And the grid shot, we're looking partly out of the window, partly at the TV pictures, it looks and is properly horrible, and the nice CLK Roadster with the Targa roof sitting out as the owner is in the fresh air is rather regretting that.
Hence he just accelerated past the Porsches because he's like, I'm not hanging about and standing in this queue.
No, I'm going.
Yeah, understandable.
So all the Porsche Spiders go. I've never seen that many of them, that's amazing. We've got the McLarens, and what else is going to join? I know Chris has already been talking you through most of this, but the Ferraris join the back now, and pretty much everybody is on the move, and they're not going to do a lap. In fact, they're going to go straight back to the paddock, understandably, seeing that the road is pretty much awash. Now, how this is going to affect the rest of the afternoon, I can't yet tell you, because I can't imagine that there are terribly many owners that want to go hammering out in their motorsport demo cars, or indeed whether the track would be suitable. If this were a race meeting, you would now start to say, are we going to have a delay while the rain eases? Watch this space. I've never seen O'Neill as wet. It's warmed my day, this has. And I'll tell you, under your little see-through umbrella, you looked ever so camp. It's a good job I didn't take a photograph of that. Honest God. The Mary Poppins of the British Touring Car Championship, Paul O'Neill. He's returned and he's drying out, ready to be dispatched into the rain again. However, going back to the plot, yes, Chris, whether or not people want to run cars, whether the circuit is even appropriate for running, we'll have to wait and see. So the rest of the afternoon, certainly the next few minutes, is a bit play it by ear.
Yeah, I mean, the hopeful thing is that it certainly looks a lot brighter on the horizon, doesn't it? So hopefully, I love this Merc. This was outside my hotel window last night.
Oh, the GT4?
Yeah.
Yes, it is nice, that.
Big old wing on the back of that. He's tempted to want to give it a bit of welly, that one. He's happy. Did you see at the back the new Praga?
No, I didn't.
Behemoth.
No.
Amazing looking thing.
I'm afraid every time I've gone near the grid, either the heavens have opened or I bumped into somebody else that's rather distracted me.
Yeah. I saw your right-hand man, Mr. Harvey's here as well.
He is, which is excellent news for the catering concessions.
Love is in the air.
they can retire. That is part of it. You know, you have an entry list of people that are here to drive in the demos, and then as we've just been discovering, there are more people here doing other things. For example, one or two other drivers, James Gornall, for example, I bumped into, who's been doing some of the Ginetta laps with passengers alongside in the earlier sessions.
It was Jiggy's birthday the other day.
Was it?
Yeah, I saw that.
So
yeah, I mean, there's numerous others that are going, oh, is that your voice I can hear? And I'm like, yeah, where are you? And he goes, oh, I'm here doing such and such and such and such.
Yeah.
Like, oh, right, okay. And then you catch up with them and what have you.
So the Mercedes is currently in reverse gear, but we'll look the other way as the F40s, the Aston Martins, the 911s, and the Ferrari Daytona 3654, that glorious car, the Daytona, comes down to the queue as well. Number plate spotting is another hobby. 911 SFD is a very nice plate on the 911 Targa.
What's the, just behind the Porsche here, what's that?
It's an Aston, I think, isn't it?
It's this beautiful looking car. I was quite pleased that even Tom Giaconelli with the occasional one was like, I'm not sure I've not seen one of those before. And it's like, good, I'm glad that is the case, that there is that many of them out there. The Lexus LFA.
It's nice, that.
They're all sort of edging their way down. I do, you know, the Mercs here sort of look almost understated compared to some of these cars, but when you hear those things, the noise of them is just beautiful.
But I think the Mercedes is a really nice shape. That works well, both as a race car and as a road car. The Lamborghinis do, the Porsches do.
We were discussing with Tom earlier the Ford GT, a real great show of how you can kind of go, well, that was the shape we had, we're going to recreate it, and you would see it straight away and go, that's a Ford GT.
Ford GT, yeah. In the same way that Alpine has done. Not in terms of a supercar, I know it's not a supercar, but the current iteration of the Alpine, again, you've got the heritage, but in a modern shape.
But it doesn't always work, does it? No. Again, it's not a supercar or anything, but take, for example, a very famous car, the VW Beetle, is that did not work.
No.
That did not work at all.
And then it got even more bloated in the second generation.
Exactly.
Whereas with every Porsche going, whether it is a 911, whether it is a Panamera, whether it's the latest GT3, you can always see the heritage within the front of the car. The Porsche style is always there, stamped on it. Have we touched on the fact there's a Metro 6R4, which is about the only thing at the moment capable of mastering the conditions, I think?
Well, and it was interesting because it's not a supercar hypercar, is that Tom was a bit thrown by that one.
Ah, okay.
And I was like, well, that's good. But he says, but I'm assuming it's right for it to be out there. And I was like, yeah, do you know what? I think so, because they're talking about remaking those, aren't they?
I think so, yeah.
Down in south of Wales, I think they're talking about doing it. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, there were not two iterations, but two specs. There was the sort of proper Group B World Rally car, and then there was the Clubman spec with a slightly less powerful engine. And that was one of the victims of Group B rallying being killed off. Yeah. So some went into rallycross.
That's where I picture it. You know, Will Gollop.
Yeah.
Gollop, is that right?
It was, yeah.
And Skanker in the
RS200.
Yeah. Those were the heady days.
No, 1985 Lombard RAC Rally, when they made their debut. And there was all this optimism, and I can remember being out watching it, and Tony Pond was third, which was a fantastic effort. But the problem was that as the 6R4 had been debuted, so Lancia unleashed the ultimate Group B car of all, which was the Delta S4, which was the turbo and supercharged car, and that just blew everything away. And the 6R4 against that just couldn't compete. And the RS200, in fairness, was a bit the same. It was a bit day late, dollar short kind of car.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of the 6R4s went rallycrossing. And Austin Rover, realising that they built all these cars and needed to shift them, thought, what the heck do we do now? So they created what was called the 6R4 Super Challenge, which was a mix of races, and I think you could also use them on club level rallies, because if it was an international rally, it fell under the FISA regulations, which had just outlawed Group B. So certain rallies you could run them on, but they raced them. And so there was a race here, for example, in May '87, when they all went thundering down to Redgate, completely misjudged how to get round the corner, ploughed off into the gravel, marshals ran, but with four-wheel drive, they all drove out again. Carried on. And then they had a race for them at the Birmingham Super Prix as well. And they looked a little incongruous, but you know, they were just they sounded good, and they were still fun, so they were good to see.
I love that, the Birmingham Super Prix. Now you're taking me back to something that I'm really sad has stopped.
Well, there you go. The first one of those was rain affected. Look out of the window, and it's probably not dissimilar weather conditions.
True.
Yeah. So the Supercars, the Hypercars, making their way back into the paddock. Those of you that are here, go and have a look round when it stops raining. Some of the teams crossing everything that the road is going to dry sufficiently to allow them to go out, but I've got this horrible feeling this looks a bit set in for the day, which is a real shame. Donington, a great circuit and the perfect place for the shootout that we've been looking forward to. We've got the officials out on track. I think we might have a car that needs retrieval, actually. That's the current delay. That's while one of the cars is brought back into the pit lane. So the rest of the day, in theory, is going to have more of the motorsport demos, but I think right now drivers will be rather reluctant to go out. We should have had the 2-lap McLaren 60 parade as well, and the intention would be that at 3:20, where are we now, 1:05, 20 past 3 would be the build-up to the shootout, which would get underway at past. But that can probably still go ahead, albeit there might be a few cars that aren't able to take part in that. So we've had the hypercars from the grid, and now we will await news really as to what's going to happen next in these conditions. So as you look down on the paddock, the SCD team are now going to check every weather app known to man. They're going to get out multitudinous versions of the timetable and come up with a plan for the afternoon. It is brightening as I say all of this, and hopefully the rain is going to stop and then clear off. But for the meantime, we'll take a short break here, and when action resumes at the Supercar Driver Secret Meet, we'll be back with you to keep on drooling for this ultimate driving day.
Welcome back to a very, very wet Donington Park. I am literally stood in a puddle, which is lovely. There's a bit of oil in there as well. Hopefully it's not off one of Rick Wood's Nissan Skylines. But yeah, it's the secret meet here at Donington Park. It's absolutely amazing. Supercar driver secret meet. Talking about, I love this, Jake Hill's just clocked me. He's going to run off. Oh no, he's not. He's a pro these days, is Jake Hill. British Touring Car race winner. British Touring Car title winner in the future, I would say. Maybe this year. Let's firstly talk about British Touring Cars. It's going well, isn't it, mate, for BMW?
Very well, Howie. Yeah, it's good to see you, mate. It's a bit wet, isn't it? But we're having a nice time. Yeah, Touring Cars is going really well. Had my most successful weekend ever at Alton Park with a double win and a second place. So what an awesome trio of races we had there, and looking forward to the next one in, what, 3 weeks now?
Nearly did a Plato from back in 2009.
That's right.
That was the last time somebody won 3 races in one day. Was you close that day, do you think, at Alton?
Yeah, very close. You know, I mean, I was fighting Colin a little bit there in the last one for the win, but just I'd used my 2 new sets of brakes in races 1 and 2 to try and win those 2, which we obviously achieved, and just ran out of brakes, to be honest. But either way, it was a fantastic result for BMW. You know, we scored a 1, 2, 3 in that last race there, so awesome.
Can't complain with that. Let's move on to some proper cars. It's okay, you can laugh at that. Talk me through what you have here. You've got one of these as a road car, actually, one of these RA32s, haven't you?
Yeah, R32 GTR. Yeah, so these are obviously the famous Group A cars from 1989 all the way to 1992, 93. And yeah, so this one I won the Festival of Speed at in 2021. My HKS car, awesome bit of kit. This is the newest build, which is the Axia Skyline, the very colourful paint splattered car.
It's got pink on it, we like that.
We like a bit of pink, yeah. And then we've got the Calsonic car, which I'm running this year at the Festival of Speed. And that is my one true love, that is. And then today I'm in the Taisan car, which you see here, the red and black one. So yeah, I'm actually just prepping my wets ready for Festival of Speed, so looking forward to it.
Love it. You've got a busy week ahead of you, yeah?
We have, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, we're sort of on BMW duty at the Festival of Speed, but I'm also doing the time shootout in the Calsonic Skyline. So this is the first time ever Rick's had all 4 of his Skylines together. And yeah, they're a bit of me, mate. They're awesome.
I absolutely love it. Things are good. Revival's fantastic. Everything is good for you, isn't it? You're doing a lot of older driver stuff now, aren't you? And it's really good, isn't it, mate?
It's awesome, mate. Yeah, we had an amazing weekend at the Super Tourer Fest at Brands Hatch last weekend before, where I won all 4 in the Nissan Primera, 99 championship winning ILO car. So
how many wins do you have?
4.
Oh.
Yeah. How many wins do you have?
2 in about 15 years. It only took you like 3 hours to get 4 wins in a Super Tourer. Brilliant. Thanks, mate.
That's right. Yeah, no worries. Anytime. But no, I've had lots of fun. And you know, rule number 1 of going racing is just to enjoy it. And I can't moan about that. I've had so much fun. I mean, these awesome Skylines today. So yeah, loving life.
Shootout. Talk me through it. Which car are you using?
So we're going to use the Taisan Sky. Yeah, it's only because there's still a lot of prep work to do with the Calsonic for the Festival Speed, and it's just not ready. So the Taisan's ready to go. Yeah. We're going to do the sort of free practice run just before it, make sure everything's good and ready to go, and yeah, give it big sends in the shootout.
Wet weather, 4-wheel drive?
Yeah, so she's 50-50 split. We can wind the split all the way to 50-50 on the drivetrain, so it's a fully active central diff. Which is very handy in these conditions. And yeah, we got touring car wets, so literally the same wet tyre that we use in British touring cars, which is awesome.
They're brand spankers,
spankers, mate, spankers. So yeah, Rick's actually going to drive this one in the not in the shootout, but just in the test session. So we'll have these 2 out shortly. But yeah, we're going to use the Taisan car for the shootout, and yeah, go for it, mate.
Wicked. I love it. Do you think Rick could speak to us?
I think he would. Rick, do you want to come over and have a chat?
Come on, Rick. What a legend. How are you doing? Sorry, I've not met you many times, Rick. Great to see you, fella. Firstly, thank you for believing in someone who's actually a very good friend of mine, Jake. He's a top peddler, isn't he?
I got convinced to. I got a sort of begging kind of thing saying, "Oh, you built this Skyline. Jake's really into Skylines. Would you give him the opportunity?" I'm like, "Jake who?" Obviously, I knew who it was, but I just assume everyone's going to break my car unless they like kind of convince me any different. And no, he treated it. I let him have a go, and he treated it really gently, and he's just annoyingly fast as it happens. So, yeah, he's got the job ever since.
Oh, right.
So Adam used to drive it before, Adam Morgan, and he did well, but yeah, Jake's just on fire in that car.
Even, to be fair, even Adam Morgan, who is Jake's BMW teammate in British Touring Cars, has said to me, I cannot get my breath how quick him and Colin are, but specifically Jake. Unbelievable. He's having a great year, isn't he?
He's having a fantastic year, and I think he's just got that little something. Like, there's probably 3 or 4, like I said, I'm not an expert, I build cars, but there's 3 or 4 drivers in there that have got something very special, and I think he's one of them.
I think I'm dead on with you. Rick, could you show us around one of your beautiful Skylines? What would be easiest to show us around, and just maybe
do this one?
Yeah.
It's easy enough, yeah. So essentially it's Group A.
Yeah.
So what that means is the shell you're not really allowed to touch.
Okay.
The engine you've got to use original block, head, crank pistons, stuff like that. So they're still running about 750 horsepower. All the suspension is Group A, so obviously we couldn't buy one of these, so we had literally off photos reverse engineered them. So imagine we knew what size that was, or a photo under the car, one of the originals, and we scaled everything back. And it was only later in life when we actually scanned uprights and suspension off a real one. We were within a millimetre. I'm like, wow. So
helps when you build engines.
Well, it does, yeah. But we ended up using the Australian roll centres because we trust the Australian cars actually were a bit better. But we couldn't build one of those because it wasn't FIA, it was CAMS. So there's an Australian kind of regulation. If we built an Australian one, we couldn't race it over here. So these are all kind of Nismo European regulations. So just having a look round it, like I say, we made the fuel tank.
Oh, wow. We're getting a right old look here.
Yeah, I'll walk you around if you're interested.
Amazing. We'd be more than happy for you to walk us round.
We made the fuel tank to look like the originals. We make all these bits. We made all this just to simplify the fuel system. So it's like a 110 litre tank, which is about an hour's worth of running.
A lot of tank.
Well, it's a lot of horsepower, so it is all an equation.
Don't tell Greta Thunberg.
Oh well. Obviously, the whole idea of these cars is they spit flames. So most of the photos you see, the flames are 6 to 8 foot, you know. And if you're not making big flames, you're not driving it hard enough. So we make all the cages. It's all T45.
Wow.
Every nut and bolt and relay is in the original place. The same number of screws. You have to to get papers, you have to, have everything absolutely perfect. So, yeah, in there we even did the gauges. If you've seen the gauges, they should say Nismo, but they wouldn't make us Nismo gauges. So I had to have them done Ricmo.
Oh, really?
So it's still blue. Yeah, so they look just like the originals. So the detail we've gone to is pretty spectacular.
Absolutely stunning. That car is beautiful. I was going to ask you actually, Rick, did I see smoke coming out of one of the cars?
Ah, yes. That was a deliberate mistake.
Overfilled?
No, we on these cars, that one is one of the first ones I built, or the second one I built, and now we run a little oil pump to pull the oil out of the tank and push it back, because you're revving it to 9,000, the oil tends to stay at the top of the engine. So we've got a pump that sucks it and pushes it down. And we were using this is boring information, we're using a VDO pump, which now is unavailable. And most motorsport people are using these motorsport pumps. So I was like, what can I use? So I'd done a V10 BMW engine, 5 litre, and they've got the same problem. They can't get the oil down. So I thought, I tell you what, we'll use a BMW pump. They'll do 100,000 miles. You got them on eBay for 150 quid for a, perfect. Yeah. So we put one on this car, perfect. That car, perfect. That one, I thought while we were upgrading it and doing a couple of things to it, we'll put one on. And Jake did one lap, full of smoke. It had filled the rocker cover to the top, all the breathers full of oil. And it turns out, this is a useless piece of information, the left and right hand pumps on these V10s are a different part number.
No.
They look identical. One drives one way, one drives the other.
No way.
So basically, we managed to suck. We know they pumped a lot of oil because it managed to empty the sump into the rocker cover in like a lap. So so anyway, we turned the polarity around. Perfect. I've had it around the car park at 140 mile an hour. It's fine.
It's fine.
So there you go.
Well, there you go, because me and David Addison were wondering about what had gone on there, so thank you for that. Not useless information, absolutely amazing information. Shootout in a bit. What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping he keeps on the black stuff.
Yeah.
So as long as he keeps on the black stuff, which is, it's like, if anyone can do it, he's got the car control, it's got the grip, it's got an intelligent G-force sensor, so it depends, it alters the amount of the power going to the front, to the back. Very clever.
Is that active yaw?
Essentially, yeah, active four-wheel drive. So when we're racing it normally, by the time you get to 160, 170 mile an hour, it's at 10% going to the front. Whereas off the line, it's like 40% going to the front. And also in the corners. And I'm telling you all my competitors, but yeah, when we go into the braking phase, then it locks all four wheels up. So it's very hard to lock the wheels up in this car because the four before are all locked up. Quite clever.
That is very clever.
But that's overpriced Phil that helps us with that bit.
Well, it's going out to the whole circuit, so let's not worry about that. It's getting very noisy in here, Rick. There's a lot of engines and things firing up, so I'm going to now hand over to Chris Dawes and see what he's got for us next.
Okay.
Right, well, you join me back down in the garages, and we're down at the Glen Turret team, the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. I don't know who's the biggest star right now, because we've got Ross Wiley. He is, of course, the biggest star. But this car is hot off the press from Silverstone, the British Grand Prix that it just raced in this last weekend in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Ross, of course, you're the biggest star. I mean, welcome to Supercar Driver again.
Well, thank you for the warm and wet welcome. Yeah, it's obviously a real pleasure to be here. It's such a great event. It seems to be growing year on year. And, of course, like you say, to be coming hot from Silverstone in the Porsche Super Cup race is just an added bonus as well, and the car is very authentic. We've still got the stone chips and a little bit of love taps from the race on Sunday, but we're still in one piece.
Yeah, I do recall it being quite a forceful race, that one. I mean, quickly before we move on to Glen Turret, is that I know you're the 2014 British GT4 champion, and you've had a lot of success in the GTO class in GT Cup, and going well again this year with Paul Bailey, and you're still piloting in the and second at the moment in the Pro-Am class, I think, in the Carrera Cup.
Yeah, that's right. When you say 2014 out loud, it's actually quite scary. Was it really that long ago? I guess we need to start working harder and try and get another title under our name. But yeah, we're currently second in the Carrera Cup GB Pro-Am Championship this year with Redline Racing and Glen Turret. So yeah, hopefully we can have a better second half of the season, and let's see what happens. But yeah, I've been racing for just over 20 years now, and it all began here at Donington, the first place I drove a race car, actually. So, really? Yeah, always pretty special coming back here.
Well, talking about that being special being here, is that you and I were just talking off air, the Glen Turret Highland single malt Scotch whisky, that we'll come on to details in a minute, is it was that relationship started not only at this circuit, but with the Supercar Driver meet.
Yes, so Supercar Driver is very much a part of our association. I met the guys from Glen Turret here on the Supercar Driver secret meet a few years back, and yeah, we formed our relationship from there. So actually it's very, very special to be back here, and obviously reminiscent of how our relationship started. But Scotland's oldest working distillery, it's a real pleasure and a real feather in the cap to be flying the flag for them.
And it's a busy season for you, isn't it, with the Porsche, with the GT Cup. What else have you still got planned? Because, I mean, you know, we're talking about you've had the Rising Star Award from BRDC and all those kind of things, and it sounds like you've still got the hunger.
I've definitely still got the hunger. I don't like to sit around, so yeah, watch this space. There's a few more exciting projects in the pipeline. Obviously, racing the Super Cup at the weekend was something quite spectacular, and you know, lining up on that Formula 1 grid and seeing all the British fans was just phenomenal. But
there was one or two of them, wasn't there?
There was a few. I seen the odd Scotland flag in the background as well, which was a nice added bonus. And of course, having two fantastic Scottish brands behind me, Glenturret and obviously Tunnocks. We've got to give them a mention because, yeah, for those who haven't tried it, come down to our garage. I don't know what garage number we are, but we've got a few on display, and come and whet your appetite.
Yeah, and I have. When you guys have had the sponsors, you do bring plenty of them along, so I shall be in the queue for that one. One of the quick things before we move on to the Glenturret is that I get to cover you guys in a lot of GT racing. I've lost track of how many times I've commentated on you, to be honest, but what I love about GT racing is your career is not just about putting championships under your own belt. The whole Pro-Am setup where you're coaching AM drivers, it's such an enthralling world.
Absolutely, and the coaching element is another skill set in itself. You might be the best driver in the world, but you know, having that I guess skill set to go and teach someone else is quite challenging, and actually I thrive off of that. I love passing on that knowledge that you've gained over the years, and hopefully someone can learn from the mistakes that I've made and hopefully don't make the same ones. But it's just another added element. You know, you've got pit stops, so it's very much a team effort in that side of things. And of course the real thing is having your AM driver where you need to try and get them up to speed. So yeah, like you say, I just think it gives it that little bit more of an exciting dynamic to what we're doing.
Yeah, because you pros, you'll have like, you know, milliseconds between you and your lap times, but it's the AMs where you can get them. But I always find it incredible watching you guys. It's like, where does this come from? That from the outside it can look like you're all doing exactly the same thing, but the lap times can be seconds quicker, and you've got to sit back and know, what am I doing? What are they doing? And get them to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's not as simple as just jumping in the car and driving as fast as you can. So, like you say, there's a few hidden elements there that people don't really appreciate. But it's about giving that seat time to the amateur driver, really trying to get them up to speed, because they might find a second a lap, we might find a 10th if we're lucky. So that is a real challenge. But again, it's something I absolutely thrive off of.
Well, switching to the Glenturret, I'm quite a whiskey fan myself, I must be honest. I don't think I've tried this one, especially not the £80,000 bottles. But, you know, these guys, I was reading the story. I mean, it's the oldest working distillery since 1763, and doing it in the old-fashioned, slow, manual ways.
Well, actually, I started off with the brand, like I say, here at Donington, but I actually started investing in the brand with my own money. I think there was so many ticks in the boxes, with it being Scotland's oldest working distillery, and with it being a boutique small batch distillery. Don't quote me on this, but I think around 200,000 litres as opposed to Macallan at 17 million litres of alcohol a year. So for me, having that boutique service, I think, was a real feather in the cap. And of course the liquid itself is just absolutely fantastic, but don't drink and drive.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely good. Very good comment indeed. What's your favourite one of the Glenturrets? Because I was looking through them all. There's some that only do like a couple of 100 bottles when they release them.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unique. As we're stood here talking right now, I'm looking at the decanter in the background, and it really is just a work of art. So without stating the obvious, that's definitely my favourite. But my go-to is the 12-year-old. That's what sits on my kitchen shelf, and depending if I've had a good or a bad day, it's something nice to enjoy.
You a fan of the peat?
I wasn't, but these guys at Axiom Brands do a great job of educating your palate, and that's what it's all about, really. Yeah. I think we've all tried whiskey at some point and thought, wow, that wasn't the best, but when you've got these experts behind a brand and really educating you about it, that's when you really start to enjoy the process and, of course, enjoy the flavour more importantly.
Absolutely, and what a great sponsor to have. The cars look amazing, and you guys are really working in partnership. What did I see that so far this year you've got 3 victories in the Carrera Cup GB? You've got to be pushing for more with these guys. We've
got to be pushing for more, yes. We were robbed of the double victory at Oulton Park. That, yeah. I think I was, I'm not going to go into it. I was hit a few too many times, so I was robbed of that one. Not that I'm bitter about it.
Your Honour.
Yes, but we're at the midway point of the season. We've got a summer break, and hopefully we can come back fighting in the second half. we go to Scotland next, Knockhill, so no pressure, but it's my home race, and obviously home race for Glenturret and the guys at Tunnocks as well.
Of course it is. That's going to be a lot of pressure. Listen, Ross, thank you so much. So good to catch up with you. Are you going to be heading out there in these conditions? It doesn't bother you, does it?
Doesn't bother me. I'm going out to dry it up for everyone.
Good. That's what I like to see. Thank you very much. Who am I heading back to? I'm not sure who I'm handed back to, but that was Ross Wiley and one of the key sponsors, the Glenturret Highland Single Malt Whisky. I'm going to go and see if I can get a little bit now. See you later.
Well, I've now managed to avoid the rain, thank goodness, dry off a tad because I had got very soggy, and I have made my way to the amazing sort of McLaren hospitality, which really takes pride of place here in Paddock 1 at Donington. I'm delighted to say I'm joined by George Farquhar, who's sort of head of VIP relations, is that right?
Correct.
Yes, that's right. Now, first of all, George, I want to say thank you for being here. I'm going to say congratulations on a brilliant British Grand Prix. Everybody at McLaren must be super happy about that. But say it's wonderful that McLaren have actually taken such an increased involvement here at Donington for Supercar Driver.
Well, indeed, and congratulations to Supercar Driver. I mean, this event just gets bigger and better every year, despite the weather. And well done for them for putting it on and putting it together and having us. And as you can see, we bought a substantially bigger building this time, and it's great to see a queue out the door with some customers and other fans and enthusiasts.
So who have you got inside? Because obviously we've just been in there. It is absolutely packed. Now, partly that's people wanting to shelter from the horrible weather, but
Exactly.
Obviously it's also an awful lot of your guests.
Yeah, a lot of guests. We've obviously got our retailers from here in the UK and a lot of customers. But also we've had a long-standing relationship with Supercar Driver, and whether a customer or not, we know a lot of the members, and they're always welcome.
And we've had a lot of members with their McLarens out on track already today.
True. Yep, we've had the Artura, and we're delighted to be debuting our new 750 here as well.
Well, yeah, so here it is in pride of place outside the front. Just tell me a little bit about it. What's different?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's I guess it's an evolution of the 720S. The 720S was a car that we launched about 6 years ago, and we built it in initially a hardtop coupe format, and then we did a Spider, and that evolved into an LT. But over that period, we learned an enormous amount about the car, and the 750 just delivers an improved benchmark over what was already a benchmark with the 720. So 30 kilograms less weight, 30 newton meters more torque, 30% all new components, and taking some of what made the 765 LT special and adding it into the 750, but keeping the refinement, keeping the ergonomics and the day-to-day usability of the 720. So it's a more comfortable 765 LT, I would say.
Now, I've driven the 720, and I don't know how you can get a road car to be more powerful and sort of hold the road as well. I was absolutely blown away. I actually had it out on a track day.
Yep.
So what is it like? Have you been out in it?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's everything that the 720 was, just dialed up a little bit more. And with Apple CarPlay. So
hallelujah.
Yeah. If you have had it, you can't live without it. So the onus was on us to deliver that. But yeah, I mean, it is just taking that benchmark that we made with the 720 and just dialing it up and delivering more. And it's obviously incredibly powerful, but it's not all about just power. It's about how you deliver that power and how it is as just a day-to-day car. The ride on it, we've now got our new proactive chassis control system, proactive chassis control 3. In comfort mode, it's almost S-class level of comfort. But like all McLarens, they have a Jekyll and Hyde characteristic, and if you get to a lovely road or you get to a track and you want to dial it up, then going through sport and into track mode, gives you all of that
everything that you might possibly want. So what's delivery, and how many are being made, and where are we going to be seeing them?
So it's having its public debut here in the UK today. It'll have its dynamic debut at Goodwood Festival of Speed later this week. We've already started taking orders. We've already started speccing cars. We already have a production schedule. into next year. And we start building the first ones in October and deliveries to customers soon thereafter. So yeah, we're already quite far along on that front.
And obviously looking ahead to the future, I mean, surely you can't just keep building bigger and bigger cars, because we're soon going to be hitting 2030. So
Sure.
what's going to be happening then?
Well, we've already made 3 hybrids.
Yep.
And the new Artura is our first volume series high-performance hybrid. And that really gives an inkling of where we're going in the future, and opens up a whole new era for us. So you know, we've gone from a 4-litre V8 to a downsized 3-litre V6, but now with a hybrid system that delivers yet more power, but also gives you all the benefits of pure electric driving. And we announced that we will be making a V8 hybrid with our engine partner Ricardo. So you know, that is really where we're going, and that is the future.
And you're not going to tell me any more.
There's a lot to come. There's a lot to come.
Okay.
But yeah, we are sort of in a new era, and indeed, in some ways, you know, the 750 is starting to mark the end of the pure internal combustion engine era.
Sad days.
Yes.
Sad days, but exciting times.
Exciting times. I mean, we also have, not here today, but at Goodwood later this week, we'll be running and giving a dynamic debut for the Solus GT, which is naturally aspirated V10, our first V10, and the fastest thing we've made that's not a Formula 1 car. So yeah, we don't believe the internal combustion engine is dead yet, far from it. And yeah, with the Solus GT, with the Artura, you know, still keeping an internal combustion engine, but adding more performance and e-motor, you know, through hybrid. We're keeping what people love, but we're just, you know, delivering more performance and greater breadth of capability.
Brilliant, Josh. Well, thank you so much. I hope the rest of the day proves successful. And your hospitality unit is a refuge for many.
Well, you're welcome any time it starts raining again.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, over to you guys.
Amanda, thank you. So the circuit's going to go live again very shortly, and that will bring the next of our motorsport demos, I think, to the track. And the good news is that it's got a little bit drier. Well, it's less wet, at least, than it was. So how many laps people do, and indeed with what interest level they're going to go at, we'll have to wait and see. But we're also waiting, I think, another start time for the session. The pit lane is looking fairly busy once more. People are getting set, ready to venture out, which is good to see. But as I think Paul was making the point earlier on in the day, some of the teams have come here expecting a nice sunny July day, which is not an unreasonable thought, but the problem is they haven't got wet tyres, so they need it to be dry, certainly no worse than damp, to encourage them out ready for what's going to be really a last test session for some before that shootout later on.
Yeah, exactly. I was speaking to Rick Wood just a short while ago, and they've got brand new wets on those cars, so there are people who have got proper wets. They're ready to rock and roll. They know the score.
So brand new wets and four-wheel drive.
And four-wheel drive, yeah, I know, yeah.
Sledgehammer, nut, crack, and all that, yes.
Well, that's an official lap record, isn't it?
It could be on at this rate. Fastest Skyline ever. But yes, that'll be one to watch. Absolutely.
But speaking to Ollie Webb as well, I'm going to try and catch him later on. He's been driving that Rodin car around, but he was telling me if this is, I hope it's all right for me to say, I'm sure he wouldn't have texted me if it wasn't, but he was telling us today he's got it on camera that he's gone under the lap record that was set by that McLaren last year. So unofficially they think that they've gone faster than that McLaren.
Crikey.
So very interesting stuff from the Ollie Webb camp and Rodin. So yeah, it might be a nice idea to catch him up on a little interview and see how they've been getting on.
Well, if we get the chance, I'm sure we'll venture back to the pit lane. David McDonald, I think he's getting set to go in the Dallara that we've been talking about, the Formula Renault 3.5 car, the Blackthorn Motorsport run entry. He's got a GT car to play with as well as the single-seater for the day. So out he heads.
Lovely looking car, that. Nice and not complicated. Looks like a proper single-seater and how it should look. No silly bits and bobs all over it.
No, exactly. And another example of Dallara doing the job right. I mean, you now, on the one hand, you can sort of mourn the passing of multi-manufacturer single-seater racing, but Dallara from F3 and up, and Miguel from F3 below, if you like, just cornered the market, did everything absolutely right. And in Formula 3, certainly, nobody else had a look in, and they became the go-to constructor, didn't they?
Absolute glory days, weren't they? And because we had Tatis as well, didn't we?
That's right.
In some of the junior formula as well. But yeah, the Italians definitely know what the sketch is when it comes to building single-seaters.
Well, Gianpaolo Dallara had worked for Lamborghini, he'd worked for Maserati, he'd worked for Ferrari, and then took all the lessons he'd learned and set up on his own doing race cars. And yeah, I can still remember that first Formula 3 season, 1993, which started off with Reynolds and Ralph winning the first few races. And then Stephen Arnold and Warren Hughes rocked up with Dallara for the second event at Thruxton. I think it was Stephen Arnold on the front row. The meeting after they won, and by mid-season, it was all Dallara. And the category never looked back. I mean, you know, if you wanted to win, you just had to go and buy a Dallara. All of these Reynolds and the handful of Ralphs were consigned to the history books. But
typical, that, isn't it?
It's the way of the world at the time.
Unbelievable.
Now, look, Donington in the wet. Where is the really tricky bits, particularly, apart from avoiding curves?
Well, it's the actual standing water. The surface has been renewed here, but you can see it'll take a wide line and cut back on himself and have a later apex than you would normally at the hairpin. But you can hear the wheel spin. You can hear the wheel spin in second and third gear. I mean, them wets will be pretty new. Coming into Goddard's here, it's around the outside of most places and a later apex and just trying to get the power down. The biggest problem you've got, David, is this first corner here coming down towards Redgate after you can hear that still wheel spin in third and fourth gear. As he comes down now past the comms box, you've got to be careful of that horrible, massive puddle that's on the turn-in point for Redgate. So, to be fair to David, he knows exactly what the score is around here.
Yes.
And since it's been resurfaced, mate, I've got to say it's 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker than it would normally be in the wet. But there's still that bit of water that goes across as a river at Craner Curves.
And I suppose it's all part and parcel of an undulating circuit where there's a downhill and an uphill bit. Of course, the water's going to run down it, isn't it?
Exactly. It's always going to find somewhere. There used to be remember the really horrendous one that used to be about here now, just before they turn into McLean's. I remember in British Touring Car Weekend, we had cars going off on the warm-up lap. I think Matt Neal was one that went backwards off on the warm-up lap. So, yeah, standing water has always been a bit of a problem, but I've got to say, they put a lot of effort and time and technology into resurfacing this. I don't know how much you know, but speaking to James Gornall, who was here the day they were driving a car for the topography, I think it's called, and they had all sensors on the car, and they were seeing if they could just get rid of all of the bumps in the circuit, and they had this massive simulation, which was mind-blowing, and Jonathan Palmer spending big money apparently sorting that out.
Excellent, because I suppose it has to be of that flatness, because it's a great circuit for motorbikes, as well as we're looking at it from a car point of view, but you know, it's always been a really good place for World Superbikes, British Superbikes, even the British Motorcycle Grand Prix for many, many years before it moved to Silverstone. So David McDonnell then, on the wet, comes down towards Goddard's. These cars always made a great noise as well, didn't they?
They always did though, didn't they? In the Nissan guys and also the World Series for Renault. That car's probably raced round here because they had a World Series round here, I think, and it used to have like 120,000 people come and watch.
Yeah. I mean, it did move to Silverstone. I'm trying to remember whether this car was a Donington era car. I think it probably was. But yeah, no, you're right. It was always a free ticket meeting.
Yeah, it was mad, wasn't it?
Huge, absolutely huge. The first year that we did it, I can remember being up in the old commentary box thinking, crikey, how many people? Yeah. It's just amazing.
So one of the biggest events for Donington, as in crowd, it would be like MotoGP crowd. It was. I remember being here. It was absolutely crazy. Good to see. He's not messing around here.
No, he's not.
Look at the vortices he's coming off the back with all the water flying up the air. He's flat out. The aero's working on that car now. I won't be touching them curbs there, though, Captain. He's braver than me.
But with each lap that he does, there's a bit more warmth in the tyres, and there's a bit more confidence as to where he can push.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing. It's just, you know, you've got to get the aero working, even in these, you know, wet conditions. I don't do massive amounts with single-seaters, but I know how cars should feel if they've got wings on the front and rear, because you can it's more mechanical. You know, what you're relying on here is more mechanical, especially as you get into the Grand Prix. Look, there's no aero on the car now. It's all about how the tyre can grip into the tarmac on its own without any downforce. So, yeah, it's it's just great to hear that engine just having a little bit of a rattle off its valves as it comes out of that hairpin.
He's got the road to himself. I mean, in fairness to David, he is being pretty brave here. Nobody else really wants to go out on front of suit, do they? But he's not put a wheel wrong. We've not seen the car sideways. We've not seen it slithering off. We've not seen it up the curb. He is the right side of the line, as it were, here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is the thing. It's so easy there's a big braking zone like you've just seen at Redgate, the first corner. Instead of braking where you normally would, you have to brake offline because, as we all know, all the rubber gets pushed into the ground, and that's why you have this wet line, and that's just you trying to stay off the rubber that's pushed in the ground that the water sits on top of. So if you're wondering why people are braking offline, so to speak, that's why. But it's definitely a skill, having being a great wet weather driver, and obviously the fantastic Ayrton Senna was probably one of the greatest, especially around this circuit in 1993, which a lap that will probably never ever be forgotten.
No, exactly. And he went backwards to start with before he came forward. I mean, he lost places at Redgate and then he fought back. Yeah.
And wasn't it the same day that was it Michael Andretti he went off like it was about. He didn't finish a race, did he, for the first 5 races?
No, he was having a torrid time, as they say.
I think he had a Sauber in the side of him or something like that down at Goddard's.
I think you're right. I think it was Carl Wendlinger, wasn't it, that got tangled up with him. Yeah, it was not Michael's happiest season for a long time.
Same coloured car, really, as this, wasn't it, the Sauber? It had black and yellow mirrors. Beautiful car was the Sauber. The first guise of it, the first year of it was brilliant, 93.
Can't believe how much Peter Sauber must have made by buying and selling his own team.
I know, how many times?
Exactly, so it's gone to BMW, it's gone to Alfa, it's about to go to Audi. It's extraordinary.
Just sat there, lapping it all up.
Yeah.
They have won races, but under BMW, haven't they? One race at Canada?
Robert Kubis's win, yeah.
Wow.
Probably should have delivered more.
Yeah, I think so.
With the budget that the team had.
He's cracking on now.
Yeah, speed's coming, isn't it?
Yeah, fair play. So he's only having a little lift now as he goes into Craners, but he's obviously, I'd be surprised if he wasn't braking through the next bit of it, because that looks super fast. I'm impressed here, actually. He's getting it working.
And he's away from the curb, he's not putting himself at risk. I suppose it helps in a way that he's got nobody else out there. He doesn't have to go offline at any point. But even so, the road is getting a little bit drier. There's no clock running on this. It will be on the shootout later on. But out of McLean's, heads up the hill into Coppice, which is this double apex right, and again a quick look to see where the grip is. There's still quite a lot of spray, mind you.
There is a lot of spray. I was just looking at that, and do you know the other thing is as well, he'll probably know that he's the only car out on circuit, which is even more pressure, because you think, well, if I make a mistake, the only car that's on track and that is going to be followed by the cameras will be the car that I'm driving. So
True.
Yeah, it's pretty tentative stuff, but he's fully lit. I would not. I'd be half throttle down the straights. I'm not too keen on wet weather, to be honest.
But this is 3.5 litre engine, 485 horsepower. It's quite easy to drop this.
Oh, you could easily. You can hear him when he comes out of that hairpin. He's just come out of the wheel spin. He gets a bit here. If you listen to him now coming out the apex of Goddard's, that's wheel spinning in second and up to third. Yeah, so he's getting the confidence now to keep his foot pinned, because, I mean, that's the fastest he's come past our comms box now. So this track is very slippy in wet conditions. Before it was retarmacked, and now it is absolutely bang on. And I'd love to see Senna doing 15,000 people around the outside of the Carinas now, because I tell you what, I was impressed when he did it that day as a kid, but when I drove the circuit, when I knew how slippy it was, I remember thinking, oh, I'll try that. No, I won't.
And then just to round out the day, I know we're going off yet another tangent, but it's one of those days. At the end of the European Grand Prix Sunday, there was a round of the British Touring Car Championship in its very early Toka days, and the awful Renault 19.
What were you going to say, the awful Tim Harvey?
I was coming to that. Well, it's only race because of the weather.
Unreal.
It was on the right tyre for the conditions. Anybody that's unfairly going to suggest that the weight distribution helped, I wouldn't believe a word of that. But that was the Renault 19's day of days, and it was all thanks to the weather.
Wow. They had both cars in the quite high up, I think. I think if you speak to Tim, I think one of the things was the car was that bad in the dry, and usually if a car's bad in the dry, it means the chassis isn't that stiff.
Yeah.
And I think the car was quite soft and compliant, which is not great in the dry, and that's why it was good in the wet.
Yeah.
And it had the right tyre choice.
Yeah, I think it was a Michelin tyre, because in those days it was a free tyre choice,
Yeah.
wasn't it? So yes, from Ayrton Senna to Tim Harley. That's the link. All of which gets us away from this car, with the exception of the Renault Link. So over the line, it is definitely getting drier and drier quicker now. It's starting to look a lot more promising, this.
He's starting to twitch now on downshift, so the rear axle's just starting to snatch. You've got to remember, you know, these tyres will be very, very good on this car, but because it is a little bit drier in some parts of the circuit, it will start to get greasy, and the rear axle will start to lock as he pulls for a downward gear. So, yeah. Looks very in control, I've got to say. I'm really impressed in how fast he is and how in control he looks.
I'll go along with that. As I say, we've not seen him, tempting fate here, but we've not seen him put a wheel wrong. And he looks absolutely in control of all of this. He knows exactly where the grip is, he knows exactly where to position the car. So really interesting to watch this as well, and seeing the car picking up pace all the time.
I mean, he's early on the throttle through Coppice. That just tells me that the circuit is very grippy, to be fair. I mean, usually you would see people wait on that throttle to come out of Coppice and then down into the left right. Here we go. Now we're going to see some oversteer.
Right, the 1977 Formula One season's just started, hasn't it? A bit late, but out are going James Hunt and John Watson.
Good luck.
Well, this is good, because that was a car that had broken early on, but Michael Lyons... on slicks.
Is that on slicks?
Michael, good on you. On slick tyres there.
I can't believe that.
It's a little tentative.
That's on slicks. That looks like it's on slicks. Is he okay, hon?
He's exploring.
Do you know what it is? I'll tell you why. Because that car's had the wheel pins redone on it. That car retired, didn't it, from the session? Maybe it's just, let's just see if we can get it out, guys. And I don't know what their wet tyre situation is, but he is the bravest person on the bravest day in the bravest part of the world.
Absolutely.
This is unreal.
Number 1 Brave Street. Matt Wrigley, in the meantime, in the Penske, has gone through. So he's on wets, so he's picking up pace. But Michael Lyons, who isn't short of bravery, is just making sure he knows where he can and can't push, because the last thing he needs, given this car is heading to Goodwood next, is to drop it in the gravel bed. But Michael's massively experienced, isn't he? He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is as well, like I've said to you, this circuit wet now with the new tarmac, it actually runs like a dry circuit, as in when you're on wet tyres, you just cannot believe how much grip you've got. So when you've got so much grip on a wet tyre and no wheel spin, you would go on a slick as early as you can. So yeah, they're obviously up to something there, just trying to get the car mileage up.
Sure. So there is a wet shot Penske. That's Matt Wrigley at the wheel of it, and as he pushes, the car has a little twitch. But this is, in comparison with the Dallara, for example, a relatively simple race car. Engine in the back, manual gear shift, down to your right foot.
Listen to that. I am so impressed by how hard they are driving these cars. That is something else, and they're just getting away from. Look at that. That would never get through scrutineering at a British touring car round. That front split is actually scratching along the floor, and that Penske is being pushed to the limit. Down the crane is flat out. That's pretty impressive stuff, that.
It is, isn't it?
Right through the river as well. Wow.
So down the hill comes Matt Wrigley, down through the crane of curves. We've been talking a bit about the background to this car and the fact that it was sort of based on a March design, but the PC3 that ran at the start of 77, there was only the one of them for John Watson, and then the PC4 came along, which was a slightly improved car. But for the Dutch Grand Prix, Boy Heyer rented the car so he could take part in his home race. But from Roger Penske's point of view, it all became far too difficult trying to run a Formula One team, because really then, with the exception of the American races, it was largely European.
And America wasn't really on the radar. They went to, did they go to Canada back then? Probably
I don't think they did until
not.
after Gilles Villeneuve, around about 79,
yeah,
maybe. But Canada was relatively late. Yeah, they'd done Long Beach, they'd done Watkins Glen.
Yeah, they did Detroit.
No, that was 82, 83. Yeah.
So there wasn't much going on for him then. The European season won't really help out with it for Penske.
No. So the plug was pulled, which was a shame. But John Watson went to Brabham and then to McLaren. And Penske concentrated on innumerable other projects, all of which have been a great success.
Yeah, it's great to see these cars out, really.
Oh, it is. And the other good thing, of course, is that they all run in the period colour scheme, the driver's name still on the side, opposite lockout of the hairpin, on the slicks. Fair play, Michael.
I am biting my lip here because if you don't match the throttle revs with the gear shift, like you could hear that engine, Michael, one. If you get that 500 revs either side of the gear change, you're either going to lock the rears up or just plough straight on. So, looks like he's trying to escape that car, doesn't he? He's trying to get out.
Yeah, I mean, a bit like James Hunt, he's a tall chap, Michael the same, fighting the car.
That's just so good to see. He is special, that lad, isn't he, to be fair? Always has been.
It's a shame in a way that we haven't seen more of Michael Lyons in modern racing. He had a spell in European GT racing, but only a season or two. But it's really in historics that he's made his name, whether it's been at the Monaco Historic Grand Prix or in if you like, historic sports car club events. Dad races, mum races, and they've got a nice fleet of random cars. You can see how hard it is on the slick tyres on the wet road, but Michael Lyons is absolutely a brave man.
I tell you what, he's saving that team a lot of money running that slick tyre. He's
not sure he's got many options.
I was going to say, yeah. Well, he's probably saved about $2,500, I'd say, wet tyres, because this will be putting more rubber back on the tyre, I think, running like this.
But that, for many, encapsulates what the late 1970s Formula One was. The James Hunt McLaren and Rain, because all those images from Fuji, for example, from admittedly the earlier car, but you still kind of associate that race because it was so significant in James Hunt's career.
We can't actually say it's wet here if we think of the Fuji race, can we?
No, there are differing levels of wet.
That was something else. Did you get up to watch that? How old are you? No, you wouldn't have seen that, did you? Oh, so you wouldn't have watched it then?
No. Hadn't discovered motor racing then.
Wow.
77 I did, the year after. End of 77, I went first trip to Alton Park.
Oh, wow. What was that to see?
Oh, just a clubby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, some friends through my father's side of the family marshalled, and in fact still do at Alton. And, infant child likes cars, I'll bring you to Alton Park. And we went to the end of season 1977 BARC clubby, and the damage was done.
The rest is history.
Absolutely.
The rest is history.
Matt Wrigley saying, come on, go past, to David McDonald in the Dallara, who has done a lap round about 96 seconds, which ain't bad going in this.
Wow. Wow, to put that into perspective, that is about I might get this wrong, but I'm only going off what I remember, but that's about a dry time. A 1 minute 36.3 is about a dry time in a touring car, maybe about 7 or 8 years ago when we had a go round here in one.
Okay.
That's how fast it is. And he's on purple now.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting quicker all the time, and it's getting drier. So he's down at the Melbourne hairpin.
You watch now, Lyons will come past him flat out.
Sideways as well.
Sideways. In fifth cog.
Unofficially, these laps are having the clock put on them. We shouldn't really be talking about time, but it's interesting just really to see how the road is drying. And at the moment, Michael Lyons and Matt Wrigley are the two that you can compare because they're the same generation of Formula One car, but they're on different tyres. So at some point, the margin between them is going to narrow. And at the moment, Matt Wrigley is doing 1 minute 43s and 1 minute 50s for Michael Lyons, but at some point, that's going to be a crossover, if you like, if the road sufficiently dries. I don't think it is going to get dry fully, but it is drying.
Yeah, he's looking very, very... I mean, he was looking quick before, but like you said, every time he goes through a sector, you can see it is purple. That is the fastest overall in that sector.
Well, the Formula One cars, the World Series by Renault, Renault 3.5 Dallara have entertained us. The road is drying, which is good news. There's still lots happening, though, off the track. The members' paddock, for example, has been busy all day, and let's go and have a look at what's been going on there, look at some of the cars that are there as well, with Jonty.
Well, you join me in Paddock 3, an area that's quite often overlooked at an event like this. This is where all the members are parking, and, well, quite honestly, it's just quite an impressive sight, regardless of what you've got down the other end. people have still made the effort to come out in the terrible weather in some pretty epic cars, things like a 430 Scud or a GT3 RS, a 997. Cars that are quite famously on semi-slick tyres. 1,000 brake horsepower SF90 as well, and I mean the car park just goes on and on. There must be about 300 or 400 supercars here, and well, it's quite an impressive sight in itself. So it's amazing to see all these things out. I've got another pair of pistas. I'm guessing there's a bit of a Ferrari theme going off here. I think we did try at one point to put certain marks together, but that's not quite worked. I don't think we had enough people on that. But there's another pista over there, in fact. You know, it's a car that's very rarely seen, and we've just got a group of them all parked together. Got to say, I'm quite happy that it stopped raining for this bit, because I'm absolutely soaked through, still trying to dry out, and hopefully it'll dry out for these people to drive home later. We'll head through and have a good look at what we've got here. Another pair of 812s. I'm sure they'll be fun on the way home. Which one are we filming? Speciale, yeah, look at this. Actually, you know what? I'll give you that. Speciale is one of the best ones here. It's definitely one of my favourites. As the Turbo S starts up. Again, it's got an extra little bit of styling on this one. Some carbon covers around the lights. This is one of my all-time favourite cars, I've got to say. Last naturally aspirated V8 mid-engine Ferrari. Sort of tweaked up from the 458 Italia. Just an absolute dream to drive anywhere really, on track or road. Supposed to be more of a track-focused version of the Italia, but still very usable. Just like one of these things, GT3 RS. I don't know if this is one that's actually just... No, I don't think it's the one. We've just been away in the Dolomites, had one of these join us, along with quite a few of these sort of cars. Keeping it over it. The further back you go, the more cars that have just found the hidden right at the back. Look at the colour on this 812 GTS. Time for off? Are we heading home? We're heading home, probably. Why haven't you brought some of your other toys? Would you like to just tell people what else you've got?
Not really. 512 BB I should have come in. Would I have got on? I saw you had that crappy Lambo on there, on the Hypercar drive. That Miura.
Miura? You can't call the Miura crappy.
Well, it is compared to my 512 BB.
Well, it's because it's got a prancing horse on it. So yeah, you should have brought that. Yeah. Nice to see you anyway. Bye. Have a safe drive home. Cheers. Yeah, so not everyone's brought the best out, but then again, I think I'd much rather be driving home in an 812 than a 512 BB. They can be a bit temperamental. This is one of the new cars everyone's talking about. GT4 RS. New thing, and look at these beautiful blue wheels. Something that seems to be quite popularly spec'd on these cars. Rather stunning. Got lashings of carbon on it. Dying to have a go with these at some point. Not had a chance yet, but who knows. I might try and blag something, and hopefully I won't get in trouble like I did last year. I keep getting stick about when I disappeared because I was driving an F40 LM. I might have mentioned that before, but Amanda still rips me about that. So as I said, this car park, it just goes on and on. We've got a bunch more Ferraris here. I'm not quite sure when I last saw so many Ferraris altogether, apart from maybe at a Ferrari event. But you know, this is multi-mark. We've got all sorts. We've got an F1 edition Vantage stuck in the middle. A couple more pistas, literally as far as the eye can see. I wish I'd have been counting the pistas actually. They're quite a common sight. Is this just pista day? Got another one about to head home there. Someone that's going to get very wet in their Caterham as they leave today. Beautiful colour on this. Look at this. Aston Martin. Whoa. Yeah, I'd have one in that colour, definitely. I ought to talk about something other than Ferraris, really, didn't I? But then again, I do like the spec on this. We'll head it over. We've got AMG GTR just leaving. We've just got one of them as a league car, which I can't wait to get my hands on and drive home tonight. Unfortunately, not the best weather to test it out on Cup 2s. Got a few... oh, we're going to head down here because it looks like we've got something quite rare. I think I spy a Dodge Viper. Next to a very... ooh, that's a really bright 600 LT over there. Look at that. That's a very rare sight. Chrome wheels on that. 8 litre, or I don't know if these are the later ones that have got an 8.3 litre V10. Now that'll definitely be fun on UK roads in this weather. Taking it back, what else have we got lurking? Really far back now. This is almost like the forgotten area of the secret meet. And we've still got lovely things hiding at the back. 720S, another GT3, some more Astons. Look at this. If we've got... Sorry, I'm moving too fast for you guys, aren't I? Look at this thing. Honda on SX. What a shape that is. Developed by Ayrton Senna. Stunning car. This is the later one with the open headlights. Personally, I prefer the pop-ups. But, yeah, so, like I say, we've got tons of cars down here. If you've not been down, it's worth coming down, having a quick perv. And then I think we're handing back over to David. I've got no idea where he is. I've got no ears. But I'll hand back over to David now.
John T, thank you very much. So thanks to John T and the members at Paddock, and picking out one or two favourites of his, and looking at the pictures, we've got one or two favourites of our own. And the motorsport section continues. Now we go from the single-seaters to the touring cars and the sports cars, and all of this getting us ready for the shootout later on in the day. So they're the McLaren M8F, the sort of car that, for the period, rather dominated Can-Am racing, the American and Canadian sports car category. Jamie Thwaites got hold of this car. His father, Richard Thwaites, used to race against it when it was owned by John Fulston. It was built as an M8D, upgraded to M8F spec when there was just no stopping them. Bruce McLaren and Denny Hulme won every Can-Am title between them for 4 seasons straight. It was the Bruce and Denny show, such was the dominance that they had, and it was only really when, in the early 70s, Porsche came along with effectively the top chopped off a 917 and a big turbo engine and a Penske run car that things started to change. But the McLaren M8F then, with its 8.8 litre Chevrolet engine, it's quite a bit of kit, that.
That's unbelievable. I was just laughing at the trumpets over the top of his head there. It just looks like he's carting around some kind of orchestra.
Yes.
That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, that just sounds absolutely stunning. It just sounds like America, doesn't it? It's like a burger flying out of the exhaust. It's a proper car, that.
And Mom's apple pie. Yeah. But if you put that on American or Canadian circuits of the time, they were bumpy. There was limited runoff. They were proper old school road courses with lots of undulations too. They were
crazy.
They took some controlling.
Yeah, for a long time actually, the circuits in America were like that. And still, I remember St. Pete and a few other places. But great bravery by those guys back in the day who were flat out in those Can-Am cars and anything with those big Chevy block engines. Yeah, and it's great to see those engines still firing on all cylinders, because it would be a very sad place if we couldn't hear some kind of noise that come out of a Chevy block. And yeah, I'm really happy to be able to be here today and listen to those fantastic noises coming from the exhaust.
Indeed. And a very different era, the Lamborghini Diablo from the earlier days of Super Trofeo. That car making its way down towards the Melbourne hairpin. But almost insignificant against the McLaren, which announces its arrival with the noise.
I was just going to say that. Unbelievable. But yeah, these guys are... oh, here we go. This will be interesting. This will be very interesting now. This thing will be super fast.
So this is Darren Turner. This is the Aston Martin Valkyrie, which is just the most awesome piece of kit. And also going out, Jake Hill and Jonathan White in 2 of the Nissan Skylines. They're going to be worth watching as well. So this is all getting quite tasty now.
Yeah, they're having they're dipping the toe in the water, aren't they? Seeing how these cars are going to run. And yeah, a lot of these guys getting ready for the shootout.
I think Jamie Thwaites, though, in the McLaren M8F is particularly brave in that. Right, so I think Jake Hill was meant to be in the Tyson car, which was a bit smoky earlier on, but those problems. And as the cars head down through the Craner curves, we've been saying that part and parcel of a day like this isn't just the size, it's the sound. So let's have the engines for a moment do the talking. We'll stop, they will go loud, and we'll enjoy another element of this Supercar driver's secret meet. And International GT Open Championships and Italian GT. So yeah, I mean, Lamborghini has done a very impressive job with its GT3 program. It's got some good drivers in there as well. One of whom, oh hello, Jonathan White's car has stopped. That does not bode well. That's coming out of Coppes. That's going to be a stoppage if he can't get that car fired up. The Axia liveried car, Object T was the team that ran that car in 1990. For Masahiro Kageyama and Kazuo Shimizu. They were largely two-driver races in the Japanese Touring Car Championship.
They didn't go down well, did they, those types of car? Did they go and do Bathurst?
They did, yes. They were fine in Japan because they were Japanese. They didn't go down well in Australia. You're quite right. Paul's leading me towards the punchline here, everybody. The red flag is out for the Nissan. They became known as Godzilla because they just devoured everything in the path, whether it was a Holden or a Ford. And really, it was the ultimate Group A car. It was at the very end of Group A. We didn't have a European championship by that stage. The Sierra Cosworths were coming. Had been, I should say, but they weren't competitive because of the four-wheel drive. So they had the power, especially an RS500 trim, but the Fred Gibson ran the Nissans in Australia, and they just did everything. They won everything they possibly could, and eventually the TV audiences were dipping, and they had to. It was the dominance of the Skyline that really, through television ratings and the need for a better championship, created what became V8 Supercars. But in 1990, the race was stopped because of the weather, and Jim Richards was in the lead in Godzilla, the car that he shared with Mark Scaife, and at the top of the mountain crashed, even with the four-wheel drive, crashed it and broke the front right suspension and limped on, and he came out of Forest Elbow onto Conrod Straight, where at least 4 cars had already hit the wall, aquaplane, hit each other. and the car was never going to turn. It was never going to finish the race because the suspension was absolutely wrecked. And Jim Richards turned out of Forest Elbow onto Conrod Straight, and he just aquaplaned into the pile of cars. Cue absolute hysteria from the top of the mountain, who finally had seen this car defeated. They thought, except out came the red flag, and you go back a lap. And this was long before anybody had thought of taking cars out of the results if you're the cause of a stoppage, not moving at the time of the red flag. So Jim Richards and Mark Scaife won Bathurst in 1991, I think I'm saying. Anyway, whichever year it was, they get to the podium and are roundly booed because nobody wanted this thing to win, and they were the crowd wanted a local car to have won.
Wow.
And so, with all the booing that goes on, Gentleman Jim lost his rag and said that I expected better of Australian motorsport fans. I thought you knew the rules. You're a pack of holes.
No.
And everybody, Mark Scaife's face was an absolute picture because he was a sort of young, fresh-faced rookie in the team. I thought, what? You can't say that. And then, anyway, I think Jim sort of apologised a few days later. But the following year, there was a whole line of merchandise at Bathurst which said, I'm a hole, Jim Richards said so. And people were proudly wearing these T-shirts. But, yeah, you're right. The Australians didn't like them.
I never knew that. It was a passing comment that somebody said to me about... It was Matt Neal.
Yeah.
Matt Neal told me, and he said, oh, them Nissans, they didn't go down too well. And I never got a chance to ask him about that. But, yeah, I heard the crowd were annoyed. I didn't know that whole story.
That was the story, yeah. And as I say, they booed Jim Richards and Mark Scaife on the podium, and Jim absolutely lost his rag. It was a Tooheys sponsored year, and there he was with his Tooheys winner's jacket, and he said, you're a pack of holes. and that was that.
Typical Aussies, love them. Say what you think. That's great. You've done some good comms over there, haven't you, back in the day?
Yeah, I did the 2 24-hour races, 02 and 03 in Bathurst, and then I did the V8 Supercars for 4 years, 08 onwards, and they were mega. Yeah. That was for the PA. And yeah, I mean, I never thought I'd go to Bathurst, so to go and see their big touring car race. And that era was just bringing back one or two of the internationals. James Thompson did it one of the years I was out there. Fabrizio Giovanardi did it. Matt did it. Andy Prio, I think, was out there one year.
Van Muller?
I missed Ivan. He was slightly in advance of when I was going out there. Boris Said from America, the big Trans Am hero. And then within that period as well, the Surfers Paradise race that had always been Champ Car, when Champ Car had its problems with IRL, that faded away. And it was going to be an A1GP race, and then A1GP collapsed. So at the 11th hour, it had to become a V8 supercar sort of showcase round. And for 2009, I think it was, it became a V8 Supercars international event. So what they did was run the two races, but you had an international co-driver. So all of a sudden, you had people like Dario Franchitti doing it. You had people like Sebastian Bourdais. I think he won with Jamie Whincup. Wow. You had Stefan Sarrazin. You had this, Jacques Villeneuve went and did it. It was this remarkably random entry list of style drivers brought from all over the place. And the deal was that they would get free business class flight and accommodation and a bit of a fee and come and race their supercar. And the tourist board had to approve the drivers because they were spending the money on it. And all the team managers had got an idea of who they wanted. And Gary Rogers, ever the enterprising chap, said, I want Patrick Long, the American driver who'd raced over here in single-seaters and was doing great things in a Porsche. And he wasn't high profile enough, so the government spat it back, and he said, right, well, I'll pay him then. So, and of course, Pat Long was a star and helped his reputation, and he then became a Porsche factory driver, and on it went, you see. But yeah,
what a guy.
Dig out the programme and look at the entry list. There's some really old names and strange names in there. Jan Magnussen did it. Dirk Muller. I mean, it was just,
a who's who of motorsport.
Well, it was a bit, yeah.
Amazing.
Or in my case, a who's that. But yeah, no, there was some, and the was it the final year I was there? One of the years anyway. We should have had, very sadly, we couldn't, Dan Weldon, but he'd been killed the week before. And I think I'm right in saying that Darren Turner replaced him for that event. I think Darren ended up being parachuted into the HRT car in his stead. But that was really sad, obviously, that he'd perished the week before. But yeah, had some good times at Bathurst.
Wow, great. That's amazing. That's somewhere I'd love to go. Somewhere that I would love to go, for sure. Looks like we've got car's back on track.
Absolutely. The Super Trofeo with the world's biggest windscreen wiper for the Lamborghini back
Just
out.
checking if it's working. Knocked about 5 mile an hour off the straight line speed, that. Look at that. Look at the old exhaust going up the back from the banks of engine.
I mean, you look at that in its time in the mid to late 90s, and you think, oh, that's a cool car. And then the Huracan GT3 comes out, and it just moved the game.
It's just, you never think it can get that much better.
No.
We were just talking about Porsches with Amanda, weren't we? And they just do what it says on the tin, don't they? Fantastic cars.
Well, there's Jack Minshaw at the wheel of the IMSA Matmut performance car, thinking of Pat Long, who was one of the drivers of that, along with Richard Leitz and Raymond Narak, and that car out on the circuit, the IMSA Matmut class-winning car from 2007. From Le Mans, and now Seb Perez in a Rally 911 SCRS on a damp road. This will be worth watching.
He's lived for this day.
So have we.
Yeah.
And also the Escort Cosworth on steroids has ventured out.
Oh, this will be good as well, won't it? Oh, this will be a good session. This.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to this. I wonder if it's James Cottingham or Harvey Stanley in the Ferrari there, the 488, but the ex-Pierre-Eric car, 2014 Le Mans chassis, I think I'm right in saying that is.
God, that's ridiculous. That's 9 years old. Doesn't look it, does it?
No, it doesn't. No, it's terrifying how quickly things move on.
Wow.
So Seb Perez.
Have you seen
Porsche?
Have you seen some of his onboards of his
No,
rallying?
no.
Oh, it's special. All the classic stuff he does, it's
Really?
special.
Yeah.
Oh, it's he pushes on, he does, to be fair. And his dad, obviously, a great advocate for rallying, isn't he?
And they've got some nice cars. They've got a Stratos amongst other things, haven't they? Yeah. Now, this Escort Cosworth, we've not really had a chance to talk about yet, but it is owned by Pete Johnston. It isn't constrained by the regulations for any championship. It is very much a one-off. It's got a Cosworth 2.4 litre YB turbo, SGS 6-speed sequential gearbox. It's all been built by Raceworks Motorsport, and it weighs in at about 1,050 kilos. And the team reckon it's got 1,020 horsepower.
Oh, my word. Well, we'll soon find out how much horsepower it's got when he comes out this first hairpin once he's through the chicane, but
well, exactly.
Pretty special. It's got a Monte Carlo rear spoiler on that bad boy.
It has, hasn't it? And it's in the pseudo works Repsol Carlos Sainz era colours. Gearbox derived from a World Rallycross car. World Rally Championship Escort suspension. Optional anti-lag system. Carbon fibre body panels. This is the ultimate Escort Cosworth.
That is unreal. I used to have an Escort Cosworth.
But you didn't pay for it.
No, I didn't actually. Let's just say it was open. I only had it for 6 months. It went up in value about $2,000 in about 6 months, and I wondered why people were so interested on it. I had to get rid of it because of mileage, and yeah, I wish I'd have never got rid of it. I bought it for $12,000 and I sold it for $14,000 in 6 months.
Blimey,
mental, isn't
At least you made some money on it.
Yeah, exactly.
But you just don't see them on the road, do you?
Don't see them
Those
anymore.
are the Sierras. They've all been hidden away now.
Yeah, or robbed where I live.
I saw an absolutely mint Mark 1 Fiesta XR2 the other day.
Nice.
A left-hand drive, but absolutely mint.
Wow.
And it looked beautiful.
Left-hand drive.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway,
This
another
thing,
tangent.
This car does not really look set up for the wet, if I'm honest. It's got some interesting cambers on it when it goes through the corners.
I'm assuming as well, looking at the crash helmet, that it's Jamie Clark driving it, who's done lots of the work on this car, so it probably makes sense to send him out.
Yeah,
he knows
the guinea pig.
He knows the limits, yes.
He knows what's underneath him. It's going well, though, fair play.
That's your kind of car, though, that. I can see you hustling that sideways.
Bit of me, that. Yeah, I'd love a bit of that.
Fluffy dice and you'd be well away.
Exactly. Scandi flick it into the nearest gravel trap. He's pushing on.
But the road's getting drier. Say it all the time, but it is, thank heavens, drying. The last thing we need is any more rain, but it's fascinating to see who can do what here. David McDonald, who was the quickest in the single-seater part of the day, is now out at the wheel of the Lamborghini. You've got Claude Beauvais in the Aston Martin Vantage. Claude has driven in British GT and in Britcar. That's just gone past the 4-litre V8 turbo Vantage. Now, that is just perfect, isn't it, that Porsche? And actually, compared to current 911s, it looks tiny, it looks narrow.
It does look, doesn't it? Yeah. That's a 997?
Yeah.
That looks special, that. That is special. I mean, IMSA's great, isn't it? Do love a bit of IMSA. But that is stunning. I was very fortunate to drive the guest car in the Porsche Carrera Cup at Alton Park.
Yeah.
And it was it was a key turn.
Was it?
Yeah, and it was I think it was a 996 or a 997. I can't remember, but it was a key turn, and everything was just. It was just like driving a road car, but as soon as you went into a corner, it was like, oh, it's a race car.
Yeah, yeah.
Then when you stopped in the paddock, it was like, oh, it's a road car.
But Porsche have always been able to make almost plug-and-play race cars. You know, they're fantastic bits of kit, but yet user-friendly at the same time.
It's the only manufacturer that I can think that I've driven so many of them on the road that are, so many of them on the track that are the same, and they're absolutely exactly the same. If it's a one make, I've driven other one make series that every car's different.
Yeah.
Little tweaks here and there, but every Porsche Carrera Cup car, say, they feel all exactly the same. That's how much precision is in them.
Well, when you look at how many Porsche championships there are, you know, we've been hearing about Super Cup, we've been talking about Carrera Cups, then you've got the Challenge Cup for the slightly older GT3 machinery. There are so many of them being raced around the world, and that's before you get to club racing.
Yeah, exactly. There's a place for everyone, isn't there? There's even a place for Tim Harvey if he wants it, who seems to love a Porsche.
Well, yeah, he's been out doing passenger laps, hasn't he, in his for RPM Technic earlier on in the day. This is Ian Bayliss, the man behind Glen Turret Whiskey, in his 911 GT3 Cup. That's David McDonald really pressing on in the Blackthorn Huracan. But that Porsche in itself with a big rear wing looks, if you saw that, you'd say, wow, look at that. You put it behind a GT3 car and it almost looks like a toy.
Yeah, exactly that. They're unreal, absolutely unbelievable.
And then the Valkyrie just moves the goalpost again. Wow. So Darren Turner heads down towards Redgate. Right, talk us around a lap of Donington, Paul.
Okay, so turning in, this is Redgate corner, the first corner on the track. It's usually third, fourth gear cut. Wow, he just touched the white line there. Third or fourth gear in certain cars. This is probably flat through the first kink, and then through the crane of curves, down the gears, probably down 2 gears in this particular car, into old hairpin. Grabs the apex. That tells me there's a lot of grip in these wet conditions, flat out as they go kink up the hill. And now you've got to get the car from turning left into a straight line and then fling her into McLean's. Just misses the apex, so that's telling me there's a bit of understeer in the car. No, not enough front grip as he then brakes uphill into Coppice, down 1 gear probably, and then usually it's coming right back across the exit of the circuit and trying to find all that grip as he now goes flat out down into the Grand Prix circuit part of Donington Park. On the brakes hard, see how much curb he takes. Yes, takes a lot left, takes a little bit right, but you got to be careful because if you get pushed onto that curb on the exit on the left hand side, it's a nightmare. This is the one that's really difficult. This car's got some good grip. He's not braking on any wet lines there, so he's pretty confident as he turns in. Late apex, back on the power. And then now this is Goddard's. This left-hand corner is absolutely horrendous. Whoever designed this, honestly, I want to meet you in a dark alley because I've never been round it properly. But that Valkyrie actually looked absolutely perfect. He got to the apex, got on the throttle, across the line. That's a rapid lap, really, really quick that was. That looked very fast.
Yeah, there's no clock on that, but you don't really need it, do you? It's just fast.
That looked really quick, really quick. He's really pushing, honestly. Listen to it.
And it's drying as well, so each lap there's a bit more confidence. Still wet up at the top of the hill through the crane of curves and Hollywood, but the road is a lot more user-friendly than it was for the start of the single-seater demo. And he's about to get past Jack Minshaw in the family 911.
You can tell how much confidence somebody has in a car in wet conditions when they use the curbs on entry to apexes, and you know they're not too worried about using that curb and getting on throttle. So says a lot about the chassis of that car.
It's true. The other nice thing, and it's partly I suppose because of the weather, but no one's abusing track limits. You know, they don't want to get on the curb, they don't want to be heading over a white line, so it can be done.
Yeah, exactly.
So into the Fogarty S's, where years ago, if you whacked the curb there, you'd have a big roll, as happened for...
Nearly.
Yeah, up on 2 wheels. And I've got a feeling, was it John Morris's Golf that did roll in a touring car race in the late 1980s?
I drove that the other week, and a Sirocco.
Yes, I noticed that.
Jim Morris's dad. Yeah. That's his old
That's
car.
right, yes,
the Golf?
Yes, it is. Yeah, the Golf was the Morris Vulcan one. The Sirocco was a car that they got from Tony Lanfranchi.
That's right, John Maguire Motorsport.
That's right, the white one. Yeah.
Amazing car, stunning.
Yeah. But now, because of motorbike requirements, the curb's much flatter, so people take a few more liberties. Now, this should be quite a jolly rally stage for a 911, wagging its tail. Seb Perez, come on, let's have a bit of opposite lock here, Seb. Turn in, kick the back out.
He had his indicator on there. I think he's trying to let the cars through. He's gearing up, isn't he, for a bit of a Scandi flick, I think. He's mad for a bit of this.
Claude Beauvais thinking, I might just sit here and watch, but eventually he goes past in the sort of zebra-striped Aston Martin that runs in the Le Mans Cup, Michelin Le Mans Cup, for prototypes, LMP3 and GT3 cars.
That's quite... that's giving me a migraine.
Do you know, I was just thinking the same thing. It's not good for my eyes, that colour scheme. I don't know whether I've had too much to drink or not enough, but I look at that. But it's a rapid car, that's for sure. 4-litre, V8 turbo, aluminium chassis, 1320 kilos, rear-wheel drive, 6-speed box, semi-automatic paddle shift, and a very successful car within GT3 racing. And in fact, Andrew Howard, who races one of these in British GT, was saying after they'd been here in May that the new track surface made all the difference of that car.
Wow.
So around here, he was a very happy man.
I bet he was, yeah. That's interesting he says that. Track surface here is just such a massive difference. That Valkyrie, doesn't matter where you don't even need to get out of its way. You just drive around you, over the top of you, underneath you.
There is only one of those, isn't there? It's just that it seems to come round a lot.
Seems to be overtaking every single person that we go on to.
Must be more than one of them.
Stunning, absolutely stunning. You're right about the track though. Look at this. It's patchy dry. I think it may be warm enough for me to really make a difference for this shootout that we've got coming up, because I've got a feeling, the last person over the line might have a chance of winning this.
Well, absolutely, and now everyone's going to be saying, well, I want to go last.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
You're right, if no more rain comes, the last one through will have the drier road, and we're not that far away, about an hour away from the shootout getting underway. You're going to join me for that, talk us around the lap. It's going to be good, isn't it?
It'd be good. I'm looking forward to that, because we're seeing people push on now, but definitely there's going to be that extra percentage on the throttle and that extra meter later on the brakes. So yeah, this is where we're going to see people give it the big one.
Well, we're going to have a chance to hear from one or two more drivers before then, and we've got another Hypercar track session due at 3 o'clock. So plenty more to come on the road as the Aston Martin then accelerates out of Coppice. Still not that many people braving the conditions, which we have had a few more out in this session, but James Cottingham's Dallara we've still not seen. It had a glitch, I think we'd learned, hadn't we, between the steering wheel not giving the information. Maybe that's being shelved for the moment because of the damp circuit, but you'd think they'd like to give it a run if they are going to do the shootout in it.
Yeah, you'd like to have at least a couple of laps just to see what the score is. Yeah, the steering wheel sometimes, and I might be getting this wrong, but sometimes the problems with the steering wheels from around that era, they have pins in them, and if there's a problem with one of the pins that attaches to the car, then you're in a bit of trouble, and that can be anything. Then you've got gear shift problems, you've got all sorts of problems. So.
And you wouldn't get any alarm lights, would you?
Nothing.
Either? So if you did have a problem, you wouldn't necessarily know. One of the cars there at the end of the pit lane, the GT4 Cayman, Johnny Cocker's meant to be driving one of those within the shootout. Should be quite lively.
That would be very special. Driven against Johnny in British GT, proper pedlar he is. A really good pedlar. Made a great career for himself.
Other cars being pushed down the pit lane, and Seb Perez is in. Valkyrie's going to go back out. Jack Minshaw carries on for another lap.
It's a quick in and an out, wasn't it, for the Valkyrie? That must be the third Valkyrie that's on track. Is that send them all out?
So, yeah. Darren Turner out on track. And I think that's one of about only 2 cars out on the circuit. Right, it's time we went back and found Amanda, who's had a pit stop. She's gone round the paddock again, and always finding interesting people to talk to. Let's find out who we have managed to buttonhole this time. Amanda.
Well, you're absolutely right. I have found some interesting people, because I'm just been talking to Jim Matthews and Paul Bailey from Global Telemetrics. Now, they are a company that are probably involved with a majority of the people stroke cars that are here that most of you will never even have heard of. Is that right? That's about the right description, isn't it?
I mean, we're basically trying to supply solutions to the whole market, really, and Global Telemetrics is going to be. It is a network, So we supply different tracking solutions for different people, but we also have our own brand, Smart Track. So Smart Track is our own sort of platform for aftermarket dealers. But we like to supply, you know, finance platforms. Paul's worked very closely with a lot of the finance companies because Paul's a huge car collector, and I've got a car collection, but Paul's is like one of the largest collections in the UK. So I think between us, I don't know where we're at, about 40 million pounds worth of cars.
We've got a few. We've got a few.
And,
wow.
But no tracking company, you know, the competitor has ever been built by petrol heads, and that's what we've sort of done.
Okay, so and Paul, you were saying that you've got a new product on the market, a new immobiliser product. Just tell me a bit about that.
Yeah, so of course one of the things you really want to have is a product that stops somebody from actually taking the car. So that's what our immobiliser product does. The reason why our product's so good is it doesn't immobilise the car unless it's been stolen. So by default, it's not going to be one of those immobilisers that you jump into and you can't start your own car. And that's a really common problem. It's like, no,
also
it's
really
my
quite
car.
annoying. Yeah.
I can't start it, I'm in trouble. So that's why it's so reliable. It's a great piece of kit. Yeah, and we've recently launched that, and it's going fantastic.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Now you were out on track yesterday in this, weren't you?
Yeah.
How was that?
Yeah, took the F8 out. Yeah, well, not much overtook me really, apart from Paul when I let him by and his Senna. But no, he did come into the garage and he did say to me, "Bloody hell, Jim, that F8's quick."
And you're going out today as well.
Yes.
You're not in the Senna?
Well, I'm today taking clients out in the LaFerrari.
Okay.
So I tend to let some people overtake me if they want to, because I can't afford to replace it because it's £3.5 million.
Fair enough.
And it's nice to just see a car like that being driven properly.
Yeah.
So either I'm going to take it out, or I might let my pro driver take it out, Ross, who was racing in the F1 weekend in the Porsche Super Cup. And we went to see him, he did really well, so I said maybe he could take a couple of customers around in the car as a congratulations to him. He did really well.
I have to say, I'm not sure I'd want to be going around the track here. I hate it when it's this sort of like in between wet and dry, and you've not really got the right tyres on either, have you?
I agree, I'm lucky enough to race, and right now if you were going out, would you put on the wets or would you put on the slicks?
Yeah.
What do you do? We don't have an intermediate tyre.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like F1 where they've got a choice of God knows how many tyres. So for us today, it's just a matter of being sensible. Most of the supercar driver owners will be on very special summer tyres that are the softest you can have.
Because it's the summer.
That's what you do, and it's the summer.
Yeah.
You're lucky it is the summer, otherwise it would be raining and the track would be wet. Oh yeah, it is anyway. So, you know, that is a British summer, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah. Yesterday was good though, wasn't it? You know, we had a full dry day yesterday. We did over 20 rides in this. I think you weren't far off the same.
Yeah, the same.
So we took a lot of people out, and staff as well, because we want to make it fun for the people that work for us, because we're a family business. And we want to promote fun, but also a very serious business on making sure we get people's cars back. Because I don't like people ringing me up saying, "You've not got my £1 million car back."
No, absolutely. So just to explain, you know, what you're actually doing here in terms of your activations, because obviously you want to get your name out there. That, you know, as you say, through either finance or through insurance, many people will have your product. Or use your services. So how are you activating over the course of today?
Well, I mean, we've known Adam since early days of SCD, and you were an early sort of advocate for Supercar driver.
Yeah, my 1 minute of fame is that I was the first person to have what is referred to as the Holy Trinity, which is the McLaren P1, the Ferrari LaFerrari, and the Porsche 918. And nobody else had the set, and we picked them all up on the same day, which was amazing. And then with Supercar driver, yes, it was an expensive day. My bank manager had a heart attack, and he's better now. And what we did was we did a deal with Supercar driver, Adam and myself. We hired Silverstone, and we took the cars around Silverstone and timed them, and we did Santa Pod, and we did Bruntingthorpe, and we did that 14 months ahead of Mr. Clarkson.
So,
and it transformed Supercar driver.
We helped build Supercar driver, but they've also helped build our business. So, so that's the thing. They're all mutual customers, you know. So I think having the passion for cars, but also having a passion for getting them back, because that's my main goal, is making sure that the asset is secure.
Quite important.
Quite important, absolutely.
And there's not another club like Supercar Driver. There isn't.
Oh, it's great.
You know, it's just phenomenal. I mean, where else are you going to turn up and see a car that you've actually read about, but you've never actually seen it? And then it goes around the racetrack, and that's unknown.
Exactly.
You know, it doesn't happen anywhere else. It is amazing how Adam gets people to bring cars here that are so special.
Yeah.
I haven't even seen Gordon Murray's latest car until today.
Oh, yeah,
in
I
the
bet it's
flesh.
down there.
And it's there,
Yeah.
and then next to it is a jet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
It's mad.
a new Cirrus.
You're not having one.
So
They're nice though.
Put a trucker on it.
They are nice. Well, listen, guys, thank you so
Okay.
much. Lovely to chat to you
Yeah,
both.
have a great day.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Okay, right, I'm going to take a little peek, a little wander. Here, I'm going to take that off you. Thank you. Anyway, have fun when you go out, if you go out. Yeah, I'm going to have a little wander around. Now look, this is what happens when you do 20 laps around Donington in the dry. So you can see, he was talking about this before, these tyres were new. But yeah, you can see there's not an awful lot of tread left on them. But whoopsie. That's probably why he doesn't want to go out in the rain, because he's not going to be going very far. But look at this. So this is the Senna. This is another funny car that, I mean, it's kind of, we've always sort of talked about the styling on this. Oh dear, look, a bit of PPF bubbling. Oh well, not to worry. Yeah, styling on this. Yeah, you either like them or you don't like them. They're quite harsh looking, but anyway, I quite like it. But it's a race car, so anyway, yeah, hardly surprising. And then, of course, Paul was saying that the LaFerrari is going to be going out a little bit later on. I think that's going to be going out and doing some of their customer. They were running a competition, I think, for some of their clients. And how nice that, you know, somebody's actually going to take you out in a dream car like this. I wouldn't mind a ride. In fact, you know, Adam was talking about getting me a ride in a car today, and it hasn't actually transpired, so feeling a little bit sad about that. But anyway, should we wander up here and see who else we can find? This is going to be interesting. It's quite fun when you just go doorstop people. McLaren Hospitality. Actually, look, that's quite nice to see. People are now on the top deck of the McLaren Hospitality. Obviously, it is not windy or rainy enough to put people off now. So there's the Glen Turret guys here. Not really. It's quite nice actually. After the rain, everybody has decided, those people who've managed to leave their cars out, everybody's starting to venture back out into the sunshine. So anyway, I'm going to keep walking. Oh, now see, look, I think I'm slightly showing my age, because I'm walking past all this lovely stuff and I'm coming straight to the Integrale. Now I'm going to see if I can find, oh look! Oh look, would you believe it? There we have found Mr. Supercar Driver himself. Do you know, I didn't know you were here. I'm trying to ignore you. Have you? I was coming to talk about the Integrale, and I saw you lurking here. So Adam,
yes.
Hello, how are you feeling? How's the day gone? I know the weather was a bit of a dampener, but you must be proud. I mean, that Hypercar parade was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm immensely proud. Just a little bit overwhelmed, actually. I just went and had a little moment on the pit wall watching those race cars, because it's so stressful setting up and getting everything in place. It's 9 months of planning for the whole team. And then, yeah, you just have a bit of time just to go, wow, that's what a special show it is.
Now, I was just talking to Jim and Paul from, was it Smart Track, who were saying how you get away, how you manage to pull this off, get people to bring all of these incredible cars. They were sort of saying how incredibly proud they were of you, having been involved with Supercar Driver from very early stages.
Yeah, I think they were probably one of our first sponsors, actually, and they've been, I just said that to Paul Bailey earlier, actually, just saying that how their sort of consistent support they've had for 13 years probably. But yeah, going back to how we get the cars, I don't know. I think we've just been consistent since year dot, haven't we? Literally.
Do you want me to tell you what I think?
Yes, go on, because you do it far better than I.
I think it's because it's such a nice atmosphere, and because it's about really focusing on the like-mindedness of everybody who's here. Everybody wants to come. They want to come. They want to show their cars. They love looking at cars. They love looking at other people's cars. And I mean, just wandering around down in the hypercar, just looking at the quality of stuff that was parked up together, it was breathtaking.
Yeah, the quality was insane, and considering the weather, you don't expect to see half those things. I mean, the chap with the McLaren F1 said, look, I won't come if it's raining, and he still came. He's stuck here now, I guess, but but yeah, the lineup of cars is eye-watering. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing, and I mean, the road cars are awesome, but I can't wait for the shootout. Yeah, the shootout's been something we've been wanting to do for a while, and it's starting in 45 minutes.
It is indeed, yes, we're all getting ready for that. Right, Adam, I'm going to be talking to you a little bit later. But yeah, I want to talk about the Integrale. Can I talk to you? Hi. Hello. What's your name?
David.
And so is this your car?
Well, this is the Car Crowd's car. So we're a fractional investment business. So we allow people to join together to be able to own a car of their dreams. And then as the car appreciates in value, so does the value of their investment. So it's a way of unlocking classic car investments rather than it being reserved just for the uber wealthy. Actually, more people can join together and own some of these cars fractionally.
Gosh, what a brilliant idea.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we sort of do a couple of products, some just for investments, and these are stored in our motor museum. So anyone who invests in the cars can come and look at those cars anytime. We have a nice community going with cars and coffee events and those sorts of things. So really trying to raise the profile of the cars and preserve them for future generations. But equally, we also allow people to join together to use them on track events or drive outs, and sort of a small group of friends can join together to share the cost of a car, and we can do all the storage and the maintenance, etc. for them.
Do you know, the reason I came over here was because I love Integrales. So,
yes.
But I can't go and buy one. So I think that's a wonderful way of actually getting people to buy one. So apart from this, what other cars do you have?
Well, we try to diversify. So we've got everything from a 1960s E-Type right up to the Ferrari 550 Maranello you can see behind us as the more modern stuff. We've got a lovely Ferrari Testarossa, which is one of the lowest mileage ones in the world, just 1,800 miles from new, Class C certified. We've got the Sierra Cosworth you can see behind us. We've got an Escort Cosworth as well, so something for the sort of 80s and 90s periods. And yeah, we just try to do something that attracts lots of different types of people that can join together to own them.
Brilliant. Well, that's. I mean, I absolutely love these cars. If I remember when they were
very special.
Well, I remember when they were sort of not expensive. Nobody wanted them.
Exactly. And they do fly up in value very fast, and sometimes they sort of get out of your reach before you realise they've gone up. So with us, that's the way to try and catch it on the upward curve. But yeah, this is a very, very special Gallio Ginestra, one of 220 in the world. This Lancia Delta Integrale, so a real flex item.
And what's the minimum investment?
At the moment, £330. So we try to make it accessible for a lot of people. We're not looking at 25 or 50,000 pound limits. It's really accessible for a lot of people to get involved.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Well, that was interesting. I didn't actually know about that. So yeah, thanks very much. I think David, it's over to you.
Amanda, thank you. The pit lane is becoming a much more pleasant place now because the weather is getting better, the sun is out, it's almost time to start squinting again. Let's go and have a word with one or two more people if we can. I want to try and get Ollie Webb. Now, he might be in through this door. This is all a bit of a voyage of discovery because we know that he wants to talk to us before the shootout, but I can't tell you if he's in because the garage door is down. And let's have a look. No Ollie Webb for the moment. So plan B is to go this way. And hopefully I can find David McDonald, who's been fairly busy of late, out on circuit, both with the Formula Renault 3.5 and with the Lamborghini. And he's busy looking at weather apps or data. David, can I interrupt you? Yes. Sorry. You've been quite busy keeping us entertained in the weather. What was it like, first of all, in the Dallara?
It was amazing try. It's the first time I've driven it in the wet. Oh, right. Yeah, it's the first time I actually driving today properly in this car. We did a shakedown last year. And yeah, first time in the wet, and it felt straight away really good. It felt really nice. Actually felt more balanced than it did in the dry, strangely. So it was good fun.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure.
Well, I was kind of hoping the shoot was going to be wet, but I think it's going to be dry now, fortunately. But no, either way, it's such a fun car to drive in all conditions.
What's the heritage of it?
So, I mean, you're quizzing me here. So I think this car, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure Brendan Hartley drove this car in 2011. Yeah. Was the car. Run by Gravity, and it's finished on the podium at Monaco. So it's been quite a successful car. Sure. And then Andy Stocco, who I raced and coached as well, he bought the car end of last year. And he's been doing like a couple of track days, but it's so hard to get it out. There's not many days you can actually run it.
It's the perfect place, I guess, as well. But you're out in the Lamborghini as well?
Yes, yeah, out on the Lamborghini as well. So jump between two is a bit of a yeah, it takes a little bit of time just to adjust different seat positions, different brakes, and.
What about downforce though? Because a modern or modern-ish GT3 car has got quite a lot of aero on it.
To be fair, it does have a lot of aero. The front end on the Lambo is much more positive, I would say, than this, surprisingly. But maybe I'm not working that hard enough.
How old is the Huracan? It's one of the earlier ones, is it?
Yes, I think it's 2018, I think. Right. Yeah, I think it's 2018. And we evoed it to Evo 1 last year. So it's not current spec with the Evo 2, but it's, yeah, a lot of fun.
Has that always been a racer, or has it been a track day car?
Yeah, that's always been... I think it's been a racer. Because that's Andy owns this car as well. And, yeah, I think it's done a bit of racing. Not massive, to be fair. It's had quite a gentle life.
What about the Shootout, then? It's going to be the Dallara that you use, is it?
Both. Some of them.
Oh, you leap from one to the other?
Yeah, Lambo first and then the Dallara.
Good luck. And thank you again for entertaining us. It was good to have somebody on the circuit. So that's David McDonald, who's been a bit of a hero during the course of the day. Let's keep walking because I know I keep getting excited about this car, partly because of the T-shirt, which is the Dallara, which we haven't yet seen. But we can at least look at it on track. We can at least look at it in the garage. And let me see if I can interrupt James Cottingham, who was doing great things in the Spa 24 Hours a week ago. But at the moment, there's deep and meaningful conversations going on about what may or may not be possible. Can I interrupt you for a second, James? I'm getting increasingly upset that we've not seen the Dallara, and the fact that you're in Civis makes me feel no more confident that it's going to go out.
Unfortunately, it's a no for today. Yeah, we had an electrical issue earlier, and we're running steel brakes today for the first time because obviously you can't get the temperature. And I think the location of it's had a problem, so I lost a wheel nut on the outlap just then, so it's a bit scary. But yeah, unfortunately, it means we can't run.
It's a fantastic car, though, and it looks good in that original colour scheme.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, when we bought it, there was no race series for it, and it was just a car that ran at Le Mans 3 times with a Judd V10. What's not to love? But these days, there's a couple of race series that we can run it in. I was lucky enough to run in the support race at Le Mans with it in 2021. And yeah, I've had so much fun with it. And yeah, as you say, the PlayStation livery, it's iconic and it just looks the business.
Yeah, with all due deference to Martin Short, roll centre colours or Orica colours, no contest.
Yeah, absolutely. PlayStation every single time.
What about the Ferrari? Is that a new addition to the fleet?
We have it for sale at the moment, and we've had it for about 6 months, and we hadn't run it, and we just thought today was a great opportunity to have a go because it's the last of naturally aspirated V8s, and as you've heard it going around today, they just sound incredible. So Harvey's going to have a go at that in the shootout later on.
Have you driven it as well? And therefore, on the back of that, the question is, how does that compare to the Mercedes that you're now driving in British GT?
Yeah, no, I drove it earlier, did half the session. Very comfortable, very easy, like nowhere near as much downforce as I'm used to. But yeah, no, it's really nice. It's a different experience because it's a Ferrari. You know, it's not a Mercedes. So it's very, very special. And I think with the way the historic race series are progressing and going, you know, a 458 GT is immensely eligible at the moment and a really good way to get into some historic racing for, you know, someone that hasn't done much racing in something really special. That car did 5 races in its life, 1 Asia Milan series, went to Le Mans, finished, and then never did anything else. So it's a really pure thing. And, yeah, last naturally aspirated V8 Ferraris.
What about James Cottingham, the modern racing driver? Because I still always bang on, I know about you racing historics with great success, but you've made a really good fist of modern-day GT racing, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been a great journey. Obviously, I've raced for 20 years in historic cars, won countless races at Goodwood, etc. So it did sort of feel like I completed that side of it. And a lot of our customers always say, you know, I've got that modern racing itch, I'd like to do Le Mans. And I've always had that itch. So I thought, you know, age 37, 2.5 years ago, I better go and do it. And ultimately, I'd love to get to Le Mans. Whether that's possible or not, I don't know. But at the moment, I'm really enjoying British GT. Amazingly, I'm learning. You know, I never thought that I'd learn so much. And it's a different philosophy. You think about it from day one of the year. And when you go home from a race meeting, you've had a good result. It's a really different feeling because it's all so much data and the team's so much bigger and it's very, very grown up. But yeah, no, it's brilliant. And I'm really glad that... I'm actually really glad I didn't do it earlier on in my life because I'd be a silver forever. And obviously now I'm just an old man. So it's great. Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying it and did Spa 24 Hours 2 weeks ago, which I'm still feeling very sore from. But yeah, it's really good. And now I think, you know, lots of the guys here that might want to go and do a similar thing, you know, go do some modern motorsport. I can have a proper chat with them about historic and modern motorsport and what to buy for their garage in terms of modern and classic as well. So it really is a complete service at DK.
Perfect. So you can advise them, you can sell them the car, and you can go racing.
Yeah, go race with them, hopefully.
Indeed, absolutely. James, we'll see you in 2 weeks in Portimao. Thanks very much for your time. It's a shame about the Dallara, but there's always next year, I guess. Nice to see you. The shootout is coming up in round about an hour's time, possibly less than that now. Time has flowed as we talk to drivers. Circuit's getting busy again, though, because before we go back to motorsport, there's another chance to have a look at Hypercars out on track.
Yep, so as we flick through to the cameras around the circuit, you'll see that we do have some of the Hypercars have ventured out, thankfully, so we'll be able to see a few of these incredible cars. Not as many as we were hoping for obvious reasons, is that the inclement weather has just made them a little bit uncertain about going out there. Obviously, we saw a number of these cars out for the display, the parade laps, and then out onto the grid for the grid walk, sadly, as we saw the heavens opened either side of that. So I'm just trying to, even with the naked eye, get an idea of what we've got out there. I feel like I'm going to say that this is another one. It looks to me like one of the new Praga, but it was a different colour, the Praga, so I think I'm being caught out with that one. Getting an idea of if and how hard they're potentially pushing these cars. It's the Enzo Ferrari making its way out. We did have a spinner a little while ago, actually, from one of the Porsches, so they are pushing it a little bit harder. Goes Ferrari F40. I think I've spotted about 3 or 4 of those here today, and this one makes its way out into the circuit. I was expecting to be joined at some point by Tom Giaconetti. He joined me earlier. Tom Giaconetti from Romans International. God, Porsche is really pushing it hard. Of course, we saw a whole clutch of those cars out earlier because it's celebrating. He says, looking at his notes to make sure I get it right again, because we had a number of celebrations, 20 years of the Carrera GT. One of those, I'm pretty sure it's one of these, did actually have a bit of a moment coming round Redgate a couple of laps ago, but they together and they're still hanging the rear end out. I think you can say that. But the Ford GT's just left the pits as well. I adore the Ford GT, and how do you make it even better? You put it in the Golf livery. That's how you make it even better. We got quite a few more are starting to venture back out now. Several of the Ferraris have joined the fray. We just had the one of the Lamborghinis. Didn't see that many of them out earlier, but one of the Diablos has ventured out. Here we're back to the Porsches. Still see if it's shaking its tail feather as it comes around the corners. Very privileged here is the commentary box is in one of the Redgate suites, so it's the pit exit, and they come screaming down, and just after they've gone past us, they throw the anchors out the back. And that noise as they go back down through the gears is quite mesmerising. Ginetta going down, and you'll see from the number plate, that is one of the road-going Ginettas, which would be an incredible car to drive on the road, I must be honest. And they're getting that back up to speed again. Mr. O'Neill, hello, mate.
Hello there.
You've had a well-earned break there, to be fair, although you weren't, because you were getting yourself up to speed for in a little while.
Yeah, no, we're just talking through myself and George from TSL, just talking about.
Is that your new friend? The way you said
yeah,
that?
yeah, me and my Bezzy George from TSL. We're just talking through how the graphics are going to work for the shootout, which is coming up in about half an hour, I think. And that Ginetta was must have heard me, because He locked up the rears and nearly fired himself off at Goddard's.
I was saying earlier about the fact that there is, I think of Ginetta as a race car on the circuits, but they do go out on the road and there's a lot more than you give it credit for, and I just think that would be a fun car to drive on the road.
That is, I think we use that particular car for the safety car in Ginetta races.
Okay.
So that's the V8 Ginetta that is a pretty fast old machine, but yeah, some cracking car. Oh, I think it's a bit damp over there, isn't it? Because that GT Carrera's just nearly fired itself off as well.
Yeah, I think we've got what do the drivers call it? They call it patchy, don't they? And we're just rearranging the furniture in here. Yeah, they call it patchy, or because you've got some parts that are dry, and I've been stood in the pit lane there, and you can certainly tell. I mean, we can see it looking out the windows here. Is you've got a big chunk of it is nice and dry on the circuit, but there are certain parts. I mean, Michael Lyons we were having an off-air chat, and he was saying where he'd gone out in the McLaren is that you've got a couple of rivers out there. And of course that'll just take a little bit longer because that's going to be the runoff from the grass, and so he says that there's one headed into the final chicane, and he said that's okay because you take it in a straight line, and you're able to get away with it because you just take it in a straight line and you get, no. I said that we're one of those had lost it earlier, didn't I?
Carrera GT in the gravel.
That must have been the one that had been hanging its rear end out a fair old whack, but it's
that won't do it any favours. I'm not massively well up on the brakes on these cars, but I'm hoping they're not ceramic discs. Is that the Speed 12?
Yes.
Yeah, boy.
Fantastic. We didn't get to see that earlier because it was not planning to take that out in the wet, understandably. What did we get? We got the red flag from the car in the gravel just as it was about to go out. But yeah, what was that? The most expensive TVR? 600, 700 odd grand?
Unbelievable. All I know about that Speed 12 is that it was a car you could drive. You could actually drive that car on the Toka 2 game.
Right.
Yeah, the Speed 12.
I remember that.
So it was a bit of a beast, that car. A lot of tyres squealing.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to work out where that came from.
Put me off that. I didn't know what it was.
That's where it's from. It was going around the hairpin, and it's so the one that's in the gravel was potentially not one of those. This one's in trouble because they've gone past the pit in when the red flag had come out.
I'll tell you,
that's if you're a racing driver, that is a chucked out job half the time, isn't it?
Under red flag, was that the same car that was just large outside the one large on the last corner, sliding it sideways? You don't.
Could well be.
Not the done thing.
Under reds, yes.
You don't do that.
That'd be a knuckles wrapped.
That looks like. Is that? We're looking at this Carrera GT that's in the gravel. That looks like it may be the old hairpin exit. Just after the Craners, but it's a funny camera angle.
I was just thinking that it's an angle that I'm not familiar with, so it's a bit harder to tell. And that's going to have to. I mean, it'll be easy enough, I'm sure. They'll just hoik that out. That's a technical phrase, by the way. Out of the
hoik it.
Yeah, exactly. Apparently, Porsche owners go, please don't hoik.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't know. It was an early start, remember?
Too many things go around my head here.
That scares me. That scares me a lot.
Unfortunately for you, I was on good behaviour with David Addison, but because I like you, I might throw you under the bus here.
Yeah, the rule book goes. I've got it. Yeah. So the red flag out, and the Porsche that ignored that is going to be sent back up the other way.
Wow, I haven't seen that for a long time, actually. A car going the wrong way up the pit lane because they'd missed the pit lane entry on the red flag. So yeah, that is a drive of shame.
It is a bit, isn't it? Still in their tux from the night before. Or was that just me? There was too much familiarity in that, wasn't there? Yeah, I mean that's all four wheels in as well, isn't it? By the looks of it.
That just doesn't look like Donington Park. That.
No, I think you're right. I'd agree with you. Is that's looking? If that was up to the left, that would be back up the hill, wouldn't it? Up the Craners, by the looks of it.
Yeah, because that. It just doesn't. It doesn't look like a camera angle I'm very familiar with.
It is. Well done.
Oh, it was Coppice.
Nailed it.
Wow. Oh, sorry, the old hairpin. Yeah, no, I got it right the first time.
Yeah.
That is a weird camera angle, isn't it? Wow, yeah. Look in the, you're pointing at the screen on the left. Look at the black clouds.
I wasn't sure whether to even mention it. I didn't know.
Yeah, the circuit, I think, will be absolutely mint if it doesn't drop all of that black cloud all over the place. It will be
perfect, won't it? I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I said I was speaking to Michael Lyons, and he was talking about the rivers at certain parts, and it's now drying out. And, you know, we've got on our notes of whether he may or may not go out, depending on the weather. That he said, oh, if it's like this, absolutely I'll go out. He said, I'm stupid enough. And I went, oh, you can say that, not me.
Good lad. He was on slicks before.
I know. And
what was that about?
Because I said to him that I was stood at the end of the pit lane, and you know when you just see something go past and you don't really look properly, and then afterwards your brain goes, did I just see slicks?
Mate.
And it was.
Yeah, me and Adders were laughing in the pit lane here. We were in the comms box.
The problem is he had no choice because
not got wet.
He did have, but where it broke this morning on the pegs, he went over and took those tyres off onto the other wheels.
Oh, right.
Thinking, well, it's dry.
Oh.
And so he couldn't just, because of course isn't like a motor racing event where we've got the tyre set up to go over to a tyre company and get it all done. So all he's got left on usable wheels is the slicks. So he's having to go for that one, which was not the plan.
Very, very nice. Very nice.
I'm surprised we've just been rejoined off mic at the moment. David Addison round. I thought he'd be stood down there. Look, your TVR is down there at the end of the pit lane at last.
NATO.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking about my new best mate George.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just WhatsApping George now from TSL to come and speak to David about the graphics that we're going to use. So I thought I'd just have that conversation across the...
We're not going with the Chinese whispers of you relaying it to David?
No, exactly.
See how we get on?
No, because that would go wrong, because he was talking colours like purple and green and stuff, and I don't understand. I'm colourblind, so can't
different to what we're used to, it sounded to me.
Exactly that. I hope they get that car out. I hope they hoik that car out and don't scratch it. And what I was talking about with the brakes, I'm not too sure, and David might know, but I don't know if a Carrera GT has got ceramics on it, but you don't go in the gravel because you can cost yourself a lot of money each corner on a brake disc on Porsches that have been made with ceramic brakes. But I'm not too sure if that one will. It's got everything else is like carbon fibre on that car, isn't it? It's a beauty.
Ceramics are yellow. You can see through the wheel. If it's yellow, it's ceramic, and if it's red, it's not.
Oh wow!
I think.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, David Addison.
Quite a sensitive moment there between the two of you.
It's quite intimate, that wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. Actually, George just heard his name being called across the tannoy, and George from TSL has now entered the building. This is David Addison just here. I'm just introducing these two. So that was nice.
No.
Oh, there we are. Breathe in. Breathe in.
We're all right.
Yeah.
You've missed the tender moment.
Yeah.
David Addison was using the. Yeah, we're going to go again. They were sharing the one mic. It was beautiful, but it was the way that Paul O'Neill leant in. It was just wonderful. I suddenly felt like a right gooseberry for a second.
My sensual side. That's going to be a flatbed job, that I think, isn't it? Or
well, if the kitty litters, I'm using the flag to get rid of.
Yeah. How much are those cars?
True. In fairness, that's the driver stood with him, so it was obviously all right. But if they've got the kitty litter stuck in there, he's not going to really want to drive that back. I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, you can obviously. He didn't go in. He's only gone in maybe 3/4 of the way by looking at the gravel on the right hand side of your screen. But even if you flicked up a stone and imagine if it went grinded the disc or grinded the one of the auxiliary belts off the car, you just never know.
And the ways he was pointing in the gravel there is that I would suggest that he's overcorrected. He's got a tank slapper coming out of the exit, hasn't he? He's
that
sort
makes
of like
sense.
Gone, and then he spun it back and straight out. I don't know why I just did the actions when no one can see me.
No, that's fine. or as in the trade, that is actually called a mine and yours. So. Oh, I've got it. Oh, no, you've got it. Oh, you've got it. No, you've got it. We're in the gravel. And mine and yours. I've had a few of them in the past.
I can imagine. But the good news is, of course, there's no damage. It did, like you said, it only just went into the gravel, so it didn't make it anywhere near the barriers or anything like that. And I was being reminded, I didn't even remember this, but a rather expensive Ferrari actually went straight on at the end of the start-finish straight and into the barriers.
When was that?
Last year at this event.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a big old delay. Oh, he's going to drive it back. That's okay then. He'll take it steady. I love the rear on these cars. Just long.
Stunning.
Yeah.
I thought you were on about the truck then.
Well, I'm pleased you said that you thought I was talking about the truck.
The Porsche though, I have been in the passenger seat of one of those and
really?
done quite a few laps around Silverstone with Mike Wiles, which was just absolutely epic. That was 2006. I was doing a day with Nick Whale, Silverstone Auctions.
Yeah.
Nick invited me along to. He sponsored me actually in British Touring Cars for a couple of rounds, and he invited me down and said, "Do you want to jump in one of the Carrera GTs?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm going to get to drive it." And he went, "No, as a passenger." I've got Mike Wiles driving. I was like, "Absolutely," because Mike's a legend.
Oh, absolutely is.
So got a little blast round, and it was fantastic.
But I love the story. I've done a few more rain expected, we're getting told in our ears, and that camera certainly shows that, doesn't it? But yeah, I've done you and I have done an awards do together. Mike and I have done a couple of different things together. Cracking bloke with so many more stories than you realise, because he's not necessarily a name that everybody knows, but what he's done is just fantastic. And who was I just chatting to? It was Michael Lyons again on this one. Is that he went in a GT3 Porsche around Brands Hatch, red line running in him. And he went and did the practice, or he may have even been in qualifying, and he was like way off the pace, and he was like going, "I don't understand what's going on." And they said, "Right, let's have a look at the telemetry and the footage and everything." And they went, "Oh look, you're already on the brakes." And he went, "Already on the brakes?" And of course, because of all the ABS and all the magic that it does, is they were saying, "No, don't even brake until there." And I forget where it was. And he just went, "No, I'm out. I'm not interested in the modern stuff. I'm sticking with the slightly, well, you can't exactly call that classic, but you know what I mean." He didn't like all the magic that the tech can do.
It is silly. Some of the later GT3 cars I've driven, you just would not believe the amount of bar pressure that you need to put through the brake pedal.
That was the other one as well, yeah. A lot more pressure and a lot later.
Yeah,
and he just went, nah.
It really does become, I mean, it's still a massive skill, but it does become a bit digital to drive.
Yep.
And it as amazing as it is, it's a lot of these cars that you drive in as much as you can into the ABS anti-locking brake system.
Yeah.
So you can use it, in certain corners, but if you do use it in other corners, it can really delay the car's entry speed. So yeah, it's not very nice sometimes using those cars. So the old school cars are just the best.
Exactly right, and that was the key thing for him. As we're back under green flag, thankfully the Hypercar is going to make their way out. How accurate, asking a racing driver, is that the phrase they use is stamping on the brakes. And you're just talking about the bar. I mean, how accurate is that? Is that you literally stamp on the brakes?
You literally just hit the. I mean, if you have you'll hear, brake pressures of up north of 80 bar, and just ridiculous amounts of brake pressure, and you would just always think that it would lock up straight away. You literally can stamp on the brakes. Literally can, and if you're at high speed, you can literally stamp on the brakes. If you're at lower speed, the car can't put enough weight over the front axle to push the tyres into the floor, so that's when you start locking up in the later phase of the brake zone. That's why you have to bleed off the brakes as a driver as you're turning into the corners, because it'll just lock the fronts up otherwise. So it's a technique, and even with ABS, it's a technique. David Addison is looking so confused because he's thinking, why is Paul O'Neill telling us how to drive a car? That's because around the estates where I live, mate.
Yeah, exactly. In your GTE.
yeah, exactly. Talking of GT cars.
Oh, it's just, I mean, I was saying it just before you rejoined me on the comms, is that what's nicer than the Ford GT, but throw a Golf livery on it. Just works, doesn't it?
Just stunning, isn't it? I thought you had the boot open for a minute.
Yeah.
We had DRS. Yeah, a lot of road cars now adopting that kind of format. I know the McLaren Senna has a system when you come out of the throttle at a certain speed, the rear wing goes up and helps the downforce to stabilise the rear. Crazy.
And the bad thing on the road is that gets everybody watching that instead of their own journey.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you what, though, it makes a massive difference in the cars I've driven.
Really?
Say like at Stowe Corner, or maybe if you had it here, just as you start to brake or lift out the throttle for the old hairpin where we've seen the Carrera GT off, high-speed approaches to high-speed corners, the stability it does to the rear as all the pitch goes on the front axle, the rear just gets pushed down a little bit and stops it dancing around on entry. It's amazing.
I can't for the life of me remember which car it was. I should know, but there was one, I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago when I was here covering this event, and it had a moving rear wing that actually changed depending on which way round the corner it was going and things like that.
Wow.
And we had no idea, and we'd never heard of this, and I haven't seen it since, to be honest with you. But we saw it and we suddenly went, oh, the rear wings failed on that. And then suddenly it moved back to centre, and then it went round a different corner, a different way. And it was actually completely moving around. And I was like, that's mad. And I haven't seen it come back. So I can only assume it really didn't do the effect that they were hoping for.
Active wings.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a
the
stunner.
equivalent to Mansell's Williams, but with the wing instead of the suspension.
Exactly. That's got some bit for the rear, isn't it, that Lambo?
And I was saying earlier with Tom is that I think, you know, a lot of people had the Countach on the as their poster cars, but for me that is just streets ahead in its looks.
That is quite an old school looking car, that is now.
Yeah.
It looks stunning.
Well, we had the race one out in the last session, didn't we? The race prepared version of that as well, and it's just a beauty of a car, it really is. Just moving out of the way. Was that a Ferrari? I think it's just.
Oh no!
That's not something we want to see. Was that an Enzo, wasn't it? Just making. Thankfully, it looked like it was just gentle contact with the barrier, but that'll be, unless it's able to get itself moving, that'll be a red flag, I'm sure.
I think it will get going. There's quite a lot of. Oh no, they've gone red. Yeah, well, that is actually a good call, because the last thing you need, if there is some fluid down, you don't want someone following that in.
Yeah, it's whether it was caused by fluids that were already on there, or
just a bit too much right through. I mean, to be honest, around that corner, well, he or she is now.
And that's the side that made contact with the barrier, so that looks like they got away with that.
Oh, that is lucky. That's lucky. That is. Yeah, that's the exit of the old hairpin. I've looked at that tyre wall a few times.
Actually, it's further up, isn't it? It's up at the top of the hill.
It looked like it was the exit of Old Hairpin, and they've got back on and got up and over.
Okay.
It was exit of McLean's, then we're being told. Okay. Wow. I mean, that's a fast off, and the barrier's actually closer now, because they put a tunnel underneath, didn't they? When they were looking at using this as the F1 GP circuit. It doesn't look like that car's damaged.
No.
Passenger on board as well. I bet that was a nice ride for you.
And yet. That wasn't even Recticel, was it? That it hit. It was the old-fashioned tyre and
old school.
You know, what do you call it? The conveyor belt in front of the tyres, wouldn't it?
Be a 15-inch bar and brilliant firing you back on track.
Hazard lights on, unsurprisingly. Checkered flag has now been waved, so that does unfortunately bring to a close the hypercars. But I mean, what an absolutely incredible array of phenomenal cars.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. Just stuff for dreams, isn't it, for kids? It's brilliant.
I mean, that car, they've completely got away with that by the looks of it, haven't they? The wing mirror's slightly folded in.
Yeah, it's on that side, isn't it? To be fair, they're probably just trying to get back to the pits as quick as they can to just see what it's done.
Yeah.
I mean, the old joke is it'll polish out. It probably actually will polish out.
Absolutely.
But the wing mirror's probably about 17.5 grand, so that'll be a new wing mirror.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Which is about the price of a terrace house that I've just bought in Widnes. Yeah, and David just said his laundry bill will be more than that. Yeah, it's not a slow off, that, is it, through there, fourth gear?
No, especially when it's a car like that. You'll be like, stop. And in this, after we've had that rain that was quite biblical earlier, you get on the grass.
Yeah.
You're accelerating.
Yeah, exactly. But it is this side that you can see now coming into shot that took.
You wouldn't. I mean, from this far, okay, granted. But
it's got a little mark on it. There's only a little mark on it, isn't it? So yeah, that'll be fine. Problem is now that mirror is facing inwards, so they can probably just see each other in their open face helmets, thinking, "Yeah, that was a great time, that wasn't it?" But
yeah, they can't tell whether it's predominantly damaged or not. Well, that brings the hypercar track session to a close. So we're going to move our attention fairly soon towards the shootout, which will see a change of commentary team. It's going to be David Addison and Paul O'Neill that are going to cover in the commentary box, although David's been just sorting out who's doing which part there. We weren't sure which way it was going to be, and I'm just... Oh, it's starting to rain, is it? A little bit. That's the news here. The shootout, we need it to... And thank you to Sam Pearce, who's obviously watching in. The moving wing car that I was talking about is called the Zenvo. That was the car that had the moving wing on it, the Zenvo. And it's a very, very odd, you know, it's only on the watch, but you look at that thing on my watch, Paul, it's just moving around, so very, very odd indeed. I'm going to step backwards now to let the professional team jump into their positions, ready for this shootout fairly soon.
So we are building up to the innovation of the day, if you like, something new for the Supercar driver secret meet, which is the new Shootout. It is a great entry that we've got. Sadly, the weather conditions have rather affected things, and also the earlier run for one or two of the cars means that the old mechanical gremlin has got into the work, so we don't have quite as many as planned. But what we do have is a road that is dry-ish. It's drying, but there are also the omnipresent threats of more spots of rain. So it might be that this isn't quite so much down to the fastest car, it's down to timing and when you are out, how dry or wet it is. We've been talking about cars, we've been talking about current technology, we've been talking about historic racing cars and events of the time. One thing I've discovered, having a little wander around just recently, not only have we been talking about Aston Martins of GT3 and the Valkyrie but there is also now the Aston Martin Sim, the AMR C01. It comes in 6 different colours if you so desire. You can have Aston Martin green, or you could have the WEC yellow, the lime, you could have orange and carbon, you could have carbon and lime, Elwood blue, Morning Frost white, and Widnes brown is I understand in production as well for Paul. But it's all down to Curve, I should say, Curve Racing Simulators, Darren Turner's company that has one of these. And just in case you did want a sim to go with your racing Aston, it's a mere £57,500 for the setup, but
cheap as chips.
Cheap as chips, indeed. But the point being that the sim, rather than it being a glorified video game, Paul, nowadays is something that teams take a huge amount of responsibility in and put a lot of emphasis on.
Yeah, massive, absolutely massive. I thought it might be Darren Turner's company, actually. Yeah, very interesting, isn't it? A lot of the top drivers at the minute in GTs, and Ash Sutton, who's familiar to us from British Touring Cars, do harp on about the sim situation and running it as much as they can in the winter. Obviously they sell them, so it's going to look good if they talk about them.
But on Friday at the British Grand Prix, there was the talk of the McLarens struggling for grip. Mercedes struggling for grip. And in the press conference at the end of the day, the point was made, yes, we've been struggling for grip, but we've got Mick in the sim all night. So Mick Schumacher would then go in, do a night shift on the sim. And they might find a bit here and a bit there, and it might be a couple of hundredths, but that was all going to help for the following day. So the work that the sim does, and I think going back to your Ash Sutton point, he was saying that he does, in the week of a touring car meeting, he does an entire weekend on the sim. So he does 2 free practice sessions, a qualifying run, and then effectively drives 3 races. So when he gets to the circuit in the real world, he's already gone through the different elements that, some people are still trying this in FP1 and that even in FP2. He's done all that, he's away.
It is so interesting. I work with a lot of youngsters in junior formula, and what you've just said makes perfect sense, because they turn up to some circuits that they've never been to. I'm bolted into the passenger seat trying to give them some coaching, and they're out the pits, and the first thing I'll say is, have you been here? And they'll say, no, but I've done a bit of sim work. And you're like, oh, this will be great. Not got on a skate button here, mate. And they drive round, and it's as if they've seen it already. And it's exactly this. The sims now are so powerful. They're amazing and worth the weight in gold. And that's why, like you say, with Mercedes, that's why people like Mick Schumacher are Anton Gamble, I think, does quite a lot for Mercedes.
Right.
And they're just bolted in and sorted out for the rest of the team.
And in SRO's GT world, when we have an Endurance Cup round, on the day or the evening before the main race, they have a 1-hour sim rate, and you take the points scored in that and give them to your team in the real world, so it has an input in the team's championship. Right, we'll talk about real cars in a moment. Before all of that, here's the real Chris Dawes down in the pit lane.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm down here in the thick of it all now, and we've got... we're hoping that we got the right order here, but we've definitely got... I know this one because it's the only road going. So we've got road, competition, and open wheel cars. So this Porsche 718 GT4S is going to be driven by Johnny Cocker. Now, interestingly, the order must have changed again because we're throwing the road in out, and that is really good news because the road in wasn't going to go out, but they're trying to get out before... Oh, and he's absolutely whipped the rear tyres up. I think that makes more...
We've lost Chris for the moment, but Ollie Webb in the road in, and he's being given, if you like, dispensation to go while it's dry, because we want to see the car. Right, just to explain how this is going to work. 1 lap out of the pits, 1 flying lap, and then an in lap. We'll be talking about the sectors. These are the people you're going to see. Johnny Cocker in the Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS, Jamie Clark's Ford Escort, Seb Perez in the Porsche, Ross Wiley's Porsche, David McDonald in the Lamborghini Huracan, Jake Hill in one of the many Nissans, Harvey Stanley's Ferrari 458. Then after that, there is going to be there's no James Cottingham Dallara now, sadly. Mike Cantelan's Honda is a question mark. Matt Wrigley with the Penske, Michael Lyons in the McLaren, David McDonald in the Dallara T08. Right, so the clock will start at the end of this outlap, and Paul O'Neill, we are looking forward to this hugely, especially to see Ollie Webb at the wheel of this incredible car, the Rodin. It's got something like 675 horsepower. I'll do the numbers quickly. 3.8 litre V8. It'll do 0 to 100 kilometres an hour in 2.9 seconds. It's got a top speed of about over 300 kilometres an hour. And on a dry road, this is going to be the car to beat.
This will be it then. So he's going to come across the strike now to start. The green flag is waved at the end of the pit lane, and now as he goes down into Redgate, remember he's only just seen the track 30 seconds ago, so he's not really been at full tilt, but that looked like it was kind of cautious. 70% of what he could probably do into Redgate. Look at the water coming off the back of the tyres. He's on slicks.
Down through the Craner curves to the end of the first sector. Now, purple means absolute best. It will be, because he's the only person out there. There is another sector to be completed before we get to the timing line. So purple is the best of anybody. Green is obviously going to be the car's best, and they only do the one lap. So everybody will go green. What we're looking for is going to be purples for the subsequent cars. This lays down a marker. Out of the double apex right of Coppice, speed building.
Yeah, the speed's building, and this will be a really interesting one for Ollie Webb, because I've got a feeling this car will have come out the tyre blankets, but the tyres will be getting cooler and cooler instead of hotter and hotter because of the track conditions. But now he's only got 2 hairpins to go. The first one coming up, he looks pretty lit. It looks like there's no... Oh, the rain is absolutely lashing down at the Melbourne hairpin. This is going to be a nightmare. Big oversteer as he comes out the Melbourne hairpin. They may have to redo this because nobody's going to go this quick. This could be done unless he goes off last corner.
Well, he might slither. The lap record around here is a 1:17.707. He's going to miss that because the weather has turned against us, and Ollie Webb splashes over the line. He does a 1:23.936. 1:23.936 is kind of the target time. He might be the only person with any dry running. But now, as Paul rightly says, and those of you that are here know it because you're in it, it is absolutely teeming down once again. This is not what we had in mind for the shootout.
No, this is not. I mean, if we're going to be fair, this is a real problem because the roading hasn't got any wet tyres.
It can't go again.
It can't go again, and if it was me, I'd be saying, let's just go on a level playing field and let's go wet. But that's a real dilemma because job done, really. No one's going to go any quicker than that.
No, we sort of need a dry shootout trophy for Ollie Webb and a wet shootout trophy for everybody else to aim for. Having said all of that, how long is it going to be before it stops? Well, Michael Lyons on his slick tyres. Oh, Lord, arm goes out.
Oh, no.
Michael, really? 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 He hasn't got any wets to put on, and also he had a drama with wheel... Studs, thank you, from earlier. You can see how wet it's become just off the way that Ollie Webb now is carving lines in the road, and he's on slicks as well, but he's only got to tiptoe back.
Yeah.
Michael Lyons has to put his things on the line. No, Michael, no, don't.
No.
Please. It has gone properly nasty again, and the wind has picked up. So it looks worse because the wind is blowing the rain across the road, but Michael Lyons right now...
Wow.
He's not going to enjoy... No, don't, Michael. Just park it.
He's having a think, isn't he?
He is.
He's thinking about getting a big slide out of Old Hairpin here. I mean, I tell you what, I've not seen weather like this at Donington Park for a long, long, long time.
Not in July. This is insane, isn't it? Checks flight to Misano on Friday morning. Right, so here to the pit lane comes Ollie Webb thinking, thank the Lord we did it then. At least he's had a run. Michael Lyons comes up towards McLean's.
That is some out the comms box. That is the craziest weather I have seen at Donington Park. And you rightly called it, Ollie Webb was so quick to get out of the pit lane. He ran the red light. He kind of was like, nah, mate, I'm going. Yeah. I don't blame him.
Well, Matt Wrigley is sitting there waiting his turn. Bear in mind that Michael Lyons hasn't yet started his flying lap, and flying is going to be a relative term because I'd be surprised if he did do a lap, actually. It is not right for a car on slicks, and Michael is intelligent enough to know that you just... Oh, I think the red flag's come out, actually. They're going to stop the session because of the rain.
Yeah, good call.
Yes. I think even I could have tweaked that. So, yes, we're going to stop this rather than force people to go out in the rain. And poor old Matt Wrigley, there is somebody with him with an umbrella. It's also an opportunity to thank all the marshals that have stood out in it, trying to make the day possible. But, again, it actually looks brighter out of our window than that camera angle shows. And I suspect we ought to say well done to our camera crew who have got nowhere to shelter.
Wow.
So Donington has always been great for car racing and bikes. Today, powerboat racing comes to Donington.
And golden retrievers. They'd love that as well. I have never in my life seen Donington this wet, and that would take a long time to drink that. And this is how good Apple Watches are that I've got on my wrist. It says rain in 1 hour.
Right.
So that's good, isn't it? As Michael Fish in my watch. Let's go.
As ever, we're ahead of the times. Yeah, I mean, first of all, the rain's got to stop before the track is safe to let people out. Never mind, consider...
Is he not back yet? Look at that. That does look like that does look a power boat, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Didier Pironi. Power boat.
Right, Michael Lyons for the pit lane, but yeah, if it carries on like this, the track isn't safe to run on. So, of all the times for the heavens to really open, we thought it was bad earlier, and it's even worse now. Of all the times for the heavens to open, Matt Wrigley's going to go back up the pit lane to his garage, and Michael Lyons comes into the garage, and the team sprint after him so they can get dry.
Wow. Look at that. He's actually hooked reverse.
Yeah.
Good lad.
And he's going to go into the paddock and go round. So yeah. Right. Real shame all of this.
Oh, that was a shame. You know, really, you could see Ollie Webb knew what was coming.
Oh yeah.
And that's why his heart must have sank as he braked for the chicane onto the Grand Prix loop, because he obviously could see the rain coming, and then it's like, I've just got to get round. And it was a decent time, to be fair, wasn't it?
Yeah. So 1:17.7 the lap record. Kimi Asato in AutoGP from 2013, which I think was the World Touring Car meeting from memory.
Wow.
And Michael Lyons went out, but I hope we'll be given another chance. It's easing. I mean, it's still hooning it down, but it's not quite as torrential as it was a few moments ago.
No, I think it will blow over, but I don't think the circuit will recover any time soon. Yeah,
no,
definitely not. But Michael Lyons, to be fair, he'd be devastated the red light come out, because I think he thought he probably had a chance. Knowing him in that thing.
Oh, fair play to Michael for at least going out, because he knew that it was raining. He'd got it on his visor. He knew he was on slicks, but he's accomplished enough to know where the level is. He's not going to do anything stupid, and Michael's got great car control. Right, we'll talk amongst yourself for a moment then, really, because until the rain is easing and we've got rid of some of the standing water, there's not a lot we can do to get the shootout underway. And Ollie Webb pretty much has won it. If we're going to have a road that stays wet, it would have to dry very, very quickly to get it down to, what did he have, 75% of a dry lap?
I'd say so, yeah.
And that's dry, not drying. Yeah. So pretty much Ollie Webb has got this, but
it was sketchy, wasn't it? It was sketchy.
Got towards the end, it was a bit of a voyage of discovery, that's for sure.
Wow, Chris Dawes has just sent us a video. That's nice.
He's in the shower, is he? Or is that the Paddock?
Yeah, he's just sent us a video on WhatsApp of it's like an outdoor shower.
Yes.
I think this place isn't. I've seen a few leaks in a few of the roofs when I've been here before. Hopefully they've sorted them, but I have been here with them buckets out as well. So that is the most rain I think I have ever seen in my whole entire life.
I've done a lot of Donington meetings over the years, and I can't remember seeing it quite that bad. Yes, we had wet race meetings. We've had race meetings delayed because of fog and things like that, but I can't remember quite such a deluge. And now thunder.
Yeah,
as well. Yeah.
Well, that means it's gone, isn't it? It's drive. It'll be sunny in a bit. What are we doing at the weekend, mate?
Misano off to Italy.
Yes, yeah, you are.
Yeah, GT. Yeah, you're at Goodwood.
Yeah, good.
Driving or performing or both?
Both actually. A bit of driving. I'll probably get some not very nice. Probably just get a really slow car to drive around. Jake will always get the best one.
Well, there's a reason for that. He's a young, talented, up-and-coming driver.
Yeah. Should we pause for a second? Yes.
Championship is back at Donington in August on the Grand Prix circuit for the first time for getting on for 20 years or something like that, isn't it?
It is 21 years, yeah.
Is it? And so that's going to be intriguing. So at least Paul and I are getting a chance to see how Donington reacts in the wet conditions, which we may have again. And of course, some of the drivers we've been talking about today who were here taking part that weekend, like Jake Hill, who is becoming very much one of the stars of the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah, he's a bit special, isn't he? But I think even more so in the historic stuff as well. What he did at Brands Hatch was pretty phenomenal.
It's interesting, isn't it, watching people like Jake and Andrew Jordan before him, and from a different discipline, Phil Keane, who are able to go from a modern racing car one weekend to a historic without seeming to bat an eyelid. And yet there are other people, actually of the recent generation, James Cottingham is another example, but there are other people that have majored in historics, come into modern racing and really struggled because of either the aero or the balance. It's just not for them. But those three, particularly as pro drivers, can just leap from car to car to car to car, week after week, whether it's ancient or modern, and deliver. It's interesting to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Tell you who another one is, who doesn't do a lot, but he did have one spectacular weekend at Goodwood Revival, was Ash Sutton. He drove the Cortina with Chambers?
Pete Chambers, the one that barrel rolled.
And it barrel rolled, didn't it?
Pete Stint, yeah.
But typical Ash, maybe he wouldn't do it now, but he was a bit aggressive, I think, with the gearbox as well. And he did a half shaft, and I remember Andrew Jordan saying to him, "You keep driving it like that, mate, and you're going to break a half shaft." And Ash was like, "I'll just drive as fast as I can." And he broke a half shaft.
But that was the old Ash Sutton, wasn't it?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
we used to say about him having the odd dive and putting himself in jeopardy, and during 2020 that went away, and he's a very polished performer now.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, that's another thing. I know we're going off at yet another tangent, but we keep talking about people like Ash, Jake, Tom Ingram as the next generation of touring car star. They've not peaked yet.
No, exactly, and that's the scary thing, that they didn't used to be. You didn't really ever see, people that age doing that well in the British Touring Car Championship. It was your David Leslies, who were a bit more mature, and you were into your mid-30s before you got really good and started winning championships. You did John Cleland, people like that. So yeah, these new youngsters, they're a new breed, and they've basically made Jason Plato retire.
In a sense, yeah, they have. You're right. I suppose also it's the way that the sport's evolved, because you came into touring car racing either because you were a British club racer and that was where you ultimately would go to, or you'd been in Formula One or sports cars and you were coming to a different drive for a manufacturer. Whereas now, drivers want to be there from an early age. Their career route was, if you like, Ginetta Juniors, a one-make category, and try and aim for touring car racing.
Yeah.
And it's where they want to be, rather than ending up there, if you see what I mean.
Very true, because it was more of an international driver lineup. There was Formula One drivers, wasn't there, coming back down, not to be disrespectful.
No, but you're right.
Coming back down to a touring car level. That's why the championship was so good. It had so many fantastic drivers.
The super touring era. Yeah, exactly.
Derek Warwick having a go.
Yeah.
I think he struggled a bit, but he still won races.
Won a race,
he did a good job.
In conditions not dissimilar from this, actually, up at Knockhill. Gabriele Tarquini, who I think was it either the British or the Italian Championship, but he'd never won a race until he came into touring cars. He got all the way through Formula One, but never. So he hadn't won in Formula 3 or Formula 3000, if I'm right. So his first win was in a touring car, and I can't remember if it was in the Italian Championship or that Truxton weekend in the BTCC. But his first win in a car race was in touring cars.
Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know that. There was some really amazing drivers, wasn't there, back in the day, and I've heard some great stories. I've been with James Thompson all weekend from Super Touring, and he was telling me some crackers about Gianni Morbidelli and screaming down the radio about understeer because it's front wheel drive, and even they did a radical setup change. Come out the pits at Donington actually here. Come out the pits, and he was apparently still screaming about understeer, and he'd literally not even turned out of the pit lane, and he's I can feel the car understeering. It's obviously the differential just clunking. Front wheel drive, really strange cars, aren't they?
Yeah, and some good characters. There was Joe Winkelhock, Smoking Joe as he became known, because he always had a cigarette in his hand, and he overlapped with Frank Beeler, who was another smoker.
Yeah, big smokers, weren't they?
Yeah. And I can remember being up at Knockhill in the days before Alan Hyde started doing the pit lane, and I was doing the pits. And the cars are being, with the great big sort of closed garage shed is in the Knockhill pits now. Before that was built, so the cars would just come into the pit lane, and there'd be this grass bank at the back, And I shuffle over to go and interview Winkelhock, who's just lit up. So he beckons me over and he sits on the grass, and Frank Bieler comes over because he wants to borrow the lighter, and then Roberto Ravaglia comes to sit with his team, and we're all sat there. It's just a different era in part, but they're having a cigarette, and these are manufacturer-paid drivers. But
Amazing.
It was, yeah.
And Ravaglia, I think there's a picture of it might be Frank Bieler on, or it might be Winkelhock, and it says no smoking on the pit lane.
Yeah.
And it might be Jacob Ebry, who's a brilliant photographer, and he's got a fag on, and he's leaning on the pit lane at Thruxton, and I'm just thinking that is a different era.
Absolutely.
Absolutely
yeah.
love it.
Yeah.
Wow, Ravaglia,
He'd won everything. He'd won the European, he'd won the world, he'd won the German, I think he'd won the Italian, but he never won the British. He did eventually win a race in the British Championship, but he didn't find it quite so easy.
He didn't have many friends. You know, we did see at the weekend, actually, the British Grand Prix, and I'm sorry if anyone's bored of this chat, but it was Paul Radicic. Did you catch up with him?
I didn't realise he was there until the end of the weekend, but he presumably stayed after the Brands Hatch weekend the weekend before.
He was lovely. It was great to chat to him, and he's seen Tim Harvey, who's obviously here today. And he's seen James Thompson, but he come up to me and he said, because I know Paul Radicic quite well, I've done a bit of stuff with him at Vauxhall, because he just loves his driving and did passenger rides with us, and he was just saying, I cannot believe the state of James Thompson, as James Thompson's walking around with a massive homeless beard on and a bandana around his head. But Radicic, lovely guy, fantastic. He made an impact when he first came in. Wow.
Yeah. Winner here in the second FIA Touring Car World Cup. He won it at Monza, and then he backed it up in '94 here.
Wow.
When, I mean, that was another... that was the early days, if you like, of Super Touring. But even that was a mega entry, because you got them from all over certainly all over Europe. I think one or two even further afield, like South Africa. Safety car's gone out, the course car's gone out to go and have a look at the state of the circuit while a decision is made on not only the shootout, but whether we can even run anything else after it. So, big shame this, everybody, and it does give Paul and I a chance to go down another rabbit hole and reminisce, but that's not necessarily what we were after.
The big screen opposite the comms box, that has seen better days.
That's waterlogged as well.
That is waterlogged. Yeah, it's now down to about there's probably about 40 squares of LEDs on it, and it's now down to about 30. So it's just getting blacker and blacker and blacker as the day goes on.
As the weather gets to a similar vein. Yes.
Wow, that's unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable.
You can't think it's July, can you? It's just mad.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't think. I mean, I'll be dead honest with you. There's no way, and this is just from a driver's point of view, there is no way you would get me full throttle on brand new wet tyres anywhere on this circuit at the minute. There's just no way. It just looks. It's just a sheen of water. The wind is pretty savage, isn't it? Which is not a bad thing, because it might blow it away. But
true, but in a way it makes it look worse, doesn't it? Because it's sort of whipping it up a little bit. But yeah, I mean the circuit is, as you know, if you're here, and you can see if you're watching it from home, very, very wet indeed. And even if we are able to have the rain stop, then the circuit's so wet before you can even think of some of that water being dissipated. So we're not in a great place, I'm afraid, as far as the restart of the shootout is concerned, at least not in the next few minutes. Thoughts on the Grand Prix then last week? Great to see Lando Norris do very well.
Wow, amazing, wasn't it? Yeah, I was so pleased for him. And I like Oscar Piastri as well for McLaren, so it's a strong driver lineup, isn't it? And you're not just relying on Lando Norris at the minute. And look at that BMW course car. That is absolutely crazy. There is no way on this earth that looking at those live pictures of the BMW safety car going round as it smashes through a puddle through the chicane, there's no way that we're going to be... You're not going to send any cars on that, and even if you did, nobody would go.
Not on a day like this. I mean, if it were a race meeting, okay, it's a different story.
It'd be looked at,
if we were here for a touring car meeting with live telly, you might sort of keep calm and carry on. But for a day like this, where you're not dealing with drivers that spend a huge amount of time in the cars and the type of cars they've got, then yes, you'd err on the side of caution.
I actually think it's Martin Sismy actually in that safety car.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Martin. He's in the passenger seat actually. I just quickly put my head in and he was chatting some usual rubbish to me.
Put your head in to nick it.
Yeah, I had
just
to
go
look
two people
just see if he had the key.
Yeah,
key for it, so I can take it later on. Sismy, he's a legend. Well, you can see the guys are on the radio there in the car, just saying it's this, and it's this. And
I mean, it's not stopped raining since that red flag went out. And if it was too bad then, add the extra rain to it.
Yeah, it's definitely.
The marshal at the end of the pit lane, that's just outside of our window, is taking his bag and going. So I think that's told us all we need to know.
He must be on the same radio channel as the safety car. That was brilliant. I was thinking, oh, he's going to put the green flag. No, he's took his sandwiches and his coffee with him. He's gone. Oh, look at that. That's a great shot, isn't it? Wouldn't want to be on that. Is that it's a cargo plane, isn't it? Oh, wow.
What plane? Well, I can see his cloud now.
Where's that gone? That's the top of Coppice. Yeah, that's a serious. I tell you what, Palmer's done a mega job at this place, hasn't he? I've got to say, Jonathan has done a superb job at this circuit. Even the gravel looks like it's been lined out properly, not just the grass.
No, you're right. You're right. There's the new chicane, looking down from on top of Goddard's. So in the old days, the chicane would be where the camera is. Still got that bit of the circuit, but now the chicane was moved back to stop the speed being so high on Starkey Straight, but of course it made the pit straight longer.
Ah, is that what it was? Yeah, because it used to get loads of mud dragged on at the apexes. Do you remember the 90, was it 96 or 97, I think it was, British Touring Car race where Mansell was in it, 98. I think Mansell was in the Ford Mondeo.
The one that John Cleland won.
That's the one that John Cleland won. Legend. Absolutely love that. And yeah, I remember watching that race, and it was totally amazing. But yeah, that apparently that Marshall, we just got some intel. His bag was full of water, and his sandwiches are destroyed now. So he's just handed his notice in.
Yeah, that Mansell touring car race, as you say, he did lead it, and John Cleland was quoted and still tells the story. No way was he winning that race. So John gave it everything, and I think it was a live TV race as well. When the BBC were doing some of it live, not all, but some of it.
You couldn't have hoped for such a fantastic race, because it was like, I remember it was all steam coming off Warwick's head, and all the old school guys were there. When Cleland, Warwick, Mansell was there, and who was it that it kept firing Mansell off? Was it? It wasn't Tiff Nadell. Tiff Nadell used to fire him off for fun, didn't he?
Well, Mark Lemmer crossed swords with him at Brands Hatch, and Nigel gave him a few opinions, because obviously Mark had never driven a car before. Nigel Mansell had no idea who Mark Lemmer was, so he went and gave him a piece of his mind. But it was the Nadell accident was here 93 in the Toka Shootout.
Shootout, yeah.
And in those days, it's long since gone, but the second circuit commentary box was the spark plug down at the old hairpin. Which is where I was, and so it all happened in front of me. Wow. And I remember thinking he's gone sideways, and I'm trying to describe all of this, and then he straightened it. No, he hasn't. He's off again, and then he went across the front of Tiff. Everyone says Tiff had him off. He didn't. He'd lost it and went across the front of it.
Tiff did not have him off. I mean, to be fair, I've played golf with Tiff Nadell, and he does annoy me a bit. To be fair, but
you not use a club. You have to use Tiff. Yeah.
He is the most aggressive man on a golf course. He gets so upset.
Really?
So upset. Yeah, I mean, Steve Ryder and Tiff Nadell played golf, and Steve was behind him laughing at him, and he was like, just imagine him in his little posh accent. He was fuming, and especially I was winding him up with my horrendous working class accent, so he wasn't happy with that.
Who won?
I did actually. Yeah, that was pretty good. No, actually, no. Steve Ryder won. I think Tiff was last, but yeah, it was. That was a defining moment of the British Touring Car Championship. That when Nigel got fired off into that, because he didn't hit any tyres. It went straight into the bridge.
Well, it was the concrete wall in front of the bridge, but yeah, everyone says it was the bridge because the parapet was behind it, but it was the barrier that was down there. And because it had spun, it was the driver's side. Yeah,
knocked him out.
Oh, he did.
Well done.
Yeah, and again, I mean, thinking back, I can see it in my mind even now that the car ended up and the marshals were there, the medical team were there. John Nichol, the late John Nichol, who was the clerk of the course, came out to oversee all of this, and this had gone on for half an hour or so. And what struck me was we'd had 60,000 people come that day. Robert Fernell took a big gamble on paying Nigel to come and race in that, on the assumption that people would come and see him, and they did. They came, 60,000 of them.
Wow.
And they all congregated, sort of behind me, if you like, looking at the accident zone. Not one of them ever thought of trying to go over the fence. They all stood there, all respectful, and lots of these people had perhaps never been to a race before. They were Mansell fans. They'd not seen him, and coming to the shootout was more accessible than going to a Grand Prix, for example. But I can remember all of that. And Robin Bradford, who was the main commentator at the start line,
love Robin,
absolutely great character, said something like, so how is the recovery? Is the car out of the way? And I remember thinking, I can't say they haven't got him out of it yet. And I said, well, not quite. The recovery operation's still going on. And I turned around, and there's all of these people, all glued to watching what was going on. And there was the blanket up because obviously people, Nigel at that point was concussed, as you say, and they weren't sure. But yeah, everybody just stood, and there was never any suggestion that they would try and spill forward and go and see their heroes. It was in that respect, it was nice to see how people dealt with it.
Yeah, because people were used to scaling fences around that time.
Well, they'd done it the year before the British Grand Prix, as you say. Absolutely, and that's why last week, and we've had it ever since. Towards the end of a Grand Prix, we always now have to have the thing on the big screen, "Don't invade the track," because of that. The people were on the grass verge as sixth was coming out of Woodcote in ’92, which is pretty terrifying.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
When you think about that. But you know what scenes they were back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just unbelievable.
Absolutely.
Getting hurled up in the air and stuff. Brilliant.
Can I suggest that it's a bit brighter than it was?
I would say so, because the safety car and the team of people in the safety car have actually gone for another lap, so they're feeling quite brave. And as long as the safety car isn't aquaplaning, as we probably see it go straight on now across the grass now, I've said that, they will probably have a look at it. That's a big puddle through the trainers though, on this locked off camera you can see. But yeah, I don't think that is. It's not far off. If it was a race meeting weekend, like you said before, David, I think they would probably say it's not that bad, because the resurfacing of this, you can see we're just looking out of our com spots, the cambers of the actual tarmac now. You can see the middle of the circuit is actually pretty dry, where the water's just washing away from the middle of the circuit. So it's just the rivers that'll be a problem for these big engine cars.
So that's the pit straight. That's pretty much our view, looking out of our window. The cameraman's just in front of our window now. The camera team have done a great job all day trying to bring you the pictures. They're currently in here drying off. If I say I'm surrounded by drip, you know what I mean. But
all right, mate.
They are deserving of being dry. So they've done a grand job. Right, that doesn't look too bad now.
I think that looks fine. I'd have no problem doing 180 mile an hour in Michael Lyons' car down there.
On slicks.
On slicks.
Yeah.
On slicks.
No sense of imagination, some drivers, have they? No, it's a lot better. It's still wet and it's still raining. I'm looking at puddles that are still with the rain falling, but it's better than it was. But I suppose really it's up to Donington to decide whether it's suitable, but then the drivers have got to make the choice as to whether they want to go out.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are, if I say taking the risk, you know what I mean, and it's not like they're fighting for a championship here. It's not like this matters. This is a bit of fun on what's meant to be an enjoyable day.
Yeah, exactly. But there's enough professional drivers out there in difficult cars to make that decision.
You see, this is a very good advert for Darren Turner's sim, because you don't have this weather problem on your sim, do you? You're in the dry. You can set it to be wet, but it doesn't matter.
Very, very true. You're not going to get wet, are you?
No.
Why don't we just...
Do you have a sim?
I haven't, no. I haven't got enough space in my two-bed terrace. That's a bit of a struggle. Actually, do you know what? Why don't we speak to Darren Turner, see if he can get a sim set up and just have a shootout on that?
Perfect. What a great idea.
You love a bit of electronic sports, don't you?
I do. We've got esports tomorrow night to do.
Where's that?
Bathurst.
Oh, yeah.
But from rural Acton Bridge. But
Lovely.
We're pretending to be at Bathurst. Yeah. It's great. Don't have to go anywhere. No, esports as a whole concept has blown my mind. When lockdown happened and I was asked, will you do an esports race? I thought, how on earth do you commentate on that? Because all I'd ever seen was photographs of people sitting in front of a TV screen. How do you put all this into context?
Yeah.
But then the actual output is a race broadcast like you and I used to.
Yeah.
Just call it like a race.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. Yeah, I did in lockdown. I got involved with we had a race, and it was at Indy, but it was it was in a Formula 3 car. And there was loads of us. I did laugh because when I qualified, because I'm awful on sims, they asked me to go down. It was something to do with WTF1, I think it was, and they asked me to go down and drive one. I was like, yeah, I'll get a sim set up. So I set a sim up. I was awful on it, but who was it? There was an Indy 500 winner. Tony Kanaan, was it Tony Kanaan? Has he won an IndyCar race?
Yeah,
It was one of those guys anyway, and I remember lining up on the grid, and I'd out-qualified him for like 28th place or wherever it was. I just remember thinking, I'm at Indy and I've out-qualified Tony Kanaan, and then I just absolutely lost the plot, and I didn't mean to, but I just drilled everyone at turn 1, and then I got through off the server, and no one ever spoke to me again. But there was Juan Pablo Montoya was in it.
Excellent.
It was amazing. It was a big episode. It was really, really cool. But yeah, typical of a front-wheel drive touring car idiot. I just drove into everyone.
There was one I did for Power Max, which was a touring car based championship, and we did qualifying and then into the 2 races. And Mike Epps, do you remember Michael Epps? That was in BTCC, very good on a sim. Yeah. So he'd set pole position and then just disappeared for about 10 minutes or 5 minutes, more realistic, and we got very concerned. And then all of a sudden a lap came back. Oh, great, he's back at the front of the grid. And he won the race. So we talked to him afterwards, and we said, what happened in qualifying? Oh, he said, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, the Amazon bloke was at the door. I had to go and answer the door.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens in
It's a different world, isn't it?
Oh, no, it is.
The other one was going through Island Bend on the full circuit up to the bank right. So he spins and he rejoins and just drives out in front of the traffic. Bang, huge accident, cars bounce everywhere, virtual cars bounce virtually everywhere. Mark was telling me the story afterwards, and he said, I was watching this, and I rang him and I gave him a right honking for it. Yeah. Now, bear in mind that Lemma Jr. is doing this in his halls of residence at university, right, on his sim. So Mark said, what were you thinking of? What were you playing? We should have... Blah, blah, blah. Jack said, just force of habit. He said, instinctively, before I rejoined the road, I looked left. He said, all I saw was my bedroom wall. Bang, straight in the traffic.
Straight into the traffic, took everyone out.
Isn't it the BMW M4 GT car that the steering wheel is interchangeable, so it works on a sim and it works on the race car?
That rings a bell, that. Yeah, I think you're right.
I ask you this as a BMW ambassador or whatever you are.
Yeah.
Friend of the brand.
Yeah, friend of the brand.
Blimey.
I know. What's going on there?
Sounds like something the WI would have.
I think I've just lost my friend of the brand status after not being able to answer that question. But that does ring a bell.
I'm sure it's. I think it's that anyway. It's, certainly BMW have got that, and I think it's the M4. It is, but it illustrates just how realistic it is. You know, we talked about the SRO esports thing earlier on, and the real world championship and the points and whatnot. So when they first did that at Monza, which would be 2 years ago, they did the qualifying session. Bearing in mind this is the same drivers that are doing the virtual race as the real race. The esports qualifying time was only for pole was only a tenth away from the real world.
What?
That's how realistic it was.
Really was?
All the data comes from the manufacturers of the cars.
Wow.
Pirelli give the tyre data. It is as realistic as possible.
That's amazing. I bet there's a few squabbles over BOP and things like that, isn't there? Don't give them too much data.
Where it's interesting for some of the teams is that if you want, of course, and you have that platform, you can, as a Lamborghini driver, say, go and drive a BMW and explore what that car does.
That's interesting.
That's where it gets a bit heated.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because they do make me laugh. Anytime there's a BMW on track, they just look so much bigger than anything else, don't they?
Yeah, they look like touring cars, not GT cars, with respect. I mean, I know they are a GT car, they fit to the regulations, but they tower over anything else.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's like the Bentley. Do you remember when the Bentley came into GT racing?
It's huge.
I think at Monza, when it debuted, I think I said it looked like an aircraft carrier or something, and Watty burst into song with "I'm riding along on the crest of a wave," because this enormous thing was dwarfing these Audis or Ferraris or whatever was around it. But that was a good bit of kit.
What a car that was.
Stephen Kane was a hero in it.
Stephen Kane tells me good stories about that car. He said it shouldn't work on paper, but he said the engineering is just phenomenal on it. Such a big car that was.
The course car's gone round again. What are they looking for?
They'll just be looking for the puddles and the standing water to see how it is now dissipating, because to be fair, it's like plateaued, isn't it, the weather? And that's what they'll be looking for. And that river, now where that safety car's going through on your screen, they're probably just looking to see how well the tyres will get rid of that water. But look, you can see they're driving through the puddles on purpose to see where it is. But I think we've got an update incoming.
We might have 6 or 7 cars fairly imminently. Whether single-seaters are the go, we'll wait and see. But it looks as though we might be good to go.
Good that take-up, though.
Yeah, it is.
That's
it
great.
is. It is. And well done to the teams and the drivers for doing this. How it's going to compare with an Ollie Webb time, well, we can have a sort of separate class, separate battle, can't we, really? Just enjoy it and see who the brave ones are.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. There's no way that you're going to go out in those conditions to drive round and drive as slow as you can. This is this is going to be like lit.
Yes, because they're racing drivers at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the thought of coming here and not seeing Amanda on the podium at the end of the day is just, it's unthinkable. So they're going to try, aren't they?
Exactly.
Amanda nods, yes. That's the prize, you see. Second prize is meeting Paul on the podium.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Second place winner, Paul O'Neill is going to... This is where the biggest puddle I've seen is just where they run through the chicane. It's like the biggest splash you'll ever see. So I'm surprised. I think so. They've radioed through early to say we're happy to let cars go. So they've obviously done enough running to think that that's okay. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's on their head. So fair play.
And equally, I know it's only one car, but it's moved a bit of the water, not a huge amount, but they'll have splashed a little bit through. The wind has dropped, which in a sense is a shame because, like you were saying, that might blow some of the water away. But we'll see what we get. We'll see what the times are, and more than anything, we can just enjoy the commitment of drivers because they're going to be trying, come what may.
Yeah, exactly. Now this will be good. This will be all right. So hopefully, safety car in. That was a wide line. That looked like it was going to do another lap then, didn't it? Interesting. We'll soon see.
That bloke that does touring car stuff on telly always goes on about safety cars breeding safety cars, so hopefully we won't get this one again. It'll do its sighting laps, one more potentially, but the cars are getting ready. The TVR is possibly going to go out, which surprises me because I wasn't sure that was going to be a runner, but anyway, wet tyres going on David McDonald's Huracan in the background. I think Ross Wiley's going to have a go in the Porsche, but that looks completely different weather than I know it's not great, but it's completely different from 20 minutes ago.
The rain is it's literally, it's probably about 20, well, I'd say that was probably 80% better than it was before. So I think we'll be good. We'll be all right. But the thing is, David, you leave the pits, you have one look at Redgate, you have one look at the river at Craners, you have one look at the entry to Old Hairpin, where there was loads of water on the left-hand side of the track. You've got one look at these things, and then you are lit. So send out Michael Lyons on slicks.
You're a cruel man. You're a cruel man.
He's my hero.
I think he is. He deserves a big cheer, come what may. We need what's the equivalent to rallying, like a spirit of the event sort of award. We need one of those for Michael for going out on slicks and giving it a go. I think he deserves something. Yeah.
Definitely.
Lack of imagination, yes. Well, he's young, you see. Right, so the safety car is either going to come in this time or go to be refueled, and then we hopefully can release cars for the resumption of the shootout. There is a bedraggled marshal heading back this way. He's got his red flag, and water on the outside of Fogarty S's. Doesn't look too bad. There is quite a lot of standing there. There is standing water around, but teams are getting ready.
Yeah, they want a bit of this. I mean, they'll have seen the same pictures as we've seen with the safety car. And the clever drivers, if they get a chance, if they're running a bit later on in the session, they'd speak to the safety car driver and say, "What's the score? How is it? Where do you think I should stay away from?" And if
Donington.
Yeah. But to be fair, I wouldn't ask Martin Sismy. He doesn't know what day it is.
Well, it is almost time for the shootout to resume. Marshall is back on post at the end of the pit lane. Hooray. Cameraman has drowned at Goddard's. Safety car is about to head, I think, into the pit lane. And then we'll see who is going to be first out. I think probably we're going to be looking at the Saloon and GT cars to go first on the basis that they are closed cars, and if anything can get rid of the water safely, they will do so. So Johnny Cocker in the Porsche, I would offer you as being the first one to go here. So it's going to be Porsche, Escort, one of the Nissan Skylines. I think the Dallara single-seater is going to have a go. The 992 GT3, the Penske, and the Rally 911, Seb Perez. Fantastic.
I really look forward to that last run.
Absolutely. I think what we need... You're a very committed photographer. I think what we need really for Seb Perez is Michael Lyons as the co-driver.
Oh, that is a great shout.
Isn't that all right?
Imagine them two. I'll steer, you throttle up, mate.
That'll work. Right then, so Johnny Cocker in a car that we haven't really seen in the motorsport demo sections, but the Cayman, the 718 iteration of it, the GT4 RS, the type of car that we have in the Porsche Sprint Challenge, the One Make series. which is a race car for the road, and it's a brilliant bit of kit. I had one for a few days a couple of years ago up to Croft and back, and it's a very, very good car.
Yeah, I've heard some great stories about them and saying they're like a Carrera Cup car. Beautiful things. So yeah, that'll be in his hands as well. That will be a bit of a weapon.
Are you raced against Johnny?
Yes,
yeah.
in GTs. Yeah,
and he's a good lad.
Very good lad. Very quick. He won the British GT Championship with Sugden, did he?
Yes, I think he did. Or did he win it on his own because there was a change of co-driver? But he has won the title, yes. I want to say it was with Tim Sugden.
I think Tim did the majority of the racing from what I remember.
And then he drove with Paul Drayson.
Ah, yes, so he did.
With
in the
Barwell.
Aston?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Barwell Aston.
Yeah, no, he was a sub-driver in a Lamborghini Gallardo, I think it was it Lemmer? I can't remember if he ran that car, but it was Tom Ferry's teammate, and he turned up at Snetterton and been in Europe racing. This is 2008, I think it was, when I was doing British GT in a Viper, and he just absolutely destroyed. You know, when someone's head and shoulders above everyone else, he just looked a bit special. So, yeah, that's when he caught my attention. Fair play to him.
He sprung to prominence, didn't he, by being, when he came into racing, one of the youngest people of the time. I want to say he came from T-Cars, but when he came into GT racing, he was in his teens, like 16 or 17. He came into GT racing very, very young.
Yeah, he was a bit like a good Tom Chilton, wasn't he? Tom won't be watching this, so stop fretting, mate.
No, that's fine. But you're right. He did that thing, what you said. He was an absolute weapon in T-Cars. Was Johnny
T-Cars was awesome.
Yeah.
I tell
that
you
gave
what,
us Tom Boardman, Tom Chilton, Tom Kimber-Smith, Stuart Hall.
Max Chilton, who's here, who's heard that and will tell his brother what I've said.
Yep, exactly. So stop fretting. No, it didn't last long enough, but it gave us some good people, T-Cars.
Really good people. I drove one of them. Oh my word! It was like driving a shed on wheels. I remember they just rattled, and they were dead hard to drive, and that's why they were good kids that come out of them. They were dead hard to drive. I think they had a Vauxhall 1600.
Sounds about right. Yeah. I remember being at Castle Combe talking about the first ever races, and thinking, God, they look young. Well, they are, but you know,
they were great.
Scary. But yeah, it gave us some good talent. Alex Brundle came out of it. Jodie Palmer came out of it. Because, of course, by that stage, the last year was an MSV run year.
Yes.
And they drove in it that final season.
I think Luciano Pachetti.
That's right. That's right.
He was in it as well.
Who is? No, I didn't realise this until the weekend. He's one of the people involved in this new Brad Pitt movie.
I know Luch really well.
Right.
So he was doing the demonstration laps. Well,
with
demo laps.
With
Brad Pitt.
Who was the other one driving?
Oh, I don't know.
Somebody else whose talent never got the coverage it deserved.
I wasn't driving.
I'll repeat it.
I honestly don't know.
Craig Dolby.
Was it Craig Dolby?
Yeah.
He's done a lot of that kind of car, that single-seater at high level stuff, hasn't he?
Yeah, he did Super League, didn't he? With a Plum.
Did he have the biggest shunt ever at Brands Hatch GP, or was that someone else?
That was Chris Vanderdrift.
That was Chris Vanderdrift. Hit the bridge, didn't he?
It was a sort of Johnny Herbert-esque accident, wasn't
horrible, that one,
No, Craig Dolby.
Craig Dolby?
Yeah, so he and Luciano Bacchetta were the two doing those filming runs before, twice a day before the Grand Prix, whatever. Yeah.
So Dolby was, I remember being here on a GTR Nissan test for was it JRM?
JRM, yeah.
And I come and did another Motorsport news piece with Matt James. I drove this car. Dolby was there. He was just doing the same as me, having a quick go. He was about 6 seconds quicker than everyone else and ended up driving it in British GT because they were like, he's pretty good, him. And then I thought, why didn't I take the pit lane speed limiter off? I could have been that guy.
Every day's a school day, isn't it? Yep. Right, so cars are, I think, getting ready to rumble once again. We've got more activity at the end of the pit lane. Johnny Cocker has put his armbands on. He's ready to paddle out and have a go in the Porsche. And there'll be more reminiscences from Paul O'Neill when we get the next deluge of rain. What's the book going to be called?
Against All Odds. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, Chris Dawes has just come in. Give us a flyer. I was with Martin Donnelly at the Grand Prix, and he was hammered. We've got Martin, an evening
with Martin Donnelly, hosted by Martin Sismy.
Martin's obviously heard me speaking about him on the comms, hasn't he?
Yes.
That'll be nice. £20 per person. Friday the 28th of July. Do you fancy that? Where is it? Northampton. I used to live there. Oh, here we go. We're ready to rock and roll.
We're in business. Johnny Cocker then in the Porsche Cayman is the pioneer. He is the guinea pig in all of this. Out he goes to see now what he can do in terms of doing a time. Well, you can see how much water there is still on the road, but the Cayman cuts through it. Johnny will work out where the grip is. He's going to jink left and right to find out where he can and can't push. And this is, again, the mark of a professional driver, knowing exactly what to do. This is, in a sense, the sort of final safety car lap before they're released in the rain, isn't it? Where can I push? Where's the grip level?
And what people don't realise is, as Johnny is now really finding out where them puddles are, what people don't realise is you still have to put heat into tyres that are wet tyres. And even road car tyres, if they're they're on a road car, they need to have some heat in them for them to soften up and work. So yeah, he's pushing, and he's just trying to find out, jinking left and right, where he's going to aquaplane. You got to remember, there's no big weight over the front of that Porsche, so yeah, he's going to be hoping that he doesn't have any aquaplaning on the front axle.
So you're right, it's a mid-engine car, isn't it? But very, very compliant little car. It's great, and lots of them exist for long-distance racing in Germany, the NLS, the one-make championships dotted around the globe as well.
You wouldn't want any other person in that car right now. You really wouldn't. He is like, this will be pretty good. He's the only person I can think of that will be able to get this round at a good speed that's here today. Maybe Michael Lyons if he stuck some slicks on it.
What would be quite good is if you had Seb Perez in the 911 on the run after him, so you can see one going sideways and one doing sort of circuit race lines. So Johnny Cocker is onto the Grand Prix loop. He is getting it wound up. Makes a great noise, that. The car with the extra wing over and above what the, if you like, normal 718 Caymans have. The marshal with his green flag is ready to either wave it or shake the water off it when he comes past the exit of the pit lane to get the lap underway, and he will be on his way very, very shortly. The next car for the queue will arrive to go onto its out lap. So our first flying lap since that hiatus is about to start. Johnny goes wide into a corner, and quite often going wide finds you a bit more grip, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's trying to straighten that exit off so he can get full throttle down into the first corner. The timer starts, and listen to that Porsche as he goes across the strike and then into Redgate, trying to get the car slowed down. Uses a conventional dry line, but still, this is where it's going to be telling David. You can hear the traction just... Oh, his left foot braking as he goes down. Wow. This is where you're going to aquaplane, so this is pretty impressive stuff as he's still lit down the crane as is the river.
Okay, so this is where he's got to be careful. It has a big, big twitch. He is about, what was that, 2 and a bit seconds off Ollie Webb, and as the car now then comes down through the old hairpin, onto the power again goes Johnny Cocker. So his sector was a 25.6 as against Ollie Webb 23.1. That's not that bad considering how much wetter it's become. That's a pretty brave effort by Johnny Cocker.
I can't get my breath at that. I tell you, he has nearly been off a few times there. He has hung onto it there. That's impressive stuff. He's only really got to get through Coppice now and just miss those puddles and then get onto the GP loop. But look, he's in the middle of the circuit because that is the driest part. There's a drying line.
So he's coming out of Coppice up to the end of the second sector, where ideally he needs something round about 41 seconds. Let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be down on that. I'll grant you it's much further down, in fact. So now as you start to add the lap together, 1 minute 16 to the second sector. He'll come up towards the line, but in many ways ignore Ollie Webb because he got the best of the conditions. Unless it dries for the last car and it levels out, everybody else now is on this playing field, which is a wet one. He's gone through the middle sector now, over the brow, late on the brakes, hard on the brakes, and hope you don't slide wide.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's about the traction on the way out of this hairpin. You can hear, and the car's squirming around as he's now just got to combat Goddard's corner, and you can overshoot this dead easy.
A bit twitchy, isn't it? But he's got it lined up. And again, looks for the traction, lets the car ride the corner, fights it up towards the line. It's going to be just under 2 minutes, I think. No, just over. Let's see, 2 minutes 1.289. So actually, even though the first sector wasn't too bad, ultimately the lap was quite a slow one. He goes second. So 1 minute 23 compared to 2 minutes 1. That illustrates how wet it is, but a fair effort by Johnny Cocker, that, and he's now shown everybody what can be done, but also where the standing water is. The next car to go is going to be the Ford Escort, I think I'm right in saying, which is going to have Jamie Clark at the wheel of it. There it is. And with its 1,020 horsepower, good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck. At least you've got 4 tyres trying to balance that power down onto the tarmac. But yeah, we've seen a little bit of this car, and I'm sure they'll have made a few adjustments for this extra wet weather. But yeah, this is a pretty special machine, isn't it?
Yeah, 1,050 horsepower, sorry, 1,020 horsepower, 1,050 kilos. It's a one-off Escort Cosworth for Pete Johnston. 2.4 litre YB Cosworth turbo engine, 6-speed box, World Rallycross car gearbox. What else do you want to know about it? World Rally Championship Escort suspension, Life Racing engine management system, optional anti-lag, carbon fibre body panels. It's the ultimate Escort Cosworth. It's not constrained by the regulations for any championship, so it is as outlandish as you want to make it for days like this.
Well, it is, isn't it? But the worrying thing for me with this is it's got quite wide tyres on it, so it will be prone to aquaplaning. So yeah, just hoping that they can get through the puddles, not have any massive aquaplaning moments, but it all looks pretty good for now. And it does look like he's just trying to figure out where to place that car, because it's the problem when you get to those places where you can aquaplane and fly off track.
Getting brighter, and therefore there's a hint of optimism before the end of the day. So here comes Jamie Clark. He's responsible for building this car, so the reward is that he gets to play in it now and again, and he'll be eager for the road to dry out a little bit. He's understandably being circumspect at the moment, but this isn't the flying lap, this is the out lap. The next one to go, by the way, is, as you can see on the graphic, going to be Seb Perez with the Rally Porsche, which we're quite looking forward to seeing. But before all of that, we've got to see how an Escort Cosworth lap compares to a Porsche Cayman lap, because really, you're only now comparing the cars from this wet part of the shootout. Ollie Webb's won this, unless it dries out significantly for the last car, but I suspect that won't be the case, and therefore it's going to be this Escort taking on Johnny Cocker for the immediate battle.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, to be fair, the sun coming out is not only a godsend for hopefully a little bit of the track drying out, but the best thing for the drivers is they'll be able to see a lot more of where the puddles are.
And of course, by running one at a time, you don't have to worry about spray, which is a good thing. So here comes then Jamie Clark. Pulls the trigger, coming out of Goddard's, over the timing line, lap underway then. The clock will start as he breaks the beam, goes over the timing line, and so the Ford Escort, because we can, as it's known, because they can, goes into Redgate corner. First sector, remember, is going down through the Craner curves. 23 seconds would be a really good first sector, but it tricks you a little bit because it's a short one. It's later in the lap where you get a better idea of how the lap is being put together. Right, downhill, Paul.
Yeah, downhill, down the Craners, pretty brave stuff. The car looks a lot quicker than I've seen it all day, but it really did take that river pretty well. This is where it could lock up and could aquaplane, but no, gets it slowed down, looking pretty cool.
Now, he's a second and a bit quicker than Johnny Cocker to that point. Now, I know he's got the traction, and you could argue that going later is helping, so it might be a drying road, but either way, this is looking good in comparison with the Porsche.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Porsche's fantastic under traction in the slower corners with the weight over the rear axle and the mid-engine, but the Cosworth four-wheel drive, 1,000 horsepower, and it doesn't seem to be wheel spinning anywhere, so it's got great traction. Good on the brakes as well.
It is, isn't it? Up towards the double apex right of Copper. It's interesting as well, watching people that don't do a huge amount of racing, and certainly in a car like this that doesn't get used that often on a circuit like this, so there's an element of learning about it, but Jamie Clark is a handy driver as well as a very good engineer. He understands the car, which helps. You know, he's put it together. He knows what it's capable of.
Yeah, definitely, and that sometimes is the best way to be. And a bit like Andy Rouse, he knew the cars, he engineered them, and yeah, he knew what to do to make them better and to make them a lot faster. This looks okay. This does.
So the time to beat effectively is Johnny Cocker's 2 minutes 1.289, and he's got a good chance of doing that. He comes out of the Melbourne hairpin, but just when you think, oh, there's a good line there, there's another puddle.
Another puddle and a massive shotgun noise out the side of that Cossie.
Exactly right. Checkered flag is at the ready for him when he comes over the line this time. Then Seb Perez will be released. So here now comes the Escort, 2 minutes 1.289 to beat then as he heads up towards the timing beam, and it's going to be close. You're right. It's going to be a 1:59.890. Goes second fastest then. So Jamie Clark is the best of those, or the better of those, from the wet running of the shootout. 1:59.8, so that's 36 seconds. Wow. Give or take a tenth off Ollie Webb, but quicker than the previous car.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, that is.
Yeah, it is.
It looked, you know, it looked pretty steady on the warm-up lap, and then as soon as he'd come out of Goddard's to start the lap proper, that's when the car come alive. So fair play. That was pretty impressive stuff.
So well done, Jamie Clark. Ollie Webb in the road in. We might be able to hear from Ollie. He was keen to talk to us, whether Chris is still out there, braving the elements, but Ollie Webb, who did a great job, and whatever they did to persuade people to let them run first was worth doing, wasn't it, now, as we've seen the weather conditions. Right, away goes Seb Perez then in the Amigos liveried Porsche. Makes a proper noise as well. Left-hand drive car. So think back to these in Rothman's colours in early 1980s. Rally was Group 4 merged into Group B. Billy Coleman was always a star in Porsches on the tarmac roads of Ireland, and it was on tarmac events because they didn't have the same traction problem as they would on forests, for example, that the car was always very good. Bernard Béguin in Corsican rallies. They were run by ProDrive, David Richards' company, of course, and it was largely because Rothmans, having sponsored the Group C 956s, wanted to go into rallying and said to Porsche, how do we do this? Right, said Porsche, we need a car. So the 911 SC was reworked into this RS, and off it went. And it was going to be replaced by the 959 for Group B rallying, but the 959 project was delayed, so this had a longer shelf life, really, as a rally car than was ever intended.
Did the job, didn't it?
Yeah, got that huge whale tail rear wing that you use as a picnic table, and full course yellow light is on there, but anyway.
That'll be because he hasn't started his lap yet.
Is that it?
Yeah, let's hope.
But yes, there's nothing in the gravel that we know of.
No.
So here comes Seb Perez, and he's treating this seriously, isn't he? He's not just going to tool around, he's going to work those tyres.
Looking for a Scandi flick into the Fogarty's S's, isn't he?
You're determined to get him to do this. Come on, Seb, don't let him down. So out of the S's he comes. Beautiful, yeah. He was teammate in Carrera Cup to George Gamble, wasn't he, a few years ago? George, now touring car racer. Seb quite happy to do races and rallies, and comes down through the hairpin. Go on, that's it!
Yeah, boy!
Out wags the tail.
He just put the headlights on as well. He'd gone full cibbies and stuck the throttle on. Right, he better slow down for this corner here.
No, just get it sideways, Seb, come on. Wag the back. That's it. This is going to be well worth watching. Right, clock starts now. Seb Perez goes across the line, and the Porsche 911 SC RS then heads into Redgate. He is absolutely tonking on.
He is. Look, he's trying to Scandi flicker in. He's looking for the big flick.
Go on.
Listen to that throttle. Oh, he's the first person I've seen run it all the way ragged to the limit and the edge of Redgate. He looks right on it.
Absolutely. There's nothing being left on the table here, is there? So Seb Perez, who is used to horrible conditions from his rallying, thinks, well, you just get on with it, don't you? And he's had the luxury of a warm-up lap. You don't get that on a rally stage. Sideways out of the old hairpin. Fantastic.
Absolutely pinned through the old hairpin. This looks quicker than Oliver Webb's lap.
Well, it is only 1.1 seconds off it in the first sector. It'll start to stretch the margin, but he's the best of the wets, if you like. He's quicker than both Johnny Cocker and Jamie Clark. So if he carries on like this, he's going to go top of this segment.
Oh, if he can get it sideways in here and all the way through, I'll be well impressed. Look at the front left wheel. Oh, sideways all the way through. Go on, son. That's exceptional. Oh, I doff my cap. That was brilliant.
Can we have a Driver of the Day award that we can nominate? It was going to be Michael Lyons, but I think now Seb Perez, as again the car dances, he tries to assess the grip level. He might steal it from him. Here he comes onto the Grand Prix loop. So 117.9 miles an hour at that second speed trap. Comes over the brow, down towards the Melbourne hairpin. The time to beat is a 59.890, and as he comes out of the hairpin, the back tries to wag again. I think the in-lap can be the showboating one. Let's go for a time here, Seb. Right, so it's got to be under 2 minutes, and a 1:59.7 or better will certainly put him top. He's going wide, fights it, wags the back, up to the line, clock ticks on down. Look how much quicker, though, he is than anybody else. Up to the timing line comes Seb Perez, and he goes second fastest.
Wow, that was a lap, That was a lap in those conditions. Fair play.
That's 8 seconds quicker than the Escort.
That is brilliant. Unbelievable. He weren't hanging around, and that That was a little bit of showboating, but also a lot of, can I get the car turned in? Sibbies are off now. He's had enough. He's probably scared himself to death. That was exceptional. I was glad I was watching that.
That was one of the laps of the day, wasn't it? Brilliant stuff. Right, Ross Wiley, you've got a lot to live up to. I know you've got aero, but, you know, if you can get it as sideways as Seb Perez, you're doing well. So he's good to go. Ross, member of the British Racing Drivers Club, as you can see on the side. This is the car that's not even yet had chance to take the Porsche Super Cup stickers off from the weekend. So it was being run in the Super Cup races. That's Silverstone, he blasts away. That will try and get a bit of warmth into the tyres. Ross Wiley, a bit underrated really. He's a very, very handy GT racer.
Yeah, very, very handy. And yeah, he was talking to me actually just before that Super Cup round at Silverstone, and he could not get his breath how quick those Super Cup cars were and how good the drivers were in that. But yeah, he's an exceptional driver, and yeah, I'm thinking he's going to like this weather. The only thing he won't like is he hasn't got ABS or traction control. So yeah, good luck, mate.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to do is be beaten by a early 80s 911 SCRS, do you?
Yeah, especially by like a 12-year-old.
Yeah,
how old is Seb?
Early 20s. Yeah.
Nah, he's older than he. He's all right.
Past it. Yeah,
he's that's why he's rallying.
What is it Jerry Marshall said about rallying? If two blokes can't find anything better to do on a Saturday than sit together in the car, there's something wrong.
My word, are you kidding me? Is that what he said?
It was word to that effect.
That's brilliant. I tell you, one of the worst things I've ever said it was at an after-dinner speaking at a rally car club, and my mate Rob Bell, McLaren factory driver, said to me, "Why are you doing rallying, mate?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And he went, "They're just race cars that have gone off." So I opened my after-dinner speaking up. I spent 25 minutes looking at a lot of glum faces when I said
digging yourself out of it.
But that was Rob Bell. That wasn't. They were his words. They were excellent.
Fantastic. Racing cars that have gone off. So Ross Wiley trying to get warmth into the tyres, as Paul was explaining. Even though they're on wets, they're still going to be hot to work properly. Sun has come out a little bit. The rain has stopped, thank heavens. The road is doing its level best to dry. And again, he's hunting for grip. Out of Goddard's, launches it to the line. Green flag is waved, and Ross Wiley's lap starts now. The time he's aiming for now from Seb Perez is better than a 1 minute 51.6.
And this, you know, David, this is a bit of pressure. This ain't an exhibition, mate. Because if he is beaten by Cocker in that GT4, you may as well not come back in the pits, mate.
Yes,
let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny got the worst of the weather, and he's then a 21.7 in the first sector. Now, that's quicker than Ollie Webb in the first sector. Wow. This could be an interesting lap, couldn't it?
This could be very interesting. Wow, OK, Ross. We need to calm it down a bit here, mate. Fair play.
Right, this is game on. So, Ollie Webb's first sector was a 23.1, Ross Wiley a 21.7. That is the best of anybody. Seb Perez, sector 1, was a 26.3, so he's very nearly 5 seconds quicker than that. So this is some lap by Ross Wiley. He comes now out of Coppice, accelerates down Exhibition Straight, Sarkis Straight, and at the end of the second sector, he breaks the beam, 61.886, which of course is a personal best. That's the cumulative time that we're looking at there, 40.1. He's up on Ollie Webb, not by much, but by just about a second. He's ahead of Ollie Webb at that sector point.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be Ollie Webb's in lap though.
Ah, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right.
But still, that's impressive.
Yeah, yeah.
That's still impressive if that's right though. Well, we're going to find out. But tell you what, this is very special, and this is going to take the wet class lead. This
it is. So he's out of Goddard. He's up towards the line and goes through in the 40s. 1 minute 40.672. So he is 10 seconds quicker than Seb Perez, which is mighty.
That's enough, isn't it?
Wow. Right. You can come back in the pits now, Ross. You're allowed in.
That's pretty impressive, that. To do... Oh, here we go. This will be really, really cool. I've been waiting to see this car go absolutely flat to the boards. I'm looking forward to this.
This is David McDonald in the Lamborghini Huracan, one of the earlier cars, made into an Evo. And he's going to be leaping from this to his Dallara. So
busy day.
It is, but he also gets an opportunity to understand what the track's going to do when he has that second run. I know it's a different car and he has to adapt to it. It's not cheating, it is exploiting the regulations.
And I've never done that.
Or maximising your track time. Right, out it goes. There's something symphonic about the sound of a Lamborghini, and you'll hear that when it's on full noise. But that illustrates still how much standing water is on the road. Look at it cut through.
That's a lot. You've got to have proper wet tyres on this. You can't just go, do you know what? This is a shootout. We're not too bothered. We'll just stick some older wets on it. You've got to have good wets to make sure they've got a real edge on them and cut through those bits of standing water. Wow, that car is on edge. That's an outlap on edge.
It's all very tippy-toey, but the reason for this sighting lap is, of course, so they can have a look at the circuit to get everything warmed up and then have one shot at it, one qualifying lap effectively. So as the car comes now up to McLean's road, climbing all the way through that sector, and then again it's another climb up towards Coppice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely getting a little bit dry. I'm expecting this car to be around about where Wiley is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got to be really.
Because you've got a GT3 car here, an older GT3 car versus a GT3 style car from a mono-brand championship. So
yeah,
the Porsche is the newer car, but this is the faster spec, so it balances to it.
Yeah, it balances, and no disrespect to David, but David's in and out of cars, and I don't think he drives this as much as maybe Ross Wiley drives his own.
No, you're right. And Ross coming from having raced it 2 days ago, so he's absolutely fresh.
Yeah.
But David has been a bit of a star today. The way that he attacked in the Dallara T08 earlier on was impressive, and here he comes now up towards the left-hander of Goddard's. The time to aim for then is now 1 minute 40.6. And actually, given the fact that they're going out for an outlap relatively late, you know, they're not starting the outlap as one car's on a flying lap, there's quite a bit of time between each run for the road to dry.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. And the sun is strong. It's out and it's strong. So, yeah, David heading in.
Heading off nearly there because he found the water and ran it really wide at Redgate.
Yeah, big time. He ran a lot of speed in, but the only problem was he couldn't get on the throttle because he ran his left-hand wheels over the curb on the exit. But that's commitment there. That's the river that usually catches people out. He is absolutely lit. That front axle locking up. Oh, he's using a really conventional wet line and it's working for him.
So his first sector, 21.7. Ross Wiley's 22.3. He's ahead of him, therefore. He's quicker than Ross Wiley is.
Wow, fair play. That's pretty impressive. But time will tell now on these final 2 sectors. As this is, there's quite a lot of time here as he breaks in the middle of the track. A lot of these drivers will have been watching what other people have done, so they'll have their heads up on the standing water and obviously where they're braking as well. That car looks super quick through there.
Well, doesn't it? Well, a GT3 car has to cope with the Spa 24 hours, which normally has rain at some point. So it's well versed with the conditions. Through Fogarty's it comes. David McDonald then in this car run by Blackthorn Motorsport. Absolutely immaculate. Pertamina, one of the earlier sponsors of Lamborghini racing, down towards the right at the Melbourne hairpin. The second sector was a 39.6. Ross Wiley was on his in lap was a 41, so it's still looking good. It's looking comparable to a Ross Wiley time. Let's see. But 1 minute 40.6 to beat, and it's going to be close, isn't it? It's going to be good. He comes out of Goddard's. Timing line beckons. 39s maybe. Not quite. 1 minute 40.050. So that puts David McDonald second by 0.6 of a second over Ross Wiley. But that was another committed lap.
Yeah, I've got to take my hat off as well to David there, because I knew it'd be close, but that with the track time in the car for Ross Wiley, fresh from the GP, like you say, that's pretty impressive stuff, that versatile stuff.
So, Jake Hill, 4-wheel drive in the Axia Skyline, getting set to go. This is going to be something to watch for sure. The car that the Object T team ran for Masahiro Kageyama and Kazuo Shimizu in the Japanese Touring Car Championship. That was a very different type of touring car era from what we have now, when long-distance races, double driver races were the norm. So Jake, BMW driver in the British Touring Car Championship, loves this historic racing, regular for Rick Wood, who prepares this car, and you've got a sort of mini Japanese Touring Car Championship paddock with 4 Skylines here this weekend, but this week. But down the hill he goes, and is discovering just how wet it is.
Yeah, I think if we're going to see anything from this, it's going to be completely sideways and 100% commitment. But nothing screams Japan touring cars more than that colour scheme, does it?
No, you're right. There's something about, if I say it's a cultural thing, I no way mean this rudely, but having been to Japan and been to that part of the world to cover races, the liveries and the design are like nothing you get in Europe. They all, as you say, scream that region. The colours, the brightness, the creativity, the liveries are always so different from what you have anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Right out there. You know, colours in certain places you might not put them in a it's just a clash of colours, but works beautifully. I absolutely love it. They were making me laugh before. They called Jake, what did they call him? They call him Buzz, because he to the red line and beyond, because he loves an over rev. Rick Wood was telling me he loves an 11.2 on a downshift, which he's only supposed to go to 9.
Yeah, but it's not Jake's car. He doesn't mind.
Exactly, no.
He's employed to do one task, and that is to go as quickly as possible. But it's a brilliant livery, that really is. And as we were saying earlier on, the Nissan Skylines, this R32 iteration of it, very successful in Australian touring car racing as well. So he comes now then down into Goddard's, launches it off the line, and this is where the traction's going to help. It's a much older car, but the traction is there, and so Jake Hill takes the battle now to David McDonald. 1:40.0 to beat.
Oh, I cannot believe the speed I've just seen. Oh, he's hit that puddle awkwardly, but does he get a good exit? Yes, he does. If he's not quicker than anybody else in the wet, I'll be very surprised. He's the only person I've seen that hasn't braked down the craners. Please don't go off through that puddle. Unbelievable commitment. That's just unbelievable. To know that car is not going to break loose, that's brilliant. Gets to the apex. Oh, he's missed a gear.
Makes a great noise though as it revs its way up the hill. At the end of the pit lane, there's a giant screen. I've mentioned this for people that are watching at home on the stream. And as the cars are released, so the teams congregate at pit out, looking at the screen. And Rick Wood is doing just that at the moment, peering at the big screen, thinking, "Go on, Jake, please keep it on the road." So far, so good. Comes up towards Coppice then. So the clock ticks on down. Remember, he's aiming for a 1:40 or better. We'll get the cumulative time in a moment to piece all this together as the car slithers its way out of Coppice, down towards the end of the middle sector then, and 65.2 to that point. So he's down on Ollie Webb, but he's still looking good.
Oh, he was so close to that tyre stack, big sideways. And I'm going to take back what I said about him. He didn't miss a gear. That was just a million horsepower trying to get on the ground. It sounded like he was in neutral, but it was just the four wheels spinning. This looks proper committed. This is going to be so fast.
Well done, Jake. Fantastic.
Oh, amazing.
Bear in mind, Jake Hill weighs about 4 stone wet through, so there's absolutely no benefit for him being in the car to add weight to keep it planted. There's nothing of him. Up to the line. Right, it's not the quickest of laps, but it's been good to watch. It's going to be a 45.46 up to the timing line. Does he beat Seb Perez? Yes, he does. The lap time is not yet for showing. 1:46, in fact, 0.343. So he does go 4th fastest, Jake Hill. 1:46.343.
Wow. Well, that was pretty raw, that lap, wasn't it? I mean, you couldn't get any more sideways if you tried in a 4-wheel drive car. That was pretty impressive. Now, this Aston Martin Vantage GT3...
to be driven by Benny Simonson.
And it is Benny Simonson, because that's Benny Simonson's helmet, because I know him very well. He has not been around. I've not seen him. I have now.
Yes, quite. So, quick change to the entry list, but excellent that we've got Benny here, who was in the Spa 24 Hours a couple of weeks ago. And taking this car that's been driven today by David McDonald and Claude Beauvais. They want to run the car, but Claude perhaps doesn't want to go out in the conditions, so Benny says, yeah, go on, I'll give it a whirl.
I've worked with Benny for a number of years, and he's a proper guy, real good peddler. Obviously, his brother was fantastic, Alan. And, yeah.
Oof. Big moment, and that is heading for the gravel, but he's going to dig himself out of there.
Saved it, yeah. Well, that'll teach you, mate.
So he's a good guy.
Yeah, great guy. Yeah. He's not too bad in the wet. Yeah, I've seen better out laps, I'll be honest. Benny will have, like you say, the biggest underwear bill you have ever seen, because that was 5th gear when he come down there. She snapped.
That was a bit scary.
Wow.
Yes.
Looks a bit timid now, doesn't he?
I've seen people push harder. Yeah, but he'll get there. Confidence will come back in a moment. If nothing else, he can say, well, I kept it off the wall and I kept it going.
He did very well to keep that off the wall. That was just aquaplane.
But the serious point of that is just what you've said. You can aquaplane. Here's a car with aero, a good driver at the wheel of it, and you can still be caught out, even though the conditions are better than they were half an hour ago.
Exactly, yeah. So it's getting better as time goes on, but he's got away with that, so I think he'll be absolutely grand. He's just starting to get back up to speed now and get them tyres scrubbed. There won't be any dirt on them now, he'll be absolutely fine. Oh, I tell you what, it's a bit nervous, that car, isn't it?
But I don't think Benny's driven it all day. He might have been out in one of the sessions. We've not been told if he has, but I suppose the point being that potentially this is the first time he's been thrown into the car today, and he's got to get on with it.
It's a big ask, that. It is. It's a really big ask, especially even in the dry. It's a big ask, but he's going to start his lap. Fingers crossed he doesn't lob it off down the craters.
So really, the time he's aiming for is of his teammate David McDonald, out of the same stable. Bites the car into red gates, and now it growls its way out. This is one of the more recent cars that we've got out of the GT stable, so it's got all the latest bits on it and should be good, but this is heading towards the point where he had his moment last time through.
Wow, it's there, just that bit of water that a lot of them have been catching, but he's got away with it this time, and he doesn't look too bad actually. Because he's reined it back a bit, I think he's showing a bit more speed.
Reined it back? See what you did there?
I didn't even mean that.
Have you thought of going on the stage?
I didn't even mean that one.
They always need cleaners. So Benny Simonson powers up the hill then, going towards Coppice. More spray being generated, but of course this is a car with more aero, which kind of produces that spray.
Yeah, of course, and that car looking very, I don't know whether it's stiff or, but it just looks very nervous. There's not much pitch in the car, so I don't know whether they've had time to, you know, soften some springs off or whatever. It's in a late edition, but he's getting on with it, so let's see what he can do as he flies through the Fogarty S's.
So the road is getting quicker all the time, and down towards the Melbourne hairpin. So through that second sector it was looking pretty decent, and he comes then into the hairpin now. Tight corner that very long nose on the Aston Martin. The back again flicks out as he tries to fight the car up towards Goddard, so he's not going to get into the 23s to challenge Ollie Webb, but can he get into the 39s or the better than that in order to go quicker than David McDonald? I don't think he can. It's going to be close up to the line, but as he breaks the beam, 1 minute 40.562, he goes third fastest.
That's a great effort, that is, after that moment in fifth gear down the trainers, which he probably thought was going to end in the wall because it was going that way. That is brilliant to pull that out the bag. Here we go.
Matt Wrigley is the next one to go. Same helmet design as his father has, the green and white checkers, green and silver checkers, and the Penske PC3. Now this is a completely different story in as much as now we're back to a single-seater. So how this proves the road will be interesting.
Yeah, and he's already trying to get some temperature in those tyres. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think that you know, they don't. The only thing is with these single-seaters, when they aquaplane properly. But I don't think there's enough water to cause these cars a massive problem, but we'll see.
Now this might be the last or the penultimate car, because I think the only other one that we would expect is the Dallara T08 of David McDonald. So, and that's not yet made its way to the end of the pit lane, but he's got a few minutes yet as Matt Wrigley tries to find some grip. So it's a real shame the rain came, but it has given us some very dramatic sights in this shootout.
Just a bit.
As a concept, it's a good idea.
It's a great idea. It really is. I think we've done really well, and I've got to commend the drivers and teams for actually not throwing us under the bus and just throwing the cars out there and saying, "Good luck, Benny. Have a go at that, mate."
Well, exactly. So we will have David McDonald in the Formula Renault 3.5 Dallara. That's ready to go. So you've got this battle within a battle of the single-seaters, admittedly decades apart, but coming there now. Matt Wrigley weaving around, getting the warmth into the tyres. Matt becoming a very proficient historic racer. But there's not much that Dad hasn't had in the stable, you know, from historic Grand Prix cars to Austin A35s. They've raced pretty much everything.
Yeah, and his dad has the exact same helmet.
That's right, yeah.
Because like you say, his dad let me have a go at the STP March, so yeah, really stunning family. His dad actually made me laugh because he said to me, I come in after 3 laps and I was like, thanks so much for the, you know, driving the car. And he went, get out there now, there's 20 minutes left, come and have a proper go. I was like, okay.
But it's a Ronnie Peterson car, it's worth a fortune.
Oh no. Good lad.
Yeah, great family, the Wrigleys. And Matt, who's been around the paddocks for a long, long time, developed into a very handy race driver. So he goes through, and the green flag is waved. Clock starts then, so the Penske PC3, one of the 2 single-seaters that we've got then within this run. It's a shame that the weather has gone against some of us for driving this Jeff Ferris designed car then onto the top of the trailer curves.
Wow. Fair play. Through that first corner, he was fully lock stops. He ain't messing around either.
And it's from 1976, don't forget, this car. So it was for John Watson, 5th in South Africa in the car's 2nd ever race. And wasn't a Grand Prix winning car. Penske did win, but it was midway through that season when the PC4 was introduced. But this was the one that started it all, if you like. And it's a shame that we didn't see more of Penske in Formula One. But having had such a brief career, if you like, it always sticks out as the car in those colours. First National City Travellers checks.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, yeah. Czech spelled the American way as well.
Oh no. Oh God, no. I couldn't deal with that.
But this is a good lap. It's tidy, it's neat, it's quick, and flicks the car into the S's. Still lots of water splashing around the wheels, but it's a nice lap by Matt Ridley.
I think he could be on for nicking P2 here. Is he going to be P2, P3? If he gets some good traction here, just depends if he can get the power of the engine. The wheel spin coming out of here might kill it off.
He's got 10 seconds to get to the timing line.
God, look at the speed of that. It's going to lock up front, isn't it?
Still makes a fantastic noise. That ubiquitous Cosworth DFV engine powering the car. It's not going to go second. It's not going to go third. It's not going to go fourth. Where is it going to go as he breaks the beam then? So Matt Wrigley is giving it a good shot. 147.152, 6th fastest.
Wow. That's a good effort. That final sector, these cars. What's apparent to me is the GT cars with that with that futuristic feel to them, how everything works, the electronics. It just seems to really give them an advantage there. But this will be good. I'm looking forward to this because in the practice, he was pinned, wasn't he, old David, in this one?
So David McDonald in this Dallara T08, the last man to go, and he's got the best of the conditions of this second wave, if you like. So whereas Ollie Webb had mostly dry and a wet end, it's still wet, but it is far drier than Johnny Cocker had to cope with.
Yeah, definitely, and you can see it visually looks drier, doesn't it? It looks a lot better than it has done, and you can see with the sun shining off that water, it's a lot easier for the drivers. But this will be difficult for him to go from the car he's been in into this now. So
just another thought. We are saying that it's getting a bit brighter, sun's coming out, all of that spray. Visibility now, it's almost driving into a sort of white wall sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no other cars on track, so it's a lot easier, but still, you're dead right. When you drive these, I've driven open top cars, Ligiers and stuff like that in different series, and it's quite blinding because of the sun hitting the water and then it bouncing into your face. So, I mean, certain corners you're fine, but sometimes you go down the crane and you'll be like, oh my God, where am I? It's like you're driving on a swimming pool. So, yeah, he's going to be...
You have swimming pools in Widnes. I thought you had a Lido.
No, we don't. No, we don't have that. You have to blow them up.
Well, you do a lot of that.
Yeah, exactly.
So, David McDonald then comes into the S's. And it's been a tentative outlet, this, but he's doing what he's meant to do. He's learning, he's assessing, he's now starting to wind it up. So what are we going to predict here? Mid 1 minute 30s?
It's got to be, isn't it? I think if he's brave enough, we'll know by the first corner if he can get into an early 30. But I mean, that's going to be a massive ask, I think. But he's been impressive, and he's driven in these kind of conditions, so let's see.
Yeah, it's been a good effort. So just a reminder about what sort of car we're dealing with here, with all of the grunt from somewhere between 485 to 500 horsepower, depending on whose figures you believe. 3.5 litre engine comes now out of Goddard's over the line. So here's your first reference point, the line through Redgate. Goes past our window, and he's absolutely not hanging about.
Not at all, and now he's through that first puddle, and on the exit of Redgate. Oh, he had to go out the throttle. That made me wince, that did. And this is the next pinch point. Where's that water? Gets through the river, not a problem. And now he's going to have a bit of aquaplaning down into the old hairpin. No, understeers through it, carries great speed.
This looks tasty.
It looks good, doesn't it? It won't be a web beater, but it won't be far off. So David McDonald then comes up towards McLean's, drops it down through the gears, turns right, still always looking for the grip. If that's why you think he's missing the apex, he's on the outside line for some corners where the grip is there. He's on the middle of the road where the grip can be found, and comes out of coppice now, fires it to the second apex, and now floors the throttle.
Oh, look at the water coming out the back of that car. It's so wet still. This is the next pinch point, but he knows that this is full of water on both apex curbs. First one into Fogarty S's, this one splashes it usually. Doesn't look that bad, looks very good, great traction. Now it's the 2 big brake zones and 2 big traction zones.
I'm going to go mid 1 minute 30s for this lap. Let's see as he comes then now, a 34 or a 35 is a prediction. Comes out of the Melbourne hairpin, heading up towards the timing line now then. So a 1:23 for Ollie Webb is going to win the shootout, but a 1 minute 34 roughly, I would offer you this is going to turn out to be as he comes out of Goddard's up towards the timing line now. Comes David McDonald, the checkered flag is there for him, he breaks the beam, 1:35, 2:47.
Good effort.
So very, very good indeed. He goes second fastest. He wins the wet contest, if you like, by 4.8 seconds from himself.
Wow.
Because David McDonald is also third.
Yeah, that's brilliant stuff.
He kind of couldn't lose there, could he, really?
He's done better than the British drivers at the British Grand Prix, hasn't he? Good lad. That's excellent. That's a good effort, that, because you'd think around here about 10 seconds dry to wet.
Yeah.
And you've got 11.3 from Webb dry to McDonald wet. So that is a good effort. He's been my star of the day, that boy, today.
I agree. With Seb Perez,
yes,
a close runner-up.
Yes.
Yeah.
For style points.
Absolutely right. No, David has thrown everything at it and jumping from not only different cars but completely different types, GT and single-seater.
Yeah.
And as he said in the interview that was done with him, it does take a lap or so to adjust, but he's done a great job.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's been a bit of a star, hasn't he? So.
Yeah.
And the car's not been, off on the grass, and yeah, he's a capable pair of safe hands. So fair play, because he did push on then, and there was really no massive reason to, but he still gave us a spectacle.
Exactly right. So Oliver Webb, the fastest at the end, 1 minute 23.936, the only person that got a really dry circuit, even if it wasn't for a complete lap. David McDonald second, 1:35.247. David McDonald third, 1 minute 40.050. Benny Simonson fourth, 1 minute 40.562. Ross Wiley was fifth, ahead of Jake Hill. Matt Wrigley was seventh from Seb Perez, and Jamie Clark with the 10 being rounded out by Johnny Cocker. Michael Lyons didn't go out again, perhaps understandably. So that the result of the shootout. The Rodin FZ defeats the Dallara T08. Ollie Webb the winner by 11.3 seconds from David McDonald's plural, because he was second in the Dallara and third in the Lamborghini. Fourth, Benny Simonson ahead of Ross Wiley, and then Jake Hill. Matt Wrigley, seventh from Seb Perez. Jamie Clark, ninth, and Johnny Cocker in 10th. There's a fair spread of times, in fairness. 37 and a bit seconds covers that entry, but that's all down to the weather. And anybody that was prepared to go out, certainly at the start when Johnny Cocker, Jamie Clark, Seb Perez, for example, were hanging it on the line, to go out in those conditions and push as hard as they did, everyone deserves credit.
Yeah, definitely. They weren't backwards in coming forwards with the throttle, were they? And
no.
Every single car was either oversteering with the rear slipping, or the front was getting caught out by that puddle. And I think impressive for me was Benny Simonson, because I'll be honest, after that moment he had, I was like, he's going to be so slow on this next lap. So fantastic. That was great to see.
So we'll have the winning drivers for their podium very shortly. Great mix of car that we've had, not only in the shootout, but in the different demonstrations, and as we've also been repeatedly making the point, just a mouth-watering assortment of cars during the course of the day. Let's put you on the spot very quickly. Your take-home race car.
Oh, take-home race car. Oof, I would go with... Oh, David, this is such a difficult question. Oh, I reckon the Leighton House.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because it's got a fantastic livery. Adrian Newey's first F1 design-ish,
yeah.
I think. And just because of the history, and it was the first year I properly watched F1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take-home road car?
One of the Carrera GTs.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe the yellow one. I'll speak to Paul Bailey.
Good idea. Excellent.
What about you?
I'll go with a Cayman GT4 RS, please.
Nice.
Because I want one.
Nice one.
And the Tyrrell P34.
Oh, yeah.
Because I just think the six-wheel Tyrrell was so different. It's just great to see. And you don't see them very often, you know, because of, as we said at the time, because of the problems of finding tyres. They are rare to see, other than perhaps at Monaco in the historic event there. So to have one on a day like this, just doing some laps, I think it's quite, that's quite special. So for me, it's been a highlight to see that.
Yeah, that's been cool. I've never seen it in the flesh. Very interesting speaking to Ben Collins on the Hypercar grid before, and he was telling us about driving it, and he just said it. He's so funny. How many cars has that guy driven?
Oh,
and like he was literally waxing lyrical like a child about how good this car was. I was like, that's fair.
Well, when I spoke to him at the start of the day about it, he hadn't even driven it. He'd sat in it. But he said there's something banging my shin or something. But he'd never even driven it. So complete voyage of discovery. And so, when was the lunch break? Sort of 3 hours, 2 hours after he'd driven it for the first time, and he's raving about it. Yeah, you can see why. You can see why people still enjoy racing those cars now, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
They've sort of grown up with them, but they're great bits of kit.
Lovely.
Right, let us head to hear the thoughts of some of the drivers after that. Amanda has been busy in the pit lane and can chat to some of the stars of the shootout.
Well, I don't know about all of the stars, but I've certainly found one of them. Ross Wiley, you were out in the Porsche GT3. I mean, when you went out in that session, first of all, I mean, when we were watching that rain come down, it just looked like it was never going to be dry again.
Yeah, I was going to go get my flippers and dive in somewhere, but it wasn't ideal, but it made it interesting, and we were all going into that lap pretty blind. But you know what, it was a bit of fun, and really, really enjoyed it.
I'm really glad that we all stuck with it, and actually that we got so many cars sort of plumping to go out. What was it like down here in the pits? Were you all scratching your head, wondering should we, shouldn't we?
Well, the rate that the rain was coming down, I honestly didn't think we were going to get back out today. But the sun came out, most of the water disappeared, apart from going down through Craners. I arrived at Craners on my opening lap, and the car just popped up like a boat, and I couldn't do anything. So that was interesting. I thought next time round I'm going to have to be careful, and somehow managed to steer it around and keep it on the black stuff.
Now, you were one of the first cars, I mean, apart from Ollie, of course, who made the very wise decision to go out early when it was still reasonably dry. You were sort of one of the first guys to put in a good time.
Yeah, it was quite nice to see the time up there, but I knew shortly after we were going to start plummeting. But yeah, fair play to everyone. They all drove incredibly well and kept it on the black stuff nearly. And yeah, we'll have to fight another day.
So what's going to happen next then? What have you got to look forward to?
I've got a bit of a summer break now. I'm just hot off of the Porsche Super Cup event at Silverstone, supporting the Formula 1, so that was pretty cool. And of course, I topped that off with being here today. Got a few weeks off, and then I'm going to be racing a Lamborghini Huracan in GT Cup at Silverstone at the end of the month. And then I go back up to Scotland for my home race at Knockhill, supporting Glen Turret.
Honestly, feeling the sun on the side of my face right now, it's almost like it's a different day, isn't it?
I think we've had all 4 seasons today. It's been quite incredible, actually. But yeah, if we want to go and do another run now on slicks, then I'm all for it.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, listen, enjoy your summer break. So which is the event? It's in Scotland. Is it Knockhill?
It's Knockhill. It's the start of the second half of the Porsche Carrera Cup GB Championship. We're currently lying second in the Pro-Am Championship, and like I say, we're on home turf. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can put on a good show.
Actually, funny enough, I was at Glen Turret not that long ago. Banging restaurant.
The restaurant is fantastic. It's not good for us racing drivers, but yeah, not only do they produce great liquid, great whiskey, the food is fantastic. So anybody who has the opportunity, please go and visit it.
Because it's on the, it's just next door to Glen Eagles, isn't it? Oh, sort of next door. I mean, next door to Scottish, and it's sort of quite close by. And isn't it, gosh, the glass thing?
Yes.
Was it?
So I'm led to believe that you know, it's the home of glass making, I guess. But Glen Turret is owned by the Lalique Group, the French crystal glass makers. So again, that's pretty exciting for Scotland's oldest distillery to have that association or ownership is fantastic. And for me personally, I started investing in the brand a few years ago. So now to be representing it is quite special.
Sounds pretty good to me. Right, listen, thank you very much. Sorry not to be presenting you with a trophy, but yeah.
Next time.
Okay. Next time, right. I think we're now just going to wait for everybody. Oh, Chris, hello.
Hello.
Are you going to come and help me present trophies?
Apparently so, and we've got quite a few of the drivers have come up to join us, and they're having a right old conference, aren't they?
Oh, I know. Well, you know what it gets like. It's like.
Well, they enjoyed them. Let's get Mr.
Was it fast? You know, was it slow? What was
Simonson.
it like?
We got to get, because this guy really impressed the Mr. Simonson, sir. The guys were super impressed with that. We weren't aware that you had been out on circuit. You went down there and difficult conditions and gripped it by the throat.
Yeah, but it wasn't me saving that in the end. There was the man up there, I think. But yeah, first lap of the week, today, so I wasn't actually really pushing. I was just playing around with the controls of the car and working out how it all worked, and then, yeah, aquaplaning next minute.
I was going to say, did I hear that you went off on the...
I was just about to say, didn't you have a bit of a big off on the...
Not big off, but a little bit of a slide moment in the outlap, yeah.
That's the way to do it, but the guys were super impressed that you just shook that off and just went for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's what happens. So, there was one lap to go and have a go, so yeah.
And the Aston Martin, how did that feel in those conditions?
Yeah, it felt great. I mean, I didn't know I was driving until 5 minutes before the shootout, so it's the first time I drove the car. It was my first lap ever in the car. But for that one lap, it felt great, yeah.
Grow up, mate. That was the biggest moment I've ever seen. Oh my! Me and David Addison were like, oh my word!
I was just saying it wasn't me saving it, it was the big man up there. So.
What a moment that was, though. But David was like, wow, that's proper stuff. That was impressive, mate.
Ah, lucky.
Have you been in the car all day, or was that the first time you'd sat in it?
First time I'm driving the car ever.
He didn't know he was going out until
For
5 minutes
Five minutes ago I signed on.
Well, he had 5 minutes head start over ours. I think it was 5 seconds warning we got, but it was a mega lap after all that.
Yeah, no, it's I actually was a bit scared after the first ones.
I think on the basis we can't give David a second and a third. Yeah. Maybe we can just give you a third place.
Why not?
I think Benny deserves a third.
A
He
third.
deserves something for that fifth gear full-on bit of lock, I reckon. Would you take that?
Yeah.
Jobs are good on Amanda.
Well, we're going to have to find out what the protocol is when the trophies arrive and what we're supposed to.
I've got to bring this man in as well. This is another one that's super impressive, wasn't it? The bad news is, David, you beat yourself.
I know, it's quite ironic to do that, but two different cars, so I'm happy with that.
I mean, this was the guys were trying to get their head around it. Two totally different cars, and you literally had an outlap to get used to it in how they were going to handle those conditions.
Yeah, it was hard, especially in the wet, 'cause I haven't driven the World Series until today in the wet,
Right.
so it was the first time, and just jump between the two with the different brakes and downforce, it takes a little bit of time to adjust.
How much help was going out in the Lamborghini beforehand? I mean, how much of a sighter was it? Because the track continued to dry throughout, and I gather it was still really quite wet going down to the Craner curves.
Yeah, no, it was good to see where the standing water was, because that was the hardest bit, and I was a bit worried going out in the World Series, because being low to the ground, it just picked the car up, so I was just steady through there, but it was good to have the Lamborghini to check it all out.
And had you been watching what everybody else had been doing?
I watched
and
the first run, the Porsche go out, just
Yeah.
to see how bad the track was, and I saw it was pretty bad, so yeah, I was a little cautious on the laps.
Yeah, we were never going to get to a drying track, were we?
No, very far from that.
Despite the sun coming out now.
Sun, wind, tyres, wasn't shifting that.
No, not at all.
Which one was, I mean, obviously if we went on times, we know that the single seater get it, but what was more under control feeling to you?
To be honest, the World Series, the single seater felt more under control. It felt really nice in the wet. It actually felt better in the wet than it did in the dry earlier. Yeah, it felt very stable and very predictable. It gives you a lot of good feedback, so that made it easy. The Lambo's got a lot of power, not as much downforce, it snaps a little bit more.
We're worried you're going to be a bit close to the ground, though, in the single-seater.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, especially standing water. But thankfully, it felt okay.
Well, it was an incredible job. Fantastic. You're second and third, so well done.
Thank you.
we say that it's unofficial until they ratify those results.
It is unofficial. We're sort of waiting. I think you're going to get some sort of trophy.
Okay.
I think.
I think he gets €100,000, doesn't
Does he?
he?
Is that from you?
Not from David.
Paul, that's so kind.
Well, he deserves it because it was really
It was,
impressive, David. Spot on.
it was.
We were waxing lyrical about the different disciplines involved, and I mean, from a driver, I couldn't imagine what it's like, mate. Was there a difference in how the car applied itself over the rivers and things? You know, in the different.
To be honest, I was worried that the World Series was just going to pick itself up and I was just be a passenger, but actually it felt better than the Lamborghini for some reason. I don't know why. It felt pretty stable.
Wow. How much of the road changed? How much drier was it on that second
dry,
round?
Yeah, definitely drier last run, which helped, which was nice. Because if it was the other way round, I don't know if I'd enjoy the World Series.
And could you believe? Sorry, Chris. Could you believe that Ollie Webb got out so quick? You should protest him because I'm sure he ran the red light. He wanted to get out because it was dry. And he's not here, is he? So it'd be sound.
You're not one to stir around.
No, not at all. But honestly, mate, he definitely went through it. It was literally, as my friend James Thompson says, red just means have a good look. He went straight through that, mate. I'd get that protest. Where do you protest to? Is it race control?
We'll go find somewhere. He did apologise for sneaking out when it was dry at the beginning.
The other one, though, that we were talking about was that certainly the last run in the single-seater is that even if it was drying, you then had the sunshine glare. That must have been a challenge.
Yeah, it was. With reflection on the wet surface, it was a bit tricky, but I'd rather have that than the standing water, for sure.
True, yeah. I think it was justified that we waited to let you out, wasn't it?
Appreciate that.
Right, well, as we wait now for the actual trophy presentation to take place. Guys,
I think it is imminent because
yes,
I'm looking over your shoulder and there
yeah.
are boxes and silver things.
I think
heading
I'll let
this
you
way.
go and get psyched up, David.
But first of all, starting with you two.
Yes.
Highlights of the day. Obviously, David, you know, and Chris as well, been here before.
Yes.
Seen it before. Did you enjoy the shootout?
Absolutely, because it's got that level of competitiveness, and there's nothing better in a way than watching people go for a time, whether it's up a hill or whether it's a qualifying lap. You know, and especially here where it's one car and you can see the driver putting all of that commitment into it. It's a shame about the weather. Yes, it gave us a different element with watching people's car control and all of that, but I'd love it to have been dry all the way through. But yes, I think the shootout is a great idea, and we'll have that again, please. I would argue that you should have it at midday. So you do your grid walk, and then let's have the shootout, and then people can go back to doing demonstrations, sort of make it a central point of the day, not at the end.
At the end.
But great idea, love it, and everybody that went out in those conditions deserves a huge hat tip.
They definitely do. I mean, it was when we were sitting in the commentary box, I was watching you two thinking, oh my goodness, I'm not sure it's ever going to dry ever again. I'm relieved to see what they can dig out of the cupboard.
We did go down a few rabbit holes during that, whatever it was, 20 minutes or so.
It's
like a podcast, isn't it?
We could do it again.
Absolutely. But Paul, I mean, your first secret meet. I mean, nothing really you can sort of describe the sort of eclectic mix of stuff that you have going out on track. Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've absolutely had a ball. It's been fantastic. And I mean, David was just saying when we were walking over, it's something like there's nothing else out there that's like this. You know, you can have a picture in your mind of what it's going to be. And I did have a picture in my mind of what it was going to be, but I didn't have any idea that there'd be so many people I knew and so many great people driving great cars. And also, obviously, you know, the presenting team I think are fantastic, and just to work with some proper people. So I've had I see how David stays.
Right, Chris. I'm very quickly going to talk to you just about your highlights, because I think we're now ready to do
We've got the real highlights there.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Well, I mean, as you say, I've been here since we started doing this event at Donington Park, and it's always been a fantastic event to be at, whether it's drooling over the cars, like David said right at the top of the show, where he said, I'm supposed to look at the camera, I'm not, and I can't. I'm looking at the cars, and that really sums it up. I feel for the guys because the weather really sort of dealt them a bad hand, but it was just still a super special day, as always.
Absolutely fantastic. Right, okay, I've now got a piece of paper, which is very exciting, and it has got names on it. So
the winner of X Factor is
exactly. I'm going to start with the road. That's right. Amy, are you handing them out? Amy, this is Amy. I think deserves a big shout out. No, she does deserve a shout out because Amy puts so much of this and all the other supercar events together. But anyway, I'm not. Gosh, aeroplanes do make their mark here. Right. Jamie Clark. So Jamie Clark? No?
Oh.
Here he comes.
That's you.
Step forward, you're a class winner.
You are a class winner. Congratulations to you.
I love the surprise. Don't forget your £100,000 cheque.
Yeah.
So a big congratulations to you. Thank you so much for being here. Right, now we've actually got two categories here. We've got competition and we've got open wheel. So that is rather exciting. We're going to start with competition. In third place in the competition section, do you want to announce this?
Oh, I can do.
Go on then.
Third of the competition entries is Ross Wiley,
So, Ross.
who has just
He
gone.
was here a minute ago.
He's legged it.
This is going seamlessly, isn't it? Like a.
Oh, it's like a well-oiled machine.
He's gone to get some Glenturret. That's what he's done.
For us,
Well,
hopefully.
I mean,
I hope so.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way. Well, we may as well move on to second place. Chris, I'm going to let you announce second place. So
Okay.
in second place, in the competition category.
Incredible. He knew 5 minutes before. It's Benny Simonson.
Hey! Well done, Benny.
It's like a Palmer Sport day, isn't it, Benny?
Absolutely incredible effort, Benny. Well
Brilliant
done
job.
to you.
Well done.
But first place, no surprise, in the competition.
David McDonald. I think you got a boo then.
Oh, here we go.
Also, here's one we prepared earlier.
Yeah, come on, Ross. Pick up your third.
In third place in the competition class is Ross Wiley.
How you doing?
Well done. Right. What happened? No. You're third in class, but your trophy's gone AWOL now.
No.
Oh,
it'll
there we
come
go.
out in a minute. Anyway, it's lovely that you managed to join us.
But as you've not brought the Glenturret with you,
No,
so go back and get that.
I've just opened it actually. If you want to come and join me, that's great. So put the microphone down and come and join me.
We'll be there in
Post for the photograph.
Well done, Ross.
Fantastic effort by him. Really solid effort actually, going out first of the really quick runners as the track started drying out. Right, we're going to move now to the open wheel category. In second place, I'm going to announce this.
So there.
Yeah, you can all fight me for it later. In second place, it is Matthew Wrigley.
Hey.
Well done. Big congratulations to him. Another really good. I mean, he was pressing on.
Mega commitment.
Yeah, mega
Full
commitment.
Yeah,
exactly.
Top job.
But in the open wheel category, no surprise to anybody, it is, of course, David McDonald. Again. Brilliant. Well, congratulations,
Can I ask
guys.
a silly question?
Yes, of course.
What does Ollie Webb win?
Well, I don't know. Ollie Webb, I suppose, isn't on my list. Which
Right.
means- and he's also not here.
And if your name's not on your list,
And
you
the
can't come
names-
in.
Well, exactly. I'm announcing, so
Same as I wonder where Mr. Cocker was because he was the road version.
yeah.
There we are.
Well, anyway, there we go.
We're not the judges.
Technicalities.
Nothing to do with that.
Well, it's had a good day anyway.
Track
Maybe
limits,
he
mate.
was, and maybe Mr. Webb was excluded for going through on the red light.
And track limits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
I
Johnny.
forgot you were the driving standards advisor.
Oh,
God
God,
help
now
us
we're
all.
in trouble.
Right. Well, hopefully, we're going to be able to show you some highlights of the day very soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Donington Park, the Supercar Driver Secret Meet live stream.
I am like a kid in a sweet shop.
The pit lane is open, so James Hunt's gone out, masquerading as Michael Lyons in the McLaren.
Look at the size difference in the two cars.
Absolutely. The modern-ish day, Benetton, much narrower. This is a mind-blowing bit of kit. It's the Rodin FZ, Aston Martin Valkyrie, with Darren Turner at the wheel of it. All 1,000 horsepower V12, the Adrian Newey design car with input from Red Bull Advanced Technologies. This lateral acceleration of more than 3G.
That 550's got some waft, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, round the outside, mate. Go on, son.
The car park just goes on and on. There must be about 300 or 400 supercars here.
You cannot look at a Lamborghini Huracan and not go, Wow.
Out of the pits comes the Enzo Ferrari. Young and old. Look at the more modern McLaren, a GMA T50.
GMA T50, that is the new Gordon Murray. That car is going to be one for the ages.
That is the stuff of dreams on that start-finish straight right now.
I mean, it's just great to hear that engine just having a little bit of a rattle off its valves as it comes out of that hairpin. I mean, that just sounds absolutely stunning. It just sounds like America, doesn't it?
The lap record around here is a 1:17.707. He's going to miss that because the weather has turned against us, and Ollie Webb splashes over the line. And it's going to be close, isn't it? It's going to be good. He comes out and got on 1:35.247. Good effort. So very, very good indeed. He goes second fastest. He wins the West contest, if you like.
It has been another amazing secret meet. We hope to see you next year.